Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Blood Sacrifice to Millions of Zombies. I Will Be a Demon Cultivator in the Apocalypse. Chapter 81. This made Zheng Yi feel relieved. After all, cultivating a demon fetus is not a simple matter. It is entirely a matter of luck, just like winning the lottery. This time, luck was on their side, but there might not be the same probability next time. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the blood-clothed ghost's eyes turned red, and bright red light emanated from the tips of her fingers. The ghost energy within her was pushed to the extreme as she relentlessly attacked the demon fetus. Seemingly sensing the intensity of this attack, a thick black mist emanated from the surface of the demon fetus, quickly enveloping it like a protective shell. The collision between the red light and the black mist created ripples of energy. Just an eggshell can withstand the attack of an 8th-level ghost creature in Qi refining. Obviously, what's incubating inside has even greater potential. After quickly evaluating the details of the battle, Zheng Yi already had an answer in his mind. Buzz. The continuous release of black mist seemed to be consuming its own source energy, and the demon fetus couldn't bear it anymore. A will transmitted out, filled with desperate pleas and extreme fear. This made Zheng Yi realize that the demon fetus had probably reached its limit. He waved the soul-capturing banner and put away the blood-clothed ghost. If it were an ordinary enemy with flesh and blood, the demon fetus would probably have other means of counterattack. After all, judging from its consumption of the essence of the mother's flesh and blood, a large part of its energy was directed towards the enemy's flesh and blood. But the ghosts inside the soul-capturing banner were refined yin soldiers, freed from the constraints of flesh and blood. They appeared solid but were actually illusory, completely denying the demon fetus any opportunity to take advantage of their vulnerability. I'll spare you this time, but if there's a next time, I'll make you taste the pain of being devoured by countless ghosts. Zheng Yi reprimanded sternly. This still unhatched demon fetus had already developed some consciousness and fully understood Zheng Yi's meaning. It slightly trembled, showing a flattering fluctuation. HMPH. Zheng Yi paid no attention to the flattering demon fetus. Since he had completely suppressed its resistance and initially subdued the demon fetus, he would temporarily let it go. In fact, deep down, he had great expectations for what would hatch from the demon fetus. After all, a life form that integrated the zombie genes from the Doomsday World and the Blood Bat genes from the Dia Immortal domain was like hitting the jackpot, even harder than winning the lottery. Although this creature born from the mutation of bloodline still had some characteristics of a blood bat in appearance, its essence belonged to a completely new integrated species. In any case, Zheng Yi specializes in cultivating the demonic path. If he can cultivate a unique species, it would be of great use to him. In the following paragraph, Zheng Yi gave Jin Wuxian an order to continue sending people to replenish the zombie flesh in the blood and flesh nest. In this apocalypse, there is a lack of everything except zombies. Especially the flesh and blood on the zombies, which is useless to ordinary people and serves no purpose. Previously, they were destroyed by burning, but now they are directly used to nurture ghost infants and pile up flesh and blood gourds, incubating the blood bat eggs in the flesh and blood nest. However, they are rapidly depleting and must be replenished from the outside in a timely manner. The flesh and blood nest, which was almost scrapped after being absorbed by the demon fetus, finally regained some foundation after a large amount of zombie flesh was replenished. The flesh-like incubator became moist and shiny again, smooth like skin. This demon fetus is hungry and constantly fed with zombie flesh and blood, allowing it to feast to its heart's content. Moreover, it exceeded Zheng Yi's expectations. The demon fetus evolved very quickly, rapidly growing by devouring the essence of flesh and blood. A large amount of zombie flesh and blood essence was swallowed and flowed into the demon fetus's body. Originally the size of a ball, the demon fetus rapidly expanded under the abundant supply of zombie flesh and blood essence. In just 2 months, it had grown to the size of a giant pumpkin. Through the dark red shell, one could faintly see the monster inside rapidly taking shape. Finally, enough zombie flesh and blood to fill several trucks all entered the demon fetus incubated in the flesh and blood nest. It seemed to have reached its limit, and the demon fetus stopped reproducing. Its growth rate far exceeded that of its kind, and its size was even larger than that of the mother bat. The monster about to be born in this demon fetus was definitely extraordinary. Thump, thump, a low, drum-like heartbeat came from the dark red blood egg, and the dark red shell on the surface began to emit a red glow, illuminating the entire hatching room, filling it with red light. It looked eerie and dangerous. Crack, crack, the shell was finally broken, and a black figure about 1.5 meters tall appeared in the center of the nest. A pair of huge bat wings, swished, opened from behind, standing upright there. Underneath were huge four-toed claws firmly gripping the blood and flesh nest, giving the overall outline the appearance of a person. Although the figure was similar, there were significant differences in the face, as if it were a fusion of a human face and a bat face, extremely fierce, with skin showing a reddish flesh color. In addition to its small eyes, sharp fangs were exposed on both sides, and its slightly wrinkled skin. Its dark red eyes looked towards Zheng Yi. Ferocious, brutal, greedy, and insane. Just by making eye contact, Zheng Yi could perceive the emotions revealed in the eyes of that monster. After all, it has just been born. This thing appears to be highly intelligent, but it still cannot control its emotions well and is easily influenced by bloodshed and slaughter. The integrated union of the bloodline of the blood bats from the Great Yi immortal domain and the genes of the zombies from the Doomsday World bears some resemblance to the vampires seen in movies and TV shows. It has completely severed its connection to the bloodline control of the Blood Bat Demon Palace. I have cultivated this, the ancestor of the zombie blood bat, right? Zheng Yi was secretly amazed, but more than that, he was excited. He had been enduring all this time, waiting for this moment. But before that, he needed to test the potential of this thing to see if it was worth investing more resources in its cultivation. With a wave of his hand, the soul-capturing banner appeared, and in the black mist, many fierce ghost soldiers appeared. Slightly waving the soul-capturing banner, under Zheng Yi's command, the blood-clothed ghost led the numerous ghost soldiers and rushed towards the monster that had finished hatching in the flesh nest. Having successfully hatched, this ancestor of the zombie blood bat already possessed high intelligence. He understood that the scene before him was orchestrated by Zheng Yi to test him. And this monster now had some confidence, perhaps still remembering being beaten by the blood-clothed ghost before it hatched. It let out a roar, and the bat-like holes in its mouth and nose emitted invisible sonic attacks. The two ghost soldiers at the forefront blurred, and the black mist dissipated, almost unable to maintain their ghostly forms. This sonic attack comes from the blood bats, but now it has evolved to the point where it can directly destroy spirit bodies. Zheng Yi watched the scene from the sidelines, his eyes shining brightly. Spreading its wings, the ancestor of the zombie blood bat flew directly into the air, its sharp claws clashing with the blood-clothed ghost and the numerous ghost soldiers under her command. A fierce battle quickly erupted. It must be said that this monster, born from the cultivation of a demonic fetus, absorbed the essence of countless zombie flesh. It possessed extremely powerful strength from the moment it was born, and it was evenly matched with the blood-clothed ghost, neither gaining the upper hand. The blood-colored claw shadows collided with the black claw shadows, creating waves of explosions and ripples in the air. The vibrating air spread outward, and the entire hatching chamber seemed to be under attack by a storm. For a while, a strong wind blew. Unfortunately, the ancestor of the zombie blood bat had hatched for too short a time and was no match for the blood-clothed ghost. After a moment, it was sent flying by a swipe of her claw, crashing into the wall and leaving a deep indentation. A group of fierce ghosts and shadow soldiers swarmed up, directly forming a large formation, taking control of it, and then pulling it into the soul-capturing banner. Boom boom. On the surface of the soul-capturing banner, there were continuous rumbling sounds. The zombie blood bat ancestor was extremely fierce, and even now it seemed unwilling to admit defeat, struggling desperately. The terrifying power continuously collided with the surface of the soul-capturing banner, constantly being torn apart, revealing the figure of the zombie blood bat ancestor, desperately impacting outward, trying to break free and escape from the soul-capturing banner. Naturally, Zheng Yi would not allow this situation to occur. This thing was too fierce. It could directly confront the blood-clothed ghost and the group of fierce ghosts and shadow soldiers as soon as it was born, displaying a strength that exceeded his expectations by far. If it was not bound in the soul-capturing banner and subjected to heavy pressure, it would be difficult to completely subdue it. If this zombie blood bat ancestor escaped Zheng Yi's control, it would probably bring more variables to his exploration of this doomsday world. Moreover, the zombie blood bat ancestor fed on zombie flesh and zombie crystals. There was not much in this world, except for zombies roaming the streets. If the zombie blood bat ancestor's strength increased too quickly and became too powerful, it would undoubtedly come back to cause trouble for him. It might even directly kill him, the creator. Zheng Yi could never give up on the Doomsday World, so naturally he could not let the zombie blood bat ancestor escape. The ink spirit evil in his hand surged and rushed up along the banner pole. The aura of the soul-capturing banner surged, its surface being constantly pulled and even deformed. It was as if it was being ground down by a terrifying force, completely pressing down the zombie blood bat ancestor that wanted to escape. After a short period of pulling, the soul-capturing banner finally calmed down completely, retracting the ink spirit evil. The zombie blood bat ancestor was also completely suppressed. This time, when hatching the blood bats, Zheng Yi originally planned to have one more effective means of attack in the Doomsday World. After all, both the soul-capturing banner and controlling the blood bats were a kind of group attack method, capable of endlessly producing soldiers. Even when facing a sea of zombies, there would be corresponding ways to deal with them. However, after unexpectedly cultivating this zombie blood bat ancestor, Zheng Yi had a new idea. The zombie bloodline genes and the blood bat genes were completely integrated, forming a new population. With the birth of that demonic fetus, the blood bats cultivated by Zheng Yi completely broke free from the control of the blood bat ancestor of the Dia Immortal Domain, becoming an independent system. Zheng Yi named it Cain, which meant the origin of the bloodline of the zombie blood bat clan. Although Cain was at a disadvantage in his battle against the blood robe ghost, it was not because Cain was weak, but rather because his advantages could not be fully utilized. The blood robe ghost and the group of fierce ghost soldiers were not flesh and blood creatures, but rather ghostly entities that were unaffected by the blood sucking of the zombie blood bat ancestor. Therefore, Cain's advantages could not be demonstrated. Moreover, Cain, as the zombie blood bat ancestor, was still in the early stages of his development and had not yet reached maturity. There was a significant difference in strength between the two sides, and the outcome was already predetermined. After Cain's birth, Zheng Yi continued to hatch another batch of blood bat eggs. Just as Zheng Yi had expected, the appearance of the zombie blood bats was purely a stroke of luck, an extremely unlikely event. This batch of hatched blood bat eggs did not undergo the same mutation process as before. However, one similarity was that they still attacked each other. Clearly, after integrating the zombie genes and bloodline, the blood bats had become more aggressive. This time, Zheng Yi did not wait until the slaughter was completely over. Instead, he left behind a few of the strongest blood bat eggs. He planned to conduct an experiment to see if he could use the bloodline of the zombie blood bat ancestor, Cain, to derive a unique population of zombie blood bats, as he had envisioned. He cut open the surface of the blood bat eggs with his fingertips, then controlled Cain, the zombie blood bat ancestor, to extract a few drops of his essence blood and drip them into the cracked eggs. After that, he waited. Under Zheng Yi's gaze, the cut on the eggs quickly healed in a burst of blood light. The closed blood bat eggs began to tremble rapidly, as if undergoing intense changes. This should be the result of Cain's essence blood, but the specific changes that occurred were at the genetic bloodline level, which Zheng Yi could not observe. Out of the 5 strongest blood bat eggs that were left, only 3 successfully accepted the baptism of the essence blood. The other 2 seemed unable to withstand the impact of the essence blood and died completely. He treated those 2 useless eggs as food and fed them to Cain. Zheng Yi began to observe the 3 recovered blood bat eggs. He continued to command people to add zombie flesh and blood to the flesh and blood demon nest, activating it at its maximum power to cultivate these blood bat eggs that had assimilated Cain's essence blood. After a few days of incubation, these 3 eggs finally reached the edge of hatching. Crack! Under Zheng Yi's gaze, the blood bat eggs, which had grown to the size of watermelons, cracked open, and a black and red-skinned zombie blood bat crawled out from inside. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 zombie blood bats successfully hatched. Zheng Yi had completely gained control over the zombie blood bat ancestor, Cain, and temporarily sealed him in the soul-capturing banner, releasing him casually. Compared to Cain, the late-stage zombie blood bats hatched from his essence blood had a similar appearance, about 60 to 70% alike. The only difference was that they lacked the crown-shaped membrane at the back of their heads, and in terms of size and height, they were a whole circle smaller. With Kane's appearance, the 3 zombie blood bats that appeared later immediately prostrated themselves before him, showing a highly respectful and worshipful emotion. Zheng Yi could sense that this was an absolute control stemming from their bloodline, with a strict hierarchy that could not be surpassed or obstructed. Just like the ancestor blood bat in the Blood Bat Palace, it seems that a new bloodline has truly been formed. Zheng Yi's pupils lit up. This was of great value. As the ancestor, Kane had used his essence blood to give birth to a new population of zombie blood bats. Any zombie blood bats that appeared in the future would all be descendants of Kane and would be influenced by his bloodline. The first zombie blood bat ancestor, Kane, born in the Doomsday World, undoubtedly became the bloodline source of this new population of blood bats. Since the zombie blood bat ancestor, Kane, had just been born and had only a small amount of essence blood in his body, squeezing out 5 drops at once had reached the limit. Moreover, Zheng Yi could sense that for their kind, essence blood was obviously more important than for other creatures. It could be called the core substance. If he continued to extract essence blood, it would likely harm Kane's foundation. Such an approach was undoubtedly killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. There was still a long time to come, enough for Zheng Yi to use Kane as the core and build a legion of zombie blood bats. Just imagine the spectacular scene of zombie blood bats flying all over the sky. It would be a terrifying nightmare for any enemy. To verify his own ideas, Zheng Yi brought Kane back to the Great Yi Immortal Domain to see if he could provoke the ancestor blood bat in the Blood Bat Palace. He was prepared to immediately escape back to the Doomsday World if there was any reaction. Even if the other party has a vast divine ability, it is impossible for them to find his trace across 2 worlds. For the Blood Bat Palace's Blood Bat Demon, any blood bat that is controlled by the ancestral bat demon and undergoes mutation or evolves to a certain level will be sensed. This is a perception and suppression of bloodline, and as long as it is within the demon realm, no matter how far apart, it can be sensed. However, it seems that the Blood Bat Palace has miscalculated this time. The zombie blood bat population cultivated by Zheng Yi based on the blood bat has escaped the control of the ancestral bat demon and become another race. The results of the final test are obvious. Whether it is Kane or the 3 zombie blood bats that have undergone his blood mutation, they are completely isolated from the original blood bat population. This result made Zheng Yi relieved and satisfied. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Yi frequently traveled between the 2 realms. Besides dealing with necessary matters, his main focus was on breeding blood bats. However, even the zombie blood bat ancestor Kane has not reached maturity, so the amount of blood he can provide is quite limited. Currently, the conditions for large-scale cultivation of zombie blood bats are not yet met. However, with continuous reproduction and breeding, Zheng Yi feels that controlling the source of a zombie blood bat bloodline would greatly enhance his own strength and other aspects. This point can be directly referenced to the blood bat demon of the Blood Bat Palace. It is said that he was born as an independent cultivator and accidentally obtained the ancestral blood bat egg and cultivation secret technique by entering a predecessor's cave mansion, which led him to where he is today step by step. Finally, he successfully crossed the Thunder Tribulation, entered the Gold Core stage, and the ancestral blood bat is an ancient bloodline and a naturally born Gold Core creature. With 2 gold cores, a large part of the blood bat demon's reputation is built on his ancestral blood bat, which is regarded as his life. The reason why the Blood Bat Palace can rampage in the demon realm and establish a formidable reputation is also inseparable from these conditions. Zheng Yi also doesn't think that the zombie blood bat ancestor, Kane, who integrated the zombie bloodline genes from the End of Days world, has weaker innate potential compared to the ancestral bat demon of the Blood Bat Palace. If cultivated properly, not to mention becoming a naturally born Gold Core species, with a massive supply of zombie flesh from the End of Days world, how strong can it eventually be enhanced to? Just thinking about it, Zheng Yi feels a burning passion in his heart. After considering it, Zheng Yi decides not to forcibly extract the blood essence from the zombie blood bat ancestor, Kane. This would keep him in a weakened state and damage his potential foundation. Zheng Yi would not do such a thing of losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. At least, it needs to be cultivated for a period of time until it matures before it is time for large-scale cultivation of blood bats. But now there is still one problem. The existence of both the blood bat and zombie genes and bloodline makes the zombie blood bat ancestor, Cain, have extremely strong attacks. Even when just born, it dares to devour its master. The inherent ferocity in its bones as a natural demon fetus, far more vicious and demonic than the blood bat in the blood bat palace. Although it has been suppressed by the soul-capturing banner, that is only a temporary measure, a stopgap solution. We must find a way to completely subdue it. With this in mind, Zheng Yi returned to the Dia Immortal domain to gather information and search for methods to fully control the zombie blood bat ancestor, Cain. Since the founding ancestor of the Qi family, they have been secretly collecting various demonic arts for over 100 years. Previously, Zheng Yi discovered the Qi family's main library in a hidden cave deep within the Black Iron Mine. Inside, there were various types of demonic arts. Although limited by the family's level, there were still a rare sight in terms of quantity. In addition, during this period of time, with the expansion of the Soul Essence Stone business, Zheng Yi gave orders to the leaders of various merchant groups to collect information channels and various cultivation resources while doing business. As a result, the number of demonic arts in the Qi family's library increased significantly. After returning to the Dia Immortal domain, Zheng Yi was able to find 17 demonic arts that could be used for control and various demonic arts related to the contract system. After reading through them, Zheng Yi studied all of these demonic arts and finally selected 7 of them, which involved soul control, bloodline manipulation, physical control, and implantation of demonic thoughts. Then, Zheng Yi returned to the Doomsday World and spent half a month using all of these demonic arts on the zombie blood bat ancestor, essentially putting a nose ring on a bull and putting it in shackles. This included the Beast Slave Contract, Master Slave Soul Contract, Soul Sealing Blood Seal, Spirit Locking Ring, Demon Seeding Art, Divine Mind Connection, and more. In one go, 7 shackles were placed on the zombie blood bat ancestor, Cain, ensuring that it would not dare to resist and would be obedient for the short term. It's not surprising that Zheng Yi is so cautious. He deeply understands the enormous potential of this demon fetus bloodline, coupled with its innate demonic nature and ferocity. If he doesn't set a trap for them while they are weak, it will be too late to tame this creature once it reaches maturity. Just like humans can have Stockholm Syndrome, monsters are no exception. Zheng Yi plans to use this time to strengthen his memory, tame his soul, and train his physical body, leaving a firm imprint on the soul and body of this demon fetus, taming it into the most obedient dog. Fortunately, the zombie blood bat ancestor has already been suppressed by the soul-capturing banner and cannot resist. Otherwise, it would not be easy to put these 7 demonic arts on it. For now, the matter of hatching the zombie blood bat has come to a temporary end. Zheng Yi once again focused on his own cultivation. In the past few months, he has been doing too many things, to the point where he has neglected his own cultivation. However, Zheng Yi also knows that rushing this matter is not possible. He focuses on his cultivation, realm, and strength, not giving up on any aspect. In the short term, if one were to use some radical methods, their cultivation level could even double, but it would harm their foundation and have an impact on their future path. Zheng Yi would absolutely not do such a thing. Zheng Yi has his own long-term plan. The Black Sha Technique, Profound Sha Body Tempering Technique, Soul Capturing Banner Refinement, Corpse Bat Cultivation System, 5 Ghost Infants, and Flesh Gourd Sword Embryo, each of these matters involves a significant amount of his time and energy. Being able to handle so many things and increase his strength several times, with his Qi refining cultivation level jumping several levels in just half a year, Zheng Yi is already very satisfied. He deeply understands a principle: cultivating immortality is about longevity and foresight. One should not expect to become fat in one gulp. The price for such a shortcut has long been set in fate. After all, even among the major orthodox and demonic sects, besides those top-tier core geniuses, there are countless people who choose to break through to foundation building at the age of 40 or 50. Before the age of 60, foundation building is a threshold that many independent cultivators can't wait for in their entire lifetime. Within half a year, Zheng Yi has risen 3 or 4 levels, about to break through to a higher level of Qi refining from being a low-level Qi refining cultivator. This cultivation speed is already considered extremely fast. Although demonic cultivators cultivate rapidly and make rapid progress, it's not this fast, otherwise the major orthodox sects in the Dia Immortal domain would have been wiped out long ago. Of course, Zheng Yi will not relax his vigilance. Focusing on cultivation is the main task, whether it's the Doomsday World or the Dia Immortal Domain, his own strength is the top priority. Returning to the Dia Immortal Domain, Zheng Yi has brought back a large number of zombie crystals this time, some of which come from high-level zombies, and some powerful mutated zombies have almost the strength comparable to a higher level of qi refining. When he hunted them down, Zheng Yi also paid a considerable price. In the secret room, there are a large number of green crystals, a small number of yellow crystals, a very small number of red crystals, and a few other miscellaneous colored crystals. These different crystals represent zombies of different ranks and different directions of mutation. The fewer in number, the more precious they are, and the life force contained within them becomes even more abundant. This time, in order to break through the White Jade Bone chapter of the Profound Sha Body Tempering Technique, Zheng Yi has brought out all the precious crystals he has accumulated for a long time. Moreover, he has also chosen a demonic technique called the White Bone Body Tempering Technique as a supplementary cultivation method to assist in the breakthrough of the White Jade Bone chapter of the Profound Sha Body Tempering Technique. This White Bone Body Tempering Technique comes from the Kijia clan's treasure trove and is one of the high-level qi refining secret techniques collected by the Kijia clan's main lineage. Zheng Yi was attracted to this demonic technique because he wanted to cultivate the White Jade Bone chapter, both of which strengthen the body through bone reinforcement, making them similar in nature. Both of these secret techniques can rapidly strengthen a cultivator's bones, but they have different effects. The Zhan Sha Body Tempering Technique, White Jade Bone Chapter, aims to temper the bones to be as pure as white jade. Only with strong bones can one withstand the terrifying impact of malevolent energy. The White Bone Forging Body Technique transforms the entire skeletal structure of the body, allowing the bones to protrude from the flesh and blood, creating a set of white bone armor. This white bone armor is not an ordinary law weapon, but an extension of a certain demonic secret technique, providing more stable support. Compared to the Zhan Sha Body Tempering Technique, the White Bone Forging Body Technique is more radical, but both techniques focus on strengthening the cultivator's bones, complementing each other. Zheng Yi's cultivation of the Black Sha technique has reached the level of the Ink Spirit Sha. With his current physical condition, he can withstand more intense reinforcement. A colorful radiance illuminated the secret chamber, creating a dazzling and dreamlike glow. Sitting cross-legged, Zheng Yi directly activated his cultivation technique. The spiritual energy inside his body surged, and the powerful force began to wash over his bones, cleansing his entire skeletal structure. At the same time, his hands were not idle, continuously crushing zombie crystal cores and channeling the life force contained within into his mouth. Continuously and without pause, before long, the scattered zombie crystal core fragments had piled up around Zheng Yi. Devoid of essential energy, they had turned into a pile of powder. The surging life force continuously gathered and surged within Zheng Yi's body. It was like a calm and gentle river suddenly experiencing a flash flood, with torrents of energy rushing down from the upstream riverbed, flowing through the meridians and washing over the bones inside his body. On the originally pale bones, clusters of pure life force attached themselves as if they were alive, covering the surface with a warm luster, quickly washing away the bone color. The originally pale bone color, tempered repeatedly by the Zhan Sha Body Tempering Technique, gradually transformed from decay to miraculous, becoming as tough as iron. Now, the spiritual energy within his body and the life force from the zombie crystal cores slowly nourished and permeated, starting to transform into a peculiar, translucent jade-like sensation. Zhan Sha Body Tempering Technique, White Jade Bone Chapter, complete. But Zheng Yi did not immediately stop working. Instead, his mind focused, and the circulation route of his spiritual power changed again, starting to transform along a completely different path. Some of these routes of spiritual power circulation overlapped with the Zhan Sha Body Tempering Technique, while others were completely new and even opposite. This cultivation technique, the Bone Tempering Technique, belonged to the external sect. Although it seemed simple, it was actually an excellent demonic secret technique for refining the body. In Zheng Yi's perception, it perfectly matched the White Jade Bone chapter of the Zhan Sha Body Tempering Technique, fitting together seamlessly. As the qi circulated, Zheng Yi's bones had already been cultivated to the level of jade-like bones. This actually had certain requirements for the cultivator's level of body refining and the resources used for training the body. Based on this foundation, Zheng Yi switched to cultivating the bone tempering technique. Once successfully cultivated to the final level, it could cause the cultivator's bones to mutate and form a set of bone armor. This bone armor was comparable to a regular defensive law weapon. Moreover, because it was an extension of the cultivator's own bones, the bone armor could absorb the cultivator's spiritual power and was no different from their own flesh and blood. There was no rejection or repulsion, reaching a level of complete integration with the cultivator's will, easily assimilating with their intentions. To some extent, it provided a layer of protection, equivalent to having an extra half-life. Moreover, according to Zheng Yi's speculation, if enough resources were absorbed, its hardness could surpass imagination. Furthermore, this bone tempering technique focused on refining the bones, and it could also enhance all parts of the body in conjunction with the white jade bone chapter of the Zansha body tempering technique. It was not just a slight improvement but a comprehensive enhancement of all parts of the body. However, there were also disadvantages. That was the common problem of body refining cultivators. The consumption of resources during cultivation was extremely enormous. Although the human body could grow, a cultivator's physical body was still just mortal flesh. To undergo transformation and even reach a level where they could directly confront law weapons and law treasures, they needed to treat their own physical body as a law weapon, which consumed an immense amount of resources. It was simply something that ordinary cultivators could not bear. Just now, Zheng Yi absorbed the life force contained in the zombie crystal core in a short period of time and converted it into resources in the Daya immortal domain, which was already quite valuable, not to mention the bone tempering technique, which had even greater consumption. This was only the initial cultivation, just completing the entry threshold. In the future, Zheng Yi's body refining cultivation would gradually progress. If he wanted to enhance the power of the bone armor, he would need to absorb a large amount of bone essence. It was still unknown how many resources it would consume. As time passed and all the green zombie crystal cores were completely absorbed and refined, about 60% of Zheng Yi's bones had been tempered. If one could see through the surface of Zheng Yi's body and directly observe his internal bones, they would find that the bones in every part of his limbs had turned into a translucent white color. No longer showing small cracks on the surface, they looked more like they were directly carved from jade, emitting a faint white light. This is a fascinating color. At this moment, if all the bones in his body were stripped of flesh, they could even be considered works of art, like jade carvings, giving people an incredibly warm feeling. Of course, in the eyes of cultivators, these bones are even harder and more solid. Zheng Yi felt that as 60% of his bones transformed into the most translucent white jade bones, the power within his body increased by more than 50%. This is a sign of success in body refining. His whole body relaxed, as if he had shed a huge burden. He no longer felt mentally and physically exhausted, as if he had been reborn. He became much more relaxed. Moreover, with the strengthening of his body and bones, the flow of spiritual energy within his body and flesh became smoother and unobstructed, without any hindrance. But the consumption of these zombie crystal cores is a bit too much. Zheng Yi opened his eyes and looked at the scattered crystal core fragments that were like small mountains beside him. He also seemed a bit helpless. Even though he had already made some mental preparations, Zheng Yi was still shocked by the amount of zombie crystal cores used on the spot. No wonder there are few people who practice both body refining and chi refining. On one hand, it is because they don't have enough energy, and on the other hand, body refining is also a big consumer of resources. Moreover, he is currently simultaneously cultivating the mysterious demon body tempering technique and the bone forging technique. Each one of them is a bottomless pit that devours resources. This kind of body refining technique consumes too much and is simply not something that ordinary cultivators can bear. Fortunately, I was well prepared this time. Putting all the yellow zombie crystal cores, red zombie crystal cores, and several purple zombie crystal cores in front of him, forming several small piles, Zheng Yi picked up a yellow zombie crystal core and directly crushed it into his mouth. Boom! Immediately, a force of life far more violent than the green crystal core exploded in his mouth. His blood and heart were filled with a deep excitement, and his body felt an impact from the source. With the surging force of life, the spiritual energy within his body circulated, flowing down his throat, circulating through his tendons and veins, and flowing towards the yet-to-be-tempered bones of bone refining. The bones of his hands, feet, limbs, and various external organs had already been tempered once with the life force of the green zombie crystal core just now. Now, what needed to be tempered were the more important internal organs. Starting from the ribs, 2 rows of ribs gradually extend and grow, completely enveloping the internal organs, like a layer of protective armor, completely wrapping the viscera. This time, the yellow zombie crystal nucleus is of a higher level, containing a more abundant life force. Therefore, Zheng Yi doesn't waste any words and directly begins to temper the bones from both sides simultaneously. The crystal clear white light illuminates the internal organs, and the surging life force inside the body is like a tamed pet, strictly following Zheng Yi's will, running the channels of the white bone casting technique, cultivation method rapidly and steadfastly. The life force radiates white light, entwining the pale bones, gradually replacing the pale bone color with a warm white color, starting from the bottom and refining upwards. The life force contained in a yellow zombie crystal nucleus has probably tempered 1/5 of the ribs, combined from both sides, almost equivalent to 1/5 of a rib. While calculating slightly, Zheng Yi doesn't stop his actions. One yellow crystal nucleus after another is crushed, and the life force is absorbed by the body. With the assistance of spiritual power, it rapidly operates at a speed unimaginable to outsiders. The entire process lasts for a full 3 days before the surging life energy in the secret room finally comes to a stop. In the darkness, Zheng Yi breathes a sigh of relief and says slowly, "Finally, it's done." Immediately, a surge of fire erupts, and soon the entire secret room is brightly lit, igniting the lights on the surrounding walls. The fire illuminates the surroundings, revealing a scattered pile of zombie crystal nucleus fragments on the ground. With a wave of Zheng Yi's hand, they all turn into powder and disappear. This closed-door cultivation has almost consumed all the high-level zombie crystal nuclei that Zheng Yi has accumulated during this period, using them all up. Of course, the gains are also significant. With the thoughts in his mind, Zheng Yi's body trembles slightly, and he groans. Fine blood vessels suddenly appear on the surface of his body, and then a layer of white bone armor condenses on the surface of his torso along the giant spine on his back, covering the chest and the vital area of the abdomen. The crystal clear white light flickers, as if even the brightness of the lights is overshadowed. Under the illumination of the lights, it gives a translucent texture. But this feeling is just an illusion to the naked eye. This seemingly lightweight white bone armor is actually connected to Zheng Yi's internal skeleton and can be retracted and deployed at any time, making it very convenient to use. In the face of danger, the white bone armor can be quickly deployed and used to resist attacks and ambushes, and if necessary, it can save one's life. What's more important is that this layer of white jade bone armor is extremely hard. It should have no problem resisting several attacks from a chi refining stage law weapon, and it can continue to absorb a large amount of bone essence in the future, with quantity producing quality and undergoing transformation. Moreover, this time, along with the successful cultivation of the Zhan Sha body tempering art, white jade bone chapter, Zheng Yi's body refining cultivation has reached the high stage of the chi refining stage, probably around the 8th or 9th level, and he can continue to advance further. Once he reaches the level of a Vajra body, it can be considered a successful body refining, and it can be considered that his body refining is approaching the threshold of the foundation building stage. Relieved of the burden, Zheng Yi let out a sigh of relief. The momentum of his body suddenly surged, and he felt that the spiritual power in his body had broken through some kind of restraint and naturally advanced at this moment, reaching the 7th level of chi refining. From this moment on, he finally stood at the level of a high-stage chi refining cultivator. During this period of cultivation, Zheng Yi has discovered that although body refining and chi refining are 2 different paths, the physical body is like a precious boat and spiritual power is like a sail, and they can complement each other. Unfortunately, ordinary cultivators do not have so much energy or resources to spend on both paths at the same time. The breakthrough in physical fitness is not only related to a strong physique but also has a significant relationship with cultivation. Originally, Zheng Yi had already reached the peak of the 6th level of chi refining, and this successful tempering of the white jade bone happened to help him break through like a bamboo. A surging momentum erupted from his body, causing his Dao robe to flutter and a powerful aura to rise. The fierce wind blew in the secret room, fiercely hitting the surrounding walls. Zheng Yi quickly and skillfully assimilated the suddenly surging spiritual power. It took some effort to completely suppress it. I've reached the high stage of qi refining. It's not easy. In Zon Kong City, after toiling for 20 years, he was only an insignificant third-level qi refining independent cultivator. Since entering the Doomsday World and practicing demonic cultivation, he made rapid progress through the fierce advancement of devouring all things to enhance himself. In less than a year, he broke through 4 levels and reached the high stage of qi refining. The progress was too fast, making Zheng Yi feel like he was in a dream. This made him even more grateful for his decision. If he were still in the assimilating soul sect at this moment, Zheng Yi's cultivation level would definitely not be able to be suppressed. If the leaked aura attracted the attention of someone with ill intentions, it would be a big trouble. Any leakage of his secrets would inevitably attract the covetousness of the old monsters. Fortunately, he had made preparations early and came to guard this desolate minefield. It can be considered as having escaped a disaster. Breaking through the 7th level of qi refining, entering the White Jade Bone chapter of the Profound Evil Body Tempering Technique, completely refining the White Bone Casting Technique, Zheng Yi's aura became even more harmonious and restrained. If he didn't actively release it, it would be difficult for others to detect anything unusual. He walked out of the secret room and summoned Qi Lin, giving him an assignment. To search for some secret techniques of the demonic planters, especially various seeds and plant stems, preferably demonic plants that grow in flesh and blood, such as blood rice, blood horse mushroom, blood spirit ginseng, and other crops and medicinal materials. As much as possible, collect them as soon as possible. In the post-apocalyptic world, there are ghosts and zombies everywhere. It is too difficult for people in gathering places to engage in production, and resources are scarce. If Zheng Yi wants to cultivate a large force, he must start from the bottom. He cannot take care of the lives of everyone in the gathering place like a nanny. On the contrary, as his strength grows, he needs people at the bottom to handle various trivial matters for him while he focuses on cultivation. Whether it is his own cultivation or the improvement of the strength of his subordinates, material resources must be resolved. Zheng Yi thought of adapting to local conditions. The post-apocalyptic world is not lacking in zombie flesh and blood. If demonic plants and medicinal materials that grow in flesh and blood, like those in the demon realm, are cultivated in the post-apocalyptic world, it can quickly enhance the foundation of the gathering place controlled by Zheng Yi and increase his strength more rapidly. After all, the post-apocalyptic world is extremely vast, and the Western Alliance is just a small piece. Zheng Yi has not even left Luo City yet, and the territory he has opened up is very limited. He has not truly encountered the terrifying existences in the post-apocalyptic world, such as the 100-meter-tall giant corpse widely spread among survivors, the resurrected terrifying ghost dragon, the ghostly great demon that blocks out the sky, and so on. In the rumors Zheng Yi has collected about the post-apocalyptic world, there are many legends about terrifying and extremely powerful existences. It is impossible for a small number of ability users to manage the entire gathering place. Zheng Yi has no choice but to take action now that he has advanced to the high level of qi refining and has a solid foundation in body refining. He is considered a powerful expert and has the opportunity to truly transform and control some strong individuals. In just a few days, the things Zheng Yi needed were delivered. After briefly encouraging Qi Lin, he let him leave, and then Zheng Yi returned to the post-apocalyptic world. Upon returning to the post-apocalyptic world this time, Zheng Yi directly summoned the high-level members of the gathering place and issued an order. That is to establish a factory that can handle zombie flesh and blood. Simply put, after capturing a zombie, the first step is to establish a blood pool and inject the zombie's blood into it. Then comes the meat pool, where all the zombie flesh and blood is injected. Next is the White Bone Mountain, where the zombie's bones are stored. After that is the skin processing factory. Finally, collect the zombie crystal cores. The last step is the special form of zombie body material deep processing workshop, as well as the final residue nutrient cultivation department. The remaining residue is made into nutrients and injected into a piece of farmland, where blood rice, blood horse mushroom, blood ginseng, and other plants that absorb flesh and blood are grown. Blood pool, meat pool, White Bone Mountain, skin processing, zombie crystal cores, material deep processing, breeding cooperation department, and finally the deep processing plant. A complete factory that strips everything from a zombie's body was quickly established. The gathering place does not support idle people. Everyone must take action and work to have food to eat. Each person will have an average score, and exchanges will be made based on these scores, fully mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm for labor. Although many people don't understand Zheng Yi's decision, he is not obligated to explain anything. He directly issued a command, causing the entire gathering place to take action. Establishing such a processing factory is not difficult for this post-apocalyptic world. As a world that was once technologically advanced, it has already formed automated assembly line production factories. There are also many professionals, and with Zheng Yi personally taking action to set up blood formation arrays and bone-cutting formations, using zombie crystal cores as energy sources, a modern working environment can be formed. Therefore, as the highest ruler of the gathering place, Zheng Yi's orders are absolute. After his command was issued, a large number of personnel were dispatched to collect various equipment needed for the factory. The status of those experts in the mechanical field suddenly rose, quickly debugging and transforming machines, making contributions to the faster establishment of the zombie processing factory. Many hands make light work. In just half a month, the outline of a deep processing zombie handling factory has already taken shape. Zheng Yi personally visited the processing process of the first zombie. As he expected, after going through the blood pool, meat pool, white bone mountain, skin processing, crystal core workshop, and finally the deep processing workshop, a complete set of procedures was completed, leaving nothing of the zombie behind. It truly achieved rational utilization and sustainable production, not wasting a single bit. At the same time, the things produced by various workshops were separated and sent to various locations for storage. These were all strategic level supplies, greatly enhancing the efficiency of zombie utilization. Whether it was the blood flesh gourd, ghost infant, zombie blood bat incubation, or Zheng Yi's daily cultivation of bone armor, they all required a large amount of these resources. However, the speed at which the zombies were being processed still couldn't keep up with the usage speed. Zheng Yi briefly instructed to speed up the construction of supporting equipment and increase the factory's output. After the blood rice was brought to the apocalypse world, it quickly grew under the nourishment of the remaining zombie residue. Professional personnel mixed growth hormones, greatly reducing the time it took for growth by using the concentrated essence of zombie blood. However, it would still take at least 3 to 4 months for the first batch of blood rice to mature. These were magical plants cultivated from zombie flesh and blood, containing a unique life force. Of course, compared to the spirit rice in the Daya immortal domain, which takes 2 to 3 years to harvest a crop, the effect was worlds apart. But this blood rice tasted good. After being transformed by magical plants, the essence of zombie life contained within could be fully absorbed by the human body. Besides satisfying hunger, it could also to some extent enhance the physical qualities of the consumer. Those who consumed it regularly had a much higher probability of awakening supernatural abilities than others. As long as it had an effect, Zheng Yi didn't care how significant it was. After all, this was brought here for experimentation. The first batch of blood rice quotas were already full, mainly rewarding those who had high scores and made significant contributions to the blood flesh factory. This further motivated the entire gathering place. Laborers were the most honorable. Apart from providing basic necessities for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, the remaining people had to participate in labor to receive corresponding rewards. Free riding was unacceptable, and Zheng Yi deeply felt this problem. After this adjustment, talents emerged in the gathering place, attracting more survivors to come and live here. The points system also increased people's enthusiasm for work, making them more efficient. After all, Zheng Yi, a mysterious figure with a background, had brought visible changes to the entire gathering place. It was said that this blood rice, grown with zombie flesh and blood, could enhance physical qualities and even increase the probability of awakening supernatural abilities, which greatly excited everyone. For those with supernatural abilities, long-term consumption of this food would also rapidly increase the energy within their bodies, making their abilities stronger. It was considered a good resource for cultivation, although not as good as zombie crystal cores. However, it had stable output and great potential, so they worked harder. Of course, the reason Zheng Yi did all this was not for others. His main purpose was to increase his own strength and lay a solid foundation to keep up with his footsteps for future resources. But he was only responsible for overseeing the general situation and planning the outline. The rest had to be left to professionals. He didn't have the time or energy to waste on such trivial matters. So after arranging the optimization and governance of the gathering place, selecting talented individuals, and controlling the rapid development of the gathering place, he disappeared again and left the gathering place to go to other areas to kill zombies. Zheng Yi stood at the broken end of a bridge, with zombies lying behind him, scattered all over the place. The brains of each zombie had been cracked open, and all the zombie crystals had been taken out. Zheng Yi stood at the bridge pier of the broken bridge, looking down, only to see large black shadows surging in the flowing water, occasionally causing violent splashes, revealing their huge bodies covered in gray scales. There are really zombie fish in there. Thinking about the various information collected about the apocalypse, one of the records mentioned that not only humans turned into zombies, but many other creatures did as well, including fish in the water. However, Zheng Yi had always been in the city and hadn't carefully investigated this. At this moment, standing at the broken bridge, Zheng Yi looked down at the surging water, confirming the fact that there were indeed black shadows inside, and they all seemed quite large. Bang! A loud noise came from the water surface, and suddenly, Zheng Yi saw a big mouth opening in his line of sight. A huge fish leapt out of the water and bit towards him, who was standing on the broken bridge. Sharp teeth, mutated skull protruding forward, scales becoming large and tight, with a peculiar gray-brown color, emitting a pale deathly aura. The pair of whitened eyes were empty and lifeless, as if dead. Snap! The big mouth closed, biting off a large piece of the broken bridge, and the massive body turned around and fell down below. Zhong Taigong fishing, willing to be caught. If you're here, come up. Suddenly, Zheng Yi's figure appeared in midair, and black mist emerged from his body, extending forward like a giant python, rapidly growing dozens of meters in an instant, thick and massive, forming a ghostly claw that fiercely entangled the falling corpse fish. This huge mutated zombie fish actually paused in midair, swinging its huge tail, twisting back and forth, trying to break free from the invisible entanglement. With a flick of his finger, snap, the fish's head broke, revealing a huge hole, and a deep green crystal was picked out. The fish, now devoid of its crystal, weakly fell down. No wonder they say that mutated animals are more ferocious and powerful. Just by comparing the size and color of the crystal nucleus, there is already a significant difference. Looking at the crystal nucleus in his hand, which was about the size of an egg and had a deep green color, Zheng Yi couldn't help but say. Obviously, this crystal nucleus contained more life force and had better quality compared to the crystal nuclei of zombies of the same level. Zheng Yi found a good opportunity to plunder zombie crystal nuclei, constantly luring those mutated zombie fish, killing them directly, taking only the crystal nuclei, and ignoring the bodies. Having stayed here for a whole day, Zheng Yi witnessed zombie fish ranging from 5 to 15 meters in size. Although the quantity was not large, the quality was better. Moreover, Zheng Yi also discovered that the zombie fish mutated almost every 5 levels, becoming a more powerful level of zombie fish. For example, those below 5 meters were considered first-level zombie fish, while those below 10 meters were second level, and those below 15 meters were third level, and so on. In this section of the river that passed through the city, Zheng Yi had almost cleared out all the mutated zombie fish that survived in the water, and then he left. Immediately, Zheng Yi went to other areas of Luo City, going wherever there were more zombie hordes and zombie creatures. During this process, Zheng Yi no longer had much interest in ordinary zombies, but instead focused on stronger mutated zombies. Only the zombie crystal nuclei they provided could temper his body. Ordinary zombie crystal nuclei were not completely useless to him, but their effectiveness was already very low. Swish! A strange-looking zombie with its eyes covered by skin and an eye growing on its forehead suddenly attacked Zheng Yi, shooting a red light directly at his chest. Puff! A flash of fire appeared, leaving a black mark on Zheng Yi's chest robe. It seemed to have no major impact and didn't even penetrate his clothes. As his cultivation reached the high stage of qi refining, a protective shield-like barrier formed on the surface of the cultivator's body. The attack from the one-eyed zombie had a hint of sneakiness, but the energy it contained was too low to cause significant damage to a high-stage qi refining cultivator. If it were in the early days of the apocalypse, this attack would have caused considerable damage to Zheng Yi. Die. A flying sword descended like lightning, piercing through the one-eyed zombie and flying out from the back of its head, carrying a crimson crystal nucleus, returning to Zheng Yi's hand. In order to find mutated zombies that contained higher-level crystal nuclei, as well as zombie beasts, Zheng Yi ventured into areas of Luo City that he had never been to before, encountering increasingly strange zombies. There were one-eyed zombies that emitted red beams, flying zombies with membrane wings, zombies that seemed to have escaped from a zoo, such as giant zombie tigers, and zombie lion packs that dominated a territory. Of course, these powerful zombies also provided Zheng Yi with a large number of precious crystal nuclei for his cultivation. 3 months later, in the Apocalypse world. Gathering place. Zombie Flesh Factory Workshop Number 3, Zombie Bone Storage Room. In front of Zheng Yi were various zombie crystal nuclei. Although the quantity this time was fewer, the quality had greatly improved. Behind him, however, were piles and piles of bones, forming a small mountain. Although these bones had a humanoid shape, each one was deformed, with bone spurs growing out and tailbones being the most common occurrence. Some were as tall as 2 to 3 meters, while others resembled crawling animals. Without exception, these bones contained extremely peculiar zombie evolutionary energy. All of them were zombie skeletons that had been processed by the Flesh Factory during this period. The Bone Demon Path is an important sect in the Dia Immortal domain. Among them, beast bones are the worst, human bones are second, and cultivator bones are the best. But for thousands of years, I'm probably the first person to cultivate using zombie skeletons. According to reason, all zombies have undergone powerful mutations and evolutions. Since the zombie crystal nuclei contain such pure life energy, it doesn't make sense for the zombie skeletons to be useless. Even if they are not as good as the remains of local cultivators in the Dia Immortal domain, they are still much stronger than ordinary mortals. Most importantly, in the Dia Immortal domain, whether it's mortal bones or cultivator bones, obtaining them requires a price. But in this Apocalypse world, I have a continuous supply of zombie skeletons. Although the effect of a single zombie skeleton is not significant, if I refine 10,000 or 1 million zombie skeletons, how powerful will my bone armor cultivation become? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Quantity leads to satiety. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. First, set a small goal, refine 10,000 zombie skeletons. It is feared that it will cause earth-shattering changes to the bone casting technique. By then, true bone armor will be created. Zheng Yi took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and held 2 deep green zombie crystals the size of eggs in his palms. He casually crushed them and poured the liquid they contained into his mouth. Last time, when practicing the mysterious evil body tempering technique, White Jade Bone chapter and the bone casting technique, he only preliminarily refined the white jade bones, but there is still a huge potential for progress. Especially the bone casting technique, a demonic secret technique that can continuously temper oneself by absorbing the essence of bones, enhancing the strength and defensive power of the bone armor. Even if a large amount of bone essence is absorbed, it is possible to undergo qualitative changes and produce certain miraculous reactions and abilities. In fact, to some extent, it is like refining a law weapon using the bone armor that extends from the body's bones. It is also known as bone refining magic armor. It is similar to many demonic beasts. Although they do not have law weapons like humans, a certain part of their naturally strong bodies, when continuously tempered with demonic power, can become a terrifying weapon, or even transform into a life-bound demonic treasure. Bone armor, your method is ingeniously similar. Even the demonic cultivators observed the life-bound weapons of demonic beasts and developed this demonic secret technique. Since humans do not have the sharp fangs and claws of demonic beasts, the turtle shell of a turtle, the tail of a scorpion, or the teeth of a tiger, they create their own by extracting a part of their bones from their flesh and blood to forge a law weapon. This is the train of thought for creating spells by demonic cultivators. Unlike orthodox cultivators who adhere to the principles of the natural cycle, demonic spells and secret techniques mostly go against human nature, being cunning and eccentric, departing from common sense, which is why they can unleash terrifying killing power. This is the true essence of refining bone armor. Accompanied by the massive life force surging from the zombie crystals into his body, Zheng Yi's body surface immediately emitted a white light, revealing a bone armor that covered other parts. The flowing crystal clear liquid circulated on the surface of the bone armor, emitting a shimmering color like stars in the night, radiating beautiful brilliance. The surface of the bone armor began to change. The originally smooth surface of the armor became rougher and larger. The life force flowed along the bones, extending outwards little by little, forming spikes on the edges. Behind Zheng Yi, beneath him, countless prepared zombie skeletons had their pure bone essence extracted. Through invisible channels, the essence continuously flowed into Zheng Yi's body. Under the terrifying devouring effect, the zombie skeletons gradually became dry and dull, losing their luster. They collapsed and turned into bone powder with the slightest vibration, like bones buried in the desert for hundreds of years. Within a 3 to 4 meter radius around Zheng Yi, a huge space quickly expanded. The zombie skeletons that approached him were crushed and decayed one by one. More zombie skeletons were pulled by invisible forces and quickly drained of their moisture and essence by Zheng Yi's dark magic secret technique, weathering into dust. Due to the abundant life force and the continuous gathering of zombie bone essence, Zheng Yi's bone armor twisted and deformed. Sharp spikes emerged along the outer edges, shimmering with a sharp cold light. Several sharp spikes protruded upwards from his shoulders, pointing straight to the sky with dominance. The crystal clear white light interwove between the bones, forming an airtight net that completely enveloped Zheng Yi's body. Having learned from the previous experience, Zheng Yi was well prepared this time, especially with the crystal cores he took out. They came from those special mutated zombie monsters, and the life force contained in the cores was several times greater than that of ordinary zombie crystal cores. Combined with the supplementation of numerous zombie bone essence, the bone forging technique of the dark magic secret technique finally found its place. Zheng Yi could fully display his skills and crazily devour unique evolutionary resources. As each zombie crystal core was swallowed, the prepared mountain of zombie skeletons decayed and turned into dust. A massive influx of zombie bone essence poured into Zheng Yi's body and flowed along the circuit of the bone forging technique, covering the surface of his body with the layer of bone armor. The entire bone armor became more perfect, like a delicate piece of artwork. It shimmered with a brilliant silver luster, and the sharp tips were enough to make people feel a deadly oppression. Finally, with the last zombie crystal core swallowed and the last trace of zombie bone consumed, the life force erupted like a volcano, flowing through Zheng Yi's jade-like bones and finally covering the surface of the external bone armor, forming a complete set of fierce and sturdy armor. With this level of strength, I can at least withstand a full-force attack from a foundation-building stage cultivator. Zheng Yi spoke with great confidence. At the same time, the spiritual power within him surged, and waves of spiritual power erupted from various places, running wildly along the newly opened meridians, bringing the life energy that had not been completely absorbed after refining the bones into various parts of his body. As a result, his aura continued to rise, and a fierce momentum surged out like a tidal wave, with Zheng Yi at the center, causing a gust of wind to howl outward. Beside Zheng Yi, there were numerous low-grade spirit stones arranged in a small spirit-gathering formation. At this moment, these spirit stones were rapidly depleting at a visible speed, shattering one by one in the blink of an eye. A dense white spiritual mist formed, almost enveloping Zheng Yi's entire body. In a short period of time, Zheng Yi's aura continuously broke through, directly reaching the peak of the 7th layer of qi refining, while the energy contained within his body was not completely consumed, continuing to surge towards the shackles of the peak. Crack! With a crisp sound, the shackles that imprisoned his cultivation realm were directly broken, and his aura soared. Zheng Yi's aura at this moment directly broke through the peak of the 7th layer of qi refining, reaching the height of the 8th layer of qi refining. It must be said that this breakthrough came at a critical moment of physical transformation. Coupled with the significant enhancement of physical quality from the life force contained in the zombie crystal nucleus, Zheng Yi's comprehension had also reached a certain level, making the breakthrough a natural and effortless process. In just 3 months, Zheng Yi's strength further improved. Not only did he refine the white jade bone chapter of the profound fiend body tempering technique, but he also simultaneously practiced the demonic secret technique, bone forging technique. Using the essence of numerous zombie bones as nutrients, he refined the bone armor on the basis of the white jade skeleton, and even continuously broke through in terms of cultivation realm, directly reaching the 8th layer of qi refining. If he were to return to the sect at this realm, he would be more than qualified to hold a position as an executive. Of course, with Zheng Yi's own accumulation, plus the soul-capturing banner as his trump card, his strength was far from what it appeared on the surface. Cultivation and physical body are directly proportional. The physical body is the boat to cross the world, while Qi refining is riding the wind and breaking the waves. They complement each other and actually have mutual benefits. Ordinary cultivators cannot cultivate both at the same time, as it would consume resources severely, but I don't have this problem. It seems that in the future, while improving my cultivation, I also need to pay attention to the enhancement of my physical body. Zheng Yi, who focused on enhancing his physical quality, completely did not expect that this unintentional act would yield such results, like a small eruption after accumulation. As his physical body broke through, his cultivation realm also continuously broke through. He was only one realm away from the foundation building stage, with only the 9th layer of Qi refining remaining. In the post-apocalyptic world, in the gathering place. With the establishment of the deep processing factory for zombie flesh, a large number of workers were assigned jobs, and the gathering place became much more prosperous. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces, no need to worry or be afraid. The gathering place was very powerful, and life had a sense of direction. Except for the beginning, some workers were not accustomed to the entire process of stripping zombies, but after seeing it many times, it was just a normal thing. After all, it was all fully mechanized operation, coupled with the mysterious formation arranged by Zheng Yi, which could treat zombies as pigs or sheep, skinning, tendon removal, deboning, meat trimming, blood extraction, and the whole process was like an assembly line. After all, it was the end of the world. Which survivor hadn't seen blood? Those who could survive were basically not easy to deal with, and the mutated zombies had long become monsters in various forms. They couldn't be considered human, so everyone was used to it. In a hall, a huge beast lay prostrate, occupying a space of 30 square meters. Its body was so full that its wings were slightly curled up. It lay there with a pair of crimson eyes, as big as lanterns. Its exposed sharp teeth were extremely sharp, emitting a suffocating chill. The unconscious aura it emitted was terrifying, and the pressure was like a mountain pressing down, making it almost impossible to breathe. This huge creature lowered its head and almost crawled on the ground. On top of its head, there was a hand resting, and the owner of the hand leaned against the beast, gently stroking it. However, this creature remained motionless, as gentle as a lamb, completely concealing its terrifying nature. This creature was the mature form of the zombie blood bat progenitor, Cain. After devouring a large amount of zombie flesh provided by the gathering place, it had grown completely in just 4 months. It had to be said that the zombie blood bat progenitor, Cain, was truly a mutated demonic fetus with tremendous growth potential. After devouring a large amount of zombie flesh, its entire body rapidly expanded like an inflated balloon. In just 4 months, its strength had already approached the threshold of the foundation building stage. Even in the Great Yi immortal domain, with Zheng Yi's knowledge, he had never seen any creature that could grow and develop as quickly as this monster. This had already exceeded Zheng Yi's own understanding. Moreover, Zheng Yi felt that this was not yet the limit of the zombie blood bat progenitor, Cain. If it continued to be provided with a large amount of zombie flesh and consumed more zombie crystal cores, forcefully breaking through the barrier of the foundation building stage would not be a hindrance at all. This made Zheng Yi even more grateful for the preparations he had made before. Slave-beast contract, master-slave soul contract, soul blood seal, soul locking ring, demon seeding technique, divine mind connection, mind control seed, a total of 7 restraints, plus Zheng Yi's own taming methods, were enough to tame the zombie blood bat ancestor Cain into a loyal dog. Otherwise, the zombie blood bat ancestor Cain could evolve at any time. If it suddenly broke through the foundation building stage, as the owner, Zheng Yi would definitely be in trouble if he didn't have absolute control. Although with his current methods, he was capable of dealing with the backlash from this ferocious monster, it was still necessary to be cautious. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if something went wrong. At that time, the first one the zombie blood bat ancestor Cain would deal with would definitely be him. Even if it hadn't broken through the foundation building stage yet, judging from the talent of this monster, it would be quite troublesome for an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of foundation building to deal with it. During this period of time Zheng Yi had been testing it, this monster not only had lightning-fast speed and immense strength, but also cunning thoughts. It was a natural predator, no less skilled than the most experienced hunter. Physical strength was secondary. The key was that this monster was naturally sensitive to blood attributes. It could devour the blood of creatures to evolve, emit invisible soul-sucking sound waves, and deliver destructive blows to intangible and immaterial spirit bodies, causing ordinary fierce ghosts and vengeful spirits to instantly disperse. Moreover, during the battle, the zombie blood bat ancestor Cain could control the blood within a creature, causing it to flow in reverse and affecting the opponent's strength, thereby counter-attacking with a single move. Most importantly, just like the ancestor demon bat in the Dia immortal domain, the blood bat offspring contaminated by Cain's bloodline were completely under its control. It was like the source of a bloodline, with all its offspring providing a continuous stream of benefits, willingly being forcibly devoured by it without any complaints. If it wasn't Zheng Yi who was controlling Cain right now, but an ordinary qi refining peak cultivator, they would probably have already been backlashed. If it weren't for the many contracts and methods he had previously established, it would probably be impossible for Zheng Yi, at the 8th level of qi refining, to suppress it. However, in these 4 months, the zombie blood bat ancestor Cain had already reached maturity and had relied on its own bloodline contamination to breed more bloodline offspring from ordinary bat eggs. Indeed, through Zheng Yi's inspection, the zombie blood bat Cain appeared to be male in external appearance, but it actually had no reproductive ability. As a mutated demon fetus, it seemed that the heavens had directly deprived it of the right to reproduce. But strangely enough, this monster with tremendous potential had inherited the strong contaminating nature of the zombie bloodline. It could use its own essence blood to contaminate other bat eggs, transforming them into its own bloodline offspring. Zheng Yi calls this method, initial embrace. And those contaminated blood bat eggs will be transformed into zombie blood bats, becoming obedient offspring and puppets under the absolute control of the progenitor blood bat. Zheng Yi calls them the first generation of zombie blood bats because they directly inherit Cain's zombie bloodline. The first generation has the greatest potential, and they do not have reproductive isolation. They can naturally reproduce with ordinary blood bats, and the offspring they give birth to are the second generation. The potential of each generation's bloodline weakens slightly, until it eventually becomes mediocre and becomes slave bats. The connection of the entire bloodline originates from Cain and extends downward like a pyramid. The higher-ups have strong suppression over the lower ones, and all authority ultimately belongs to Cain, the source of this mutated zombie bloodline. Due to the ferocious nature of the progenitor Cain, any creature that enters its sight will be attacked. Only Zheng Yi, relying on the means of a contract, can appease this ferocious monster. Therefore, Zheng Yi follows the entire process of Cain contaminating other blood bat eggs with his own blood, fearing that this ferocious creature will directly devour these bat eggs as nutrients. Under the initial embrace of Cain's blood, each bat egg, about the size of an apple, gradually transforms its bloodline and acquires a certain specific zombie lineage. Inside each crystal-clear eggshell, there are tiny bat pups hidden, rolling onto the ground, resembling exquisite gemstones. Zheng Yi picks up a bat egg that rolled to his feet and gazes at the red light surging within it. It contains a unique energy and a strong life force. That special energy should be the bloodline energy inherited from the progenitor Cain of the zombie blood bat. Zheng Yi is very satisfied with the initial embrace contamination of these first-generation zombie blood bat eggs. He pats the tired head of the massive progenitor Cain beside him and whispers softly, "Very good, your current task is to take good care of your body and have a continuous supply of zombie flesh as nutrients. I believe your body will recover soon. Produce more refined blood, create more first-generation zombie blood bats, that is your current task. More importantly, hatch more blood eggs of parasitic bats with unique types." Yes, this is Zheng Yi's most crucial goal. After Zheng Yi's experiments, he discovered a unique form of bat among the first-generation zombie blood bats that had been initially embraced by the progenitor Cain, or rather, a mutant. Zheng Yi named this variant form the parasitic bat. According to his tests, this special form of parasitic bat can parasitize the human body when it is still an infant or a bat egg, forming a unique symbiotic relationship and giving birth to a special form of evolved humans. Similar to those with supernatural abilities, humans integrated with parasitic bats not only experience a significant increase in physical strength, speed, and reaction intensity, but also gain the ability to control their own blood energy and manipulate the blood of others. They can also accumulate energy by absorbing zombie crystal nuclei and the blood of other creatures, leading to the evolution of their life forms. Therefore, Zheng Yi values this form of the zombie blood bat. Compared to ordinary zombie blood bats, this parasitic bat is rare in number, but once it integrates with humans, it forms a symbiotic relationship of mutual life and death. The spiritual potential of human physique, combined with the ability of the zombie blood bat to control blood evolution, immediately made Zheng Yi realize the development potential of this path. How is this different from the bat demons in the immortal cultivation world? Even in the immortal domain of Daya, there are some cultivators who actively use various demonic secret techniques, even demonic arts, and integrate with various demons and evil creatures in order to pursue greater power. However, although this approach can provide short-term powerful strength, it also comes with great side effects. But now, with the appearance of this variant form of the parasitic bat, Zheng Yi sees a stable evolutionary path. In order to obtain more accurate experimental data, Zheng Yi has issued a reward notice in the gathering place, offering generous rewards to find volunteers to test the experimental data after integrating with these parasitic bats. However, as the highest controller, he will not intentionally conceal information or speak in a roundabout way. The entire project is currently in the development stage, and all testers are like experimental guinea pigs, facing unpredictable dangers and the possibility of death during the experiment. But as long as they pass the preliminary tests, they will receive generous rewards, and even if they die, they can designate beneficiaries. On the other hand, now is the time for mass production of supernaturals, with no charge and abundant resources. Once the experiment is successful and the evolutionary path is developed, it will be absolutely impossible for ordinary people to obtain such treatment again. It will require significant contributions or extraordinary talent and potential. This is an opportunity for ordinary people to change their destiny, but it comes with great risks. Once this announcement was made, it immediately caused a huge wave in the gathering place, with some people eager to try and others keeping their distance. At times like this, there is never a shortage of people willing to risk their lives, so Zheng Yi is not worried about finding test subjects. As for the choices they make, it is up to individuals to decide. This is a major plan that Zheng Yi has been planning for a long time. In this post-apocalyptic world, spiritual energy is rare, and the path of development and evolution is completely different from that of the immortal domain of Daya. In order to permanently control the gathering place and expand rapidly, occupying an important position in the post-apocalyptic world, the first thing Zheng Yi needs to do is to find a stable evolutionary path. By rapidly improving the overall quality of the residents in the gathering place, he can select more powerful warriors, expand territories, and collect and plunder various cultivation resources. In the process, he also needs to ensure that he has absolute control over the entire gathering place, so that there will be no rebellious individuals within the gathering place after the evolution channel is opened, to prevent betrayal and to avoid being used as a pawn by others. Zheng Yi referred to the practices of the Blood Bat Demon Palace's Blood Bat Old Demon in the immortal domain of Daya. Since he has now recultivated a new ancestor of the zombie blood bat using zombie flesh and blood, and in the breeding of bloodline descendants, a special variant form of parasitic bat has emerged. Therefore, according to the logic of this bloodline hierarchy, he can completely create a blood bat army that belongs solely to him and is under his full control. By selecting elite talents within the gathering place and ultimately integrating them with the parasitic bats, with the zombie blood bat ancestor as the link, he can completely control the entire base. However, this matter is arduous and far-reaching, and cannot be completed overnight. Zheng Yi predicts that it will take at least 1 or 2 years to form initial combat effectiveness. Fortunately, the gathering place now has sufficient personnel and can carry out internal circulation, saving him a lot of effort and time. Zheng Yi has always been clear about his purpose in coming to this world. He is not here to be a nanny and does not have any unnecessary saintly or sympathetic feelings. What he needs are capable subordinates, a group of loyal hunting dogs who can bring him greater benefits, not a group of submissive people who hope to rely on his protection. Therefore, now the people in the gathering place also need to make a choice. Whether to go out and change their fate or to struggle and barely survive, normal people should have their own judgment. According to Zheng Yi's own calculations, once a large number of blood bat warriors are successfully cultivated, the combat power of the entire gathering place will rapidly expand at a rate of more than 10 times, allowing for outward expansion. The first target is to occupy the entire Luo city and seize more resources from the post-apocalyptic world. This will effectively contribute to the development of the gathering place and become Zheng Yi's right-hand man. Both aspects complement each other, and for Zheng Yi, it is a good thing no matter which way you look at it. Have you heard? The gathering place has started recruiting volunteers. They say that with some breakthrough in technology, integrated union, one can become an Esper. Is this true? Yes. This news was personally announced by the highest commander of the gathering place, and it has been announced more than once. The first batch is recruiting 100 volunteers. In the future, if you want to try, you must provide 1,000 contribution points to the gathering place. The opportunity is very rare. Then I must become an Esper. I'm going to sign up now. You better not. The required personnel must meet certain physical qualifications to be selected, and this experiment carries great risks. Only desperados dare to participate. Then I want to give it a try too. I've had enough of this miserable life. It's better to die early and be free. What if I become an Esper? One piece of news completely ignited the entire gathering place, and conversations like this were happening everywhere in the gathering place. With continuous development and construction, the gathering place now has a population of about 30,000, making it a relatively large gathering place. The news directly transmitted from the upper echelons of the gathering place drove everyone crazy. The opportunity to become an Esper from an ordinary person is like reaching the heavens in one step. In the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people are disposable waste, and even if they survive, they are at the bottom of society, doing the most difficult work, eating the most unappetizing food, and living in the most dilapidated environment, barely surviving. On the other hand, Espers are esteemed guests in all factions, possessing extremely powerful abilities and considerable influence. They are at the top of the pyramid, looking down on the many commoners, wielding the power of life and death, and enjoying various other benefits. It is not an exaggeration to say that Espers and ordinary people are almost like two different worlds, and it is unlikely that they will ever have the opportunity to interact. Now, there is such an opportunity to reach the heavens in one step right in front of them. It is believed that as long as one is not a fool, they will make the right choice. When the leader of the gathering place handed over the list of applicants to Zheng Yi, he was also shocked. Why are there so many? The list had a total of 3,700 people applying to participate in the experiment, far exceeding Zheng Yi's expectations. Originally, he thought that due to the uncertainty of the experiment, there would be at most a few hundred applicants, but almost half of the able-bodied men joined the application, which was obviously something he hadn't anticipated. It is clear that Zheng Yi is not a native of the post-apocalyptic world and therefore cannot understand the thoughts of these people. Select 100 qualified candidates from among them, train them, and then proceed with integrated union, Zheng Yi ordered. Although these applicants are all able-bodied men, many of them have not reached the physical standards for integrated union due to long-term malnutrition and need to be trained for a period of time. The blood, rice and other food materials collected earlier, due to their limited production, have not been widely promoted. Now they can be used to train these experimenters. Just 1 week later, these experimenters' physical conditions met the requirements. Under the arrangement of the gathering place, they began the process of integrated union with the parasitic bat eggs. In fact, this integration is quite easy. It only requires placing the parasitic bat eggs in the position of the heart, leaving a wound, and the egg will slowly enter the body and integrate with the heart. After trying various methods, this was the most reasonable and convenient way of integrated union. As it was the first integrated union ceremony, Zheng Yi personally supervised it, and there were many powerful espers around to prevent accidents. Roar! In the venue of integrated union, the person being tested started off normal, but soon his face turned red, his eyes widened, and blood vessels burst, showing a painful expression. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out several intense screams. His skin gradually turned red and hot, and then began to peel off bit by bit. The flesh around his hands and feet grew visible claws at a rapid speed. A wound opened on his back, and a half-length flesh-colored bat wing emerged, slightly flapping before crashing onto the ground. Just as he stood up, a bloody figure appeared on the ground. He swung his bloody body and greedily looked at the others before pouncing. Freeze. Standing at the top, overlooking everything happening below, Zheng Yi pointed his finger, and instantly, the failed evolution monster was frozen in place, unable to move. Crush. With a flick of Zheng Yi's finger, the originally humanoid flesh monster was directly crushed into a lump of flesh and fell to the ground, then someone took it away. Ah! As the first mutated flesh monster died, like a fuse, one by one, figures screamed and fell to the ground, directly turning into a blurry mass of flesh. Obviously, they couldn't withstand the powerful vitality inside the parasitic bat eggs and disintegrated. In the end, only a little over 30 humans survived. It seems that the integrated union of parasitic bat eggs is not very high. The success rate of only 30% made Zheng Yi furrow his brows slightly. Roar. Suddenly, the figures standing in the field began to roar towards the sky, their clothes bursting open, revealing their muscular bodies. Blood vessels circulated within them, and their eyes flickered with a crimson color. The nails on their 5-fingered hands began to grow wildly, crystal clear like jade, with a blood-like color, turning into sharp claws. Their eyes turned bloodshot, their teeth became sharp, and a pair of huge blood-colored bat wings spread out behind them as their bodies slowly floated up. The true zombie blood bat warriors. Looking at the rising zombie blood bat warriors one by one, Zheng Yi nodded slightly in satisfaction. Then, he shouted loudly, and the blood color in everyone's eyes faded away. Their bodies returned to normal and landed on the ground. Obviously, during their first transformation into blood bat warriors, the bloodthirsty aura caused these ordinary people who suddenly gained immense power to lose their souls. It was only in Zheng Yi's loud shout that they regained their clarity and recovered. I survived. I succeeded. Shocked and delighted voices rang out, and they stared blankly at the bloody ground around them for a moment. Although they were not sure what had happened, they knew that something unexpected had occurred during the experiment, and their companions did not successfully evolve. Congratulations on becoming superhumans. Become the first group of blood warriors with great potential and power in the gathering place. With Zheng Yi's voice, cheers broke the silence in the space. These people were taken away from here and would be strictly trained. Their treatment would be improved, and they would become the elite of the gathering place, constantly monitored in terms of their growth path and development. Compared to ordinary people, the success rate of evolution for those with abilities reaches 90%, which is similar to the success rate of those few death row prisoners in the immortal domain of Daya. In fact, besides this group of ordinary people, there is also a part of the gathering place where some individuals with abilities have participated in experiments in order to obtain more powerful abilities. The effect of the experiment is much better than this time, and the success rate of integrated union with the parasitic bat eggs of the integrated union can reach about 90%. Although it cannot improve their own level of abilities, their own energy value is greatly enhanced. Currently, everyone has obtained the ability to transform, possessing the special ability of controlling blood as a blood warrior, and can absorb zombie crystals and blood for cultivation. On the side of the immortal domain of Daya, the Qi family has also prepared many death row prisoners. In the demon realm, becoming a death row prisoner is not only a cause for public anger, but also a heinous crime. They are burdened with blood debts and there is not a single innocent person among them. Zheng Yi has no psychological burden when it comes to using them for integrated union. The results are similar to those on the side of individuals with abilities, with 9 out of 10 death row cultivators succeeding. However, perhaps the body refining systems of the two worlds are completely different, and their paths of development and evolution are also different, resulting in obvious differences after integrated union with the parasitic bat eggs, leading to the emergence of two completely different forms of evolution. Unlike the blood warrior system in the apocalypse world, they directly awaken blood-based abilities and grow huge bat wings. On the side of the immortal domain of Daya, after the death row cultivators undergo integrated union with the parasitic bat eggs, they directly devour a large amount of spiritual energy and undergo a peculiar change in their spiritual power system, ultimately undergoing integrated union, resembling the birth process of a bat demon with a human form. In the end, those who succeed in integrated union will produce a kind of blood-spirit root within their bodies, transforming their physical constitution into a certain kind of blood demon, becoming a certain kind of blood demon constitution. Immortal domain of Daya. In the demon realm, in the mining area of Badong town, there is a secret base of the Qi family. This is a hidden valley, chosen by Qi Lin after Zheng Yi took control of the entire Qi family. This place is desolate, with very few people. Standing at a high point, Zheng Yi overlooks the valley, with Qi Lin explaining softly by his side. My lord, the basic results of the experiments and tests during this period have already been obtained. After the initial participation of those death row cultivators in the integrated union experiment with the parasitic bats, we have obtained first-hand information, confirmed the safety and stability, and have begun selecting a loyal group of members within the family to participate in the final tests. These tests are conducted under top-secret conditions, and all participants must make a solemn oath, undergo a thorough examination of their conscience, and confirm that there are no issues before they can enter here. These are the Qi family cultivators who have just assimilated the bat eggs. They used to be peripheral members of the family, with low status and not receiving much attention. They were marginalized and couldn't see any hope of advancement. Now, my lord has given them a chance. Everyone is grateful and willing to sacrifice themselves for my lord, even if it means shedding blood and sacrificing their lives. In the valley, there were dozens of Qi family cultivators scattered about, each wearing only a pair of shorts, emitting a crimson-red glow from their bodies. On their chests, there was a vivid red bat tattoo, appearing lifelike as if a living blood bat was imprinted on their muscles and skin. After integrating with the parasitic bat eggs, these Qi family cultivators developed a special blood demon physique, allowing them to absorb essence blood and spiritual energy to enhance their cultivation. Beside them was a huge pool, constantly being supplied with fresh blood. As they practiced their techniques, the thick blood in the pool evaporated, transforming into strands of bloody aura that wafted around. The Qi family cultivators inhaled and swallowed this aura, which flowed into their meridians along with their spiritual energy. A faint scent of blood permeated the air. The Qi family cultivators, who had already transformed into blood demons, became increasingly pale, occasionally flashing abnormal blood-red hues. However, their aura grew stronger and deeper. These cultivators had set up a large spirit gathering array beneath their feet, with each node adorned with low-grade spirit stones. With the cultivation of the blood demon Dao techniques, blood refining demon art, and blood god's claw, the spirit stones continuously released abundant spiritual energy. Standing at a high point, Zheng Yi's gaze flickered. Although he was far away, he could clearly see the abnormalities occurring on the Qi family cultivators who were practicing below. He could clearly see that almost every Qi family cultivator practicing the blood refining art had grown a freely moving, ferocious bat head on their neck, chest, or back. With their small eyes and sharp fangs, these bat heads greedily devoured the mixed aura of blood, essence, and spiritual energy in the surroundings. This made these cultivators appear extremely strange. Having already transformed into blood demons, they now had an additional peculiar bat head. This could be considered a side effect that wasn't too detrimental. The unique form of the parasitic bat allowed it to integrate with cultivators from the Daya immortal domain, but it wasn't a matter of one devouring the other. Instead, they mutually integrated and parasitized each other. Therefore, these parasitic bat eggs themselves did not completely die, but rather formed an alternative symbiotic relationship with the cultivators. It was because of this that the Qi family cultivators obtained a talent similar to blood spiritual roots, making their cultivation of the blood demon Dao techniques twice as effective, allowing them to progress rapidly. These bat heads are the symbiotic bodies of the parasitic bats. However, they have low intelligence and only possess instincts. The control over the body is still primarily determined by the cultivator's will. They don't have much impact on the body, but instead greatly enhance the cultivator's strength, speed, and endurance during battles and the practice of blood refining techniques. Qi Lin respectfully stood by Zheng Yi's side, deliberately positioning himself half a step behind Zheng Yi. His attitude was exceptionally deferential as he pointed to the bat heads growing on the bodies of the Qi family cultivators in the valley. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi nodded slightly. He had a conjecture in his mind. After integrating with the parasitic bats, these cultivators spontaneously developed blood spiritual roots and acquired a physique similar to blood demons, allowing them to cultivate the blood demon Dao techniques. And this bat head was actually a necessary characteristic. Since Qi Lin said that the bat head didn't harm the body, didn't compete for control with the cultivator, and instead greatly enhanced the parasite's strength, speed, and stamina, it could be said that it had many benefits. The slight side effect was not a big deal. Unlike righteous cultivators, demonic cultivators, especially those who lived in extremely harsh environments, didn't care much about what grew on their bodies as long as it enhanced their strength. After all, some demonic cultivators abandoned their human race entirely in order to increase their strength, transforming themselves into zombies or even some kind of monster. Such things happened every day in the demon realm. Moreover, based on the data and research results from Zheng Yi's recent observations and the research conducted by the Blood Warriors in the Doomsday World, if the strength of these Qi family cultivators could be raised to a certain level or perfectly integrated with the parasitic bats, completely merging their flesh and blood, these peculiarities of their bodies could be released or concealed. Of course, there is also a drawback. Qilin hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. These modified cultivators, after their bodies have been transformed into blood monsters, develop a fanatic addiction to fresh blood. Through testing, it has been found that the higher the level of the creature's blood containing spiritual power, the stronger the temptation for them. Therefore, these blood monster cultivators need to regularly replenish a certain amount of essence blood. Otherwise, they are prone to losing control, losing their rationality, and going mad, attacking other cultivators indiscriminately. What Qilin said, Zheng Yi had already anticipated in his heart. After all, the ancestor of the parasitic bat, Cain, was a mutant demon fetus, a creature that should not have been born normally. It inherited the bloodline of the blood bat from the Daya immortal domain, as well as a more corrosive zombie bloodline. It is precisely because the zombie bloodline itself has an intense craving and addiction to fresh blood, as well as a desire to attack, that these cultivators who have undergone the transformation of the parasitic bat may lose control without the replenishment of essence blood. Even the first batch of surviving zombie bat warriors in the post-apocalyptic world need to consume a large amount of essence blood from living creatures, zombie crystals, or blood beads refined from zombie flesh to quickly increase their strength. The cultivators of the Daya immortal domain are not ordinary people themselves. Their bodies have been specially modified with spiritual energy, making them more in line with their origins. Their blood monster physique is more suitable for cultivation, and their self-control and willpower are stronger. Just the need for regular replenishment of essence blood can suppress the strong desire for killing deep in their souls, which is already a much better result. Of course, from this point, it can also be seen that in two worlds with completely different energy levels, the world of high spirits has a stronger adaptability and resistance than the world without spirits, even surpassing the creatures and humans in that world. Or it can be said that the cultivators in the Daya immortal domain have a higher level of evolution compared to the ability users in the post-apocalyptic world. On the other hand, Zheng Yi became even more certain of one thing. He deeply suspected, and even had ideas and evidence. The calamities in the post-apocalyptic world are definitely not just caused by the so-called zombie virus. There must be deeper reasons and some kind of mysterious power involved, otherwise, the source of the zombie bloodline would not have formed. It is even more impossible for a cultivator from the Daya immortal domain to be infected by a mere zombie virus. Even a low-level Qi refining stage cultivator who can transform their physique into a bloodline similar to a half-blood monster and half-human state is by no means simple. There are similar things in the Daya immortal domain, but they are all precious treasures of heaven and earth. Standing at a high place, Zheng Yi looked at the valley, watching the increasingly intense fluctuations caused by the blood refining technique practiced by the Qilin cultivators in the valley, and the faint red blood mist slowly rising in the air. These are highly corrosive yin erosion blood demons, which are delicious seasonings for cultivators practicing the blood demon Dao. But what is honey to them is poison to cultivators practicing righteous techniques. Once they come into contact with yin erosion blood demons, the result is bound to be the corrosion of their spiritual nature and damage to their Dao foundation. It is not uncommon for them to lose their lives carelessly. The Dao disappears and people perish. This is not a joke. As the Qilin cultivators continued their practice, the yin erosion blood demons gradually enveloped the entire valley. From a distance, the entire valley seemed to be shrouded in a layer of red mist, giving off a strange and eerie aura. It can be concluded that as more and more modified cultivators practice the blood demon Dao secret techniques and demonic arts here, this valley will eventually become a dangerous place where mortals are forbidden to enter. Even now, because of the surging yin erosion blood demons, there is no vegetation in every corner of the valley, let alone any living creatures. Even ants and insects cannot be seen. The ultimate result is that even the rocks will be completely contaminated by the blood aura. Zheng Yi stood at a high place, just watching and listening quietly to Qilin's report, without speaking, until the first round of blood refining practice by the Qilin cultivators below ended. He nodded silently. After integrating with the parasitic bat eggs, he found that these cultivators with blood monster physiques had slow progress in practicing other types of techniques. However, if they practice the blood demon Dao techniques and demonic arts, their progress would be greatly accelerated, often achieving twice the result with half the effort. Although it was only one cultivation session, Zheng Yi could feel that the strength of these Qilin cultivators was visibly increasing. This kind of progress can be clearly felt. After the integrated union parasitic bat eggs, the cultivators with blood demon physique are practically born blood demon Dao seeds. Although they are still limited by the grade of the parasitic bat eggs and the cultivators' own aptitude, their bloodline aptitude has clearly improved significantly. Indeed, after conducting experiments on death row cultivators, the Qi family's group of people involved in the entire plan did not have much time, but many of them have made initial progress in practicing the blood demon Dao secret techniques, and there are numerous breakthroughs in cultivation levels. According to Qilin's report, the first batch of combat power should be formed within 2 years. There are several pillars in the peripheral branches who are already in the middle stage of Qi refining, so breaking through to the advanced stage of Qi refining should be a piece of cake. Because of such examples, these peripheral branch disciples of the Qi family, who have finally obtained opportunities for advancement, have become more serious and diligent in their cultivation. After all, in the demon realm, strength has always been the capital. Only when you are strong enough can you truly stand out in this fiercely competitive place. Moreover, they are also full of gratitude towards Zheng Yi, the nominal highest leader who changed their fate. As for being controlled by others, it is not even within their consideration. After all, even before encountering Zheng Yi, they were still at the bottom of the entire family, being sucked dry by the main branch and obeying orders. The performance of the first batch of blood monster cultivators greatly satisfied Zheng Yi. Their actions are worthy of the hard work and time spent by Zheng Yi to develop the parasitic bat eggs. At this moment, Qilin spoke up. These are just some data regarding their cultivation and potential. Now, let the Lord see their state during battle. Zheng Yi nodded, and Qilin immediately made a gesture towards the cultivators in the valley. In the valley, the already intense surging yin eclipse blood miasma suddenly boiled. But what could be seen was that the leading cultivator let out a long roar, and his whole body was completely enveloped by the surging blood miasma. The bat tattoo on his chest twisted, and a ferocious blood bat struggled out from the skin on his chest. Spreading its wings, it transformed into a bat about 2 meters in size, directly soaring into the air and hovering above the cultivator's head. Obviously, the bat tattoo that appeared on his chest was not just for show, but had a practical function. By consuming a certain amount of essence blood, the blood monster cultivator could release the blood bat, which would then hover in the air to investigate the surroundings. This can be considered a kind of innate skill, greatly enhancing their adaptability. Moreover, with its sharp fangs and claws, the blood bat already looked quite fierce and undoubtedly possessed a certain level of attack power. Just imagine, when the Qi family's blood monster cultivators are fighting against enemies, if this blood bat were to launch a surprise attack, the outcome of the battle would likely be reversed in an instant. Looking at the cultivator himself, his whole body was surging with a vigorous blood-colored aura. His fingers had unknowingly transformed into sharp blade-like claws, which could pose a threat of disembowelment with just one grab. Furthermore, the changes in his face were not insignificant. First, his ears became pointed and stood upright, his eyes became smaller and emitted a suffocating red light, and his face became somewhat distorted, resembling an enlarged bat's head. These changes made the cultivator, who fully unleashed his blood demon physique, appear somewhat ugly, but also exuded a certain brutal aura. Those small gem-like eyes staring at you would inexplicably give you a sense of fear. Swish! A figure flashed, and at this moment, another Qi family blood monster cultivator directly leapt onto a boulder more than 10 meters away. Zheng Yi's gaze slightly condensed as he watched the leaping figure, which seemed like a red lightning, constantly jumping between the rocks at an extremely fast speed. This person only had a mid-stage Qi refining cultivation base. If it were an ordinary Qi refining cultivator, their speed would definitely not be this fast. But now, relying solely on the power of the physical body, the speed has increased so much, it is simply a leap, unless it is a body refining cultivator specializing in speed, otherwise a general qi refining cultivator of the same level would never be able to achieve this level. There is also a person lifting hundreds of kilograms of giant stones, continuously lifting and putting them down. The whole movement is extremely smooth, lifting hundreds of times in a row before putting them down, the face only slightly flushed, breathing not even panting. It seems there is still energy left. Zheng Yi's gaze condensed, understanding it. These integrated union parasitic bat eggs, possessed by cultivators with blood demon physique, after inheriting the blood spirit root, not only have control over blood, but their own physique is no longer that of a normal human cultivator, but more akin to the physical agility of bat demons. Both the physical body and bloodline talent have greatly improved. This experiment with integrated union parasitic bats can be said to be very successful, exceptionally smooth. Although there are some minor side effects, it doesn't matter for demonic cultivators. As long as it benefits their combat power and future cultivation, it's fine. And this is exactly what Zheng Yi needs. Just as Qi Lin reported, cultivators with blood demon physique have made significant progress in their aptitude for cultivating the blood demon Dao, as well as in strength, speed, reaction speed, and other aspects. They even have the ability to release blood bats for reconnaissance, making them a comprehensive force. With these cultivators possessing blood demon physique, the Qi family's strength has multiplied in a short period of time. Of course, even if these blood monster cultivators are strong, Zheng Yi has no fear. He is not afraid that these Qi family cultivators have great potential and strong strength, but rather that they are not strong enough, not big enough. On the one hand, no matter how strong they become, they cannot progress as quickly or undergo as great a transformation as Zheng Yi. After all, he has the entire resources of the apocalypse behind him, and his foundation building is just around the corner. On the other hand, and more importantly, because of the source of their bloodline, as long as the blood bat ancestor is held in Zheng Yi's hands, it is equivalent to grasping the ultimate lifeline, which can fully ensure the absolute loyalty of these blood monster cultivators. This is the terrifying aspect of bloodline control. The Blood Bat Palace controls the source of many blood bats in the Great Yi Demon Realm precisely because of the existence of the blood bat ancestor, thereby occupying a place in the demon realm. But it is impossible for these blood monster cultivators to form combat power in a short period of time. Zheng Yi carefully evaluated it. It would take at least half a year for these blood monster cultivators to form combat power, and even longer to cultivate them on a systematic scale, at least 2 to 3 years. This is determined by the quantity of the blood essence of the blood bat ancestor. It takes a lot of time to breed enough parasitic bats in this unique form. After finishing the evaluation, Zheng Yi did not rush to leave the Qi family in the Great Yi Demon Realm because Qi Lin said there was a treasure to offer. Under Zheng Yi's secret manipulation, the Qi family has undergone earth-shaking changes in recent days, expanding to more than a dozen caravans, and the business of soul stones has become more prosperous. After several rounds of expansion, the Qi family has also undergone a major transformation. The Qi family's main hall has also been renovated, becoming more magnificent and spacious. Sitting in the upper position, Zheng Yi looked down at the person brought by Qi Lin. I am Qi Yu, the person in charge of one of the 27 newly established caravans of the family. I have come to present a small gift to the Lord. A short and chubby young man, quite nervous, followed Qi Lin closely. He looked up and saw Zheng Yi sitting in the upper position without speaking, swallowed his saliva, and said. After being influenced in the gathering place of the apocalypse, Zheng Yi is no longer the lowly independent cultivator struggling for food in Zonkong City. He already has the majesty of a superior. Sitting there, even without saying a word, the pressure of authority emanating from him still makes people feel a deep sense of awe and suppression from the bottom of their hearts. Qi Lin walked over, took the treasure presented by Qi Yu, and handed it to Zheng Yi. This is a gray package-like thing. Upon closer inspection, it is found that this thing is actually a hole, without any seams. It is obviously man-made, but it appears completely natural. Using divine sense to examine it, this thing should have been refined using special methods and special materials. Divine sense cannot penetrate it, and it is completely impossible to sense what is inside. Although Zheng Yi doesn't have much experience in appraising goods, he can tell from the time chi aura of this package that it has been around for quite some time. However, it doesn't seem to have many distinguishing features. For a moment, Zheng Yi is also unsure of what it is exactly. Where did you get this? What is this thing? Zheng Yi asks after a moment. This thing is said to be called the gambling treasure bag. It was obtained by a small person from a destitute person in the Dark Blood City. It is said to be something passed down from above the family. I also inquired about it. The ancestor of that destitute person was once a cultivator at the foundation building stage, but unfortunately, he fell from grace and his family fell into ruin. Almost all of their valuable possessions have been sold. The reason why this gambling treasure bag was brought out is because his grandson was found to have spiritual roots during an examination. In order to be used for his grandson's cultivation in the future, he had no choice but to sell it. Originally, many people were interested, but the old man shouted a price that was too high, scaring off many people. In the end, I bought this thing at 70% of the price. I heard that the adult likes to collect all kinds of things and has given orders that the leader of the caravan has the authority to make independent decisions and can purchase special treasures. I estimate that this can barely be considered a treasure, so I added some spirit stones myself and bought it to present to the adult. The chubby young man has decent strength. His aura is unstable, indicating that he has recently benefited from the increased strength of his family. It hasn't been long since his breakthrough. Well, you have thought well. Zheng Yi turns to Qilin and instructs, add his name to the blood ignition plan next time. Upon hearing this, the young man is overjoyed and quickly bows to show his gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. Go. With a wave of his hand, Qilin takes the young man away, leaving Zheng Yi alone in the hall. Looking at the gambling treasure bag in his hand, Zheng Yi's expression becomes somewhat strange. He didn't expect to be able to see a gambling treasure from the immortal domain. In fact, Zheng Yi had heard of this kind of gambling treasure when he was mingling with independent cultivators in the Zonkong city of the immortal domain. There are several different types, including gambling on stones, gambling on illusionary spirit blind boxes, and gambling on magic boxes. However, this kind of gambling treasure bag is quite rare. This kind of gambling treasure is said to have been passed down from ancient times. It has special methods to prevent cultivators from directly probing with divine sense. It appears to be a bag-like package, but it contains something that cannot be detected at all. Inside could be a real treasure, a handful of sand, nothing at all, or even a prank by someone from the past. This kind of gambling treasure had circulated in the immortal domain of Dai for a period of time, at least 500 years ago, and some even had a history of over 1,000 years. The production methods that can prevent cultivators from probing with divine sense have already been lost. Originally, it was initiated by a gambling sect called Dao Tian Men in ancient times and was once popular. Many people used this gambling nature to buy low and sell high, to gain benefits. There were also some powerful independent cultivators who sealed certain things about themselves within it and spread them outside, hoping for a destined encounter. Later, Dao Tian Men collapsed overnight and disappeared without a trace, and the craftsmanship of the gambling treasure was lost. What is circulating in the market now is both genuine and fake. However, it generally circulates among low-level cultivators or independent cultivator groups, because most gambling treasures cannot contain truly precious heritage items, and very few true predecessors would do such a thing. After all, if they have the time, it would be better to pass it on to their own descendants or disciples. Why give benefits to outsiders? But in the world, nothing is absolute. A long time ago, there were indeed independent cultivators who had great luck and successfully picked up treasures from gambling treasures, obtaining extremely precious treasures, inheriting Violet Palace experts, gold core cultivators, or longevity pills, and even law treasure weapons, etc. Therefore, this popular gambling game among independent cultivators was once popular, and many people tried their luck. Various spirit blind boxes, gambling stones, and magic boxes were also hyped up for a while, and many independent cultivators wanted to take a chance and bet their fortunes. However, luck only belonged to a few people. Most of the treasures obtained from gambling were either useless or empty, causing many cultivators to lose their wealth and even their lives. Over time, more and more counterfeit and inferior products appeared on the market, deceiving people with fake goods that were not the craftsmanship passed down by the ancient thieves' heaven sect. As a result, no one believed in them anymore. This caused the once popular gambling industry to gradually disappear among ordinary independent cultivators, becoming nothing more than a gimmick at high-end auctions. Zheng Yi had not been in the cultivation world for long, and although he had heard of gambling treasures, he had never seen such high-end items before. So when he suddenly saw the gambling treasure bag, he didn't react immediately. It is said that the gambling treasures of the Thieves' Heaven sect cannot be forcibly opened. They are all set with mechanisms. Once forcibly opened, the contents of the gambling treasure will be destroyed. And the methods are extremely sinister. There is no time for remedy. For example, spiritual pills are directly contaminated, Lingzi and precious ginseng are corroded by corpse water, and cultivation techniques are reversed. In short, there are many tricks that make you unable to react and can only participate in gambling. This is the purpose of the Thieves' Heaven sect. Although I don't know why this once popular sect suddenly disappeared, it is said to be related to gambling treasures, but it is not something an ordinary cultivator like me can know. Zheng Yi didn't have much hope for this kind of gambling treasure. After all, it was a matter of probability. He had never won the lottery he bought before transmigrating to the Blue Star, so he just watched it for fun. But it was also a filial act from his subordinates, and Zheng Yi couldn't refuse. Moreover, judging from Qiu's shrewd style of doing things, he was not someone who would be easily deceived. Being able to stand out among a group of people and become the new leader of the caravan, Qiu was already good enough not to deceive others. It would be even more difficult to deceive him. In addition, Kalinbao's recommendation further proved that this gambling treasure bag should be genuine, most likely an old item passed down by the old man from the ruined Blood City. However, Zheng Yi also knew that the gambling treasures of the Thieves' Heaven sect had rules. They must be opened with special methods, and forcibly opening them would destroy everything inside. The conditions for opening them were like a key, often passed down orally. This belonged to a special key, and once lost, the gambling treasure would never see the light of day again. The conditions for opening this gambling treasure bag must have been passed down orally and kept secret by the old man from the ruined Blood City. And it must be very difficult to achieve, otherwise the old man from the ruined Blood City would have tried to open it himself and wouldn't have sold it to Qiu. The leader of the caravan was a shrewd person who was used to flattery, so he had thought it through. Along with the gambling treasure bag, a note was also sent, which recorded the process and methods of opening the treasure. It was very simple, but difficult to achieve. To open this gambling treasure bag, 300 cultivators, flesh and blood were required as a sacrifice. What kind of condition is this? Looking at the ordinary old package in front of him, Zheng Yi frowned slightly, but he was really interested. Could it be that there are treasures from the Blood Demon Dao inside? Or is it just a prank? Zheng Yi thought it was not impossible. The Thieves' Heaven sect followed the principle of gambling and luck, without a fixed outcome. It was just like gambling stones. One cut could make you poor, one cut could make you rich, one cut could turn the tables, and one cut could lead to suicide. It was all unpredictable. Don't think that the bigger the condition for opening the gambling treasure, the more precious the treasures inside. On the contrary, many people lost everything and paid a huge price, thinking that as long as they opened the gambling treasure, they could change their fate, but in reality it was empty inside. As far as Zheng Yi knew, the person who opened the gambling treasure and found a pile of shit was a true disciple of a major sect. He paid 30,000 spirit stones to open the gambling treasure, only to find a steaming pile of shit inside. At that time, he was so angry that his face turned green, and it became an indelible stain on his life. People gave him the nickname, Shit Opener. This name could follow him for a lifetime and might leave a deep mark in the sect even after his death. From this perspective, the Thieves' Heaven sect's behavior was indeed provocative and hateful. If they were suddenly wiped out, it wouldn't be unreasonable. 300 cultivators, flesh and blood must be sacrificed to open this seemingly ordinary package. What a grand requirement. Evil, too evil. Zheng Yi shook his head. Now he was even more certain that this item was indeed an ancient artifact, a genuine product from the ancient Dao Tianmen gambling treasure, consistent with the style of this sect's operations. No wonder that poor old man and his family chose to sell this item in the end. They had no choice. Where could they find 300 cultivators to sacrifice their flesh and blood? If they left the Dark Blood City, not to mention killing people, the old man himself wouldn't even be able to protect his own life. The item passed down through generations in the old man's family was just an empty key, without the conditions to open it. It was quite frustrating. No wonder it could be preserved for such a long time, leaving behind this intact gambling treasure bag. But for them, it was also a good thing. If they opened it and found something, even the old man's family of poor status might not be able to keep it, or they might not even be able to use it. If they couldn't open anything, they would truly be frustrated to the point of spitting blood and being infuriated to death. It would be better to deceive some gambling addict, secure their future, and not let down the inherited family treasure passed down through generations. Since Zheng Yi knew the key and conditions to open this gambling treasure bag, he felt more relaxed. Offering the flesh and blood of 300 cultivators as a sacrifice might be difficult for other ordinary demonic cultivators, but for Zheng Yi, it was just a matter of time. He had already confirmed that the flesh and blood of zombies in the apocalypse world had an extremely high energy content. To some extent, it could replace the flesh and blood of cultivators, although it was far inferior in quality, it could make up for it in quantity. Thinking of this, Zheng Yi returned to the apocalypse world. The opening of this gambling treasure bag was probably unreliable, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He casually threw the bag into one of the spare flesh and blood pools in the zombie flesh and blood factory, and had Jin Wuxian keep an eye on it, while he busied himself with other matters. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, when Zheng Yi returned to the gathering place, Jin Wuxian came to him. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said that the gray bag had opened after devouring a pool of zombie flesh and blood. Zheng Yi didn't expect it to open so quickly. Now, after Jin Wuxian reminded him, he immediately remembered. So, under Jin Wuxian's lead, they went all the way to the spare flesh and blood pool in the zombie flesh and blood processing factory. At this moment, a strong bloody smell permeated the huge pool, but it was empty inside. All the zombie flesh and blood had disappeared without a trace, as if they had been devoured by some terrifying existence. In the center of the pool, the originally gray package was covered with an undissolvable layer of blood red, emitting an indescribable bloody smell. And on the top of the tightly sealed package, like petals, a crack appeared. Zheng Yi walked forward, not getting too close. His gaze slightly condensed, and his expression became more serious. There is actually something inside. It's not empty. He reached out and found that there was a substance inside the package that isolated consciousness. No matter how powerful your spiritual consciousness was, you couldn't penetrate it and see what was hidden inside. This was one of the reasons why gambling treasures became popular and drove people crazy. Helpless, Zheng Yi walked forward and gently cut a huge hole in the outer layer of the package with a spare refined iron flying sword. Immediately, the dense blood light dissipated, and the outer gray bag disappeared directly, leaving only a piece of blood-red jade slip, as well as a plain and withered lotus seed. There really is something. Seeing the exposed items, Zheng Yi was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that there would be something inside. Moreover, the red jade slip was so red that it seemed to be soaked in blood, as if it had eaten its fill. Zheng Yi finally understood where the massive essence of zombie flesh and blood had gone. After sensing for a while and confirming that there was no danger, Zheng Yi reached out and the palm-sized red jade slip fell into his hand. Zheng Yi's spiritual consciousness gently probed into it, and his brows suddenly furrowed. The secret record of blood lotus embryo and hidden lotus flower. The information transmitted from the red jade slip was massive. Even with Zheng Yi's spiritual consciousness, it took a long time to digest it completely. This is definitely an ancient cultivation technique, completely different from the current cultivation methods. Zheng Yi couldn't determine the level of this blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record on the blood-colored jade slip. The profoundness of the law manifestation recorded inside was beyond his current knowledge of cultivation techniques. However, it can be certain that this blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record is extremely precious, at least a secret method for foundation building that reaches the gold core stage. If it were to be spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Back then, when Zheng Yi was in the assimilating soul sect, he had entered the inner sect's hall of transmitted techniques, but the highest cultivation technique he could find was the body refining technique, mysterious devil body tempering art, and the black devil technique, as well as the secret record for refining the soul seizing banner. As for whether the assimilating soul sect had higher level cultivation techniques, Zheng Yi believed that they definitely did, at least techniques that reached the Violet Palace stage. But a cultivation technique that could be practiced all the way to the gold core stage like this, he couldn't determine if the assimilating soul sect had it. However, even in the upper sect of the assimilating soul sect, the swallowing star demon city, it was still an extremely precious inheritance. He picked up the dusty and withered lotus seed that appeared together with the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record. This is the blood lotus seed, and it is also the key to cultivating the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record. Zheng Yi examined the lotus seed and found that it was not much different from an ordinary lotus seed. However, due to the lack of nutrition for a long time, it was extremely withered, and he couldn't sense if there was any vitality in it. According to the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record, in order to cultivate the blood lotus seed and make it bloom and bear fruit, a massive amount of cultivator's flesh and blood is needed. This special form of the blood lotus seed has a very ancient origin and requires the essence of cultivator's flesh and blood as nourishment in order to grow. This seed is missing its original source, so it probably requires even more cultivator's flesh and blood. Zheng Yi's eyes flickered with brilliance as he silently pondered. Spiritual plant foundation building. Yes, the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record recorded in this jade slip is indeed a spiritual plant foundation building cultivation technique. Or, it could also be called a demonic plant foundation building technique. And that withered lotus seed is the key to foundation building in conjunction with this set of secret techniques. Zheng Yi never expected that after obtaining the 5 elements sword foundation building art from the true disciple of the Qi family who had been secretly ambushed, he would once again obtain a foundation building secret record. And it was an even rarer spiritual plant foundation building technique. However, ancient cultivation techniques like this, although they have their own mysteries, may not necessarily be stronger than the current techniques of the major sects. The main reason why most ancient cultivation techniques have disappeared and not been passed down is that they may not be suitable for the current cultivation environment. Just like this blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record, it requires the assistance of external objects to cultivate. In ancient times, with abundant spiritual energy and countless natural treasures, many cultivation techniques relied on accumulation. But in the current immortal domain, there is no longer the cultivation environment of ancient times, and all cultivation techniques tend to be more refined and convenient. Neither side can be said to be better, as they both have bright prospects. In terms of consumption, ancient cultivation techniques are undoubtedly resource-intensive. Just like the growth conditions of this blood lotus seed, it is extremely demanding, clearly a monster that devours cultivators, flesh and blood. In the immortal domain, there are cultivators everywhere, and even in the demon realm, the cultivators here are fierce and brutal, engaged in killing almost all the time. There are also a considerable number of cultivators who die every day. But if you want to collect the flesh and blood of hundreds or even thousands of cultivators, it is also an extremely difficult task. It means that you need to at least annihilate one or even several significant forces to gather enough cultivators, flesh and blood. Chapter 91. However, let alone the fact that such behavior would attract the attention of major forces or sects, it is simply impossible to accomplish in terms of how to do it and how to do it. At the very least, it is not something that an ordinary cultivator can accomplish on their own. But according to the records of the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record, cultivating a foundation building blood lotus requires a massive amount of cultivator's flesh and blood. What's more important is that this process is irreversible and requires continuous investment. Once the blood lotus seed takes root and grows, the supply of cultivator's flesh and blood cannot be interrupted. If at any time the supply falls short, the consequence is that the blood lotus seed will wither completely, and all previous efforts will be in vain. Zheng Yi can conclude that even a sect like the assimilating soul sect would find it difficult to cultivate a blood lotus. Pooling the power of the entire sect to cultivate a foundation-building blood lotus and risking being besieged by other demonic Dao sects is not a good deal no matter how you look at it. After all, no matter how good the blood lotus is, it can only be used by one person for cultivation. Not to mention demonic cultivators, even cultivators from orthodox Dao sects are selfish. How could anyone willingly make sacrifices for others on the path of immortal Dao competition? This is inherently against human nature. However, these problems are no longer a concern for Zheng Yi. As long as there is a sufficient quantity of zombie flesh and blood, it can replace cultivators' flesh and blood in certain aspects, as Zheng Yi has already verified. Perhaps there is still some gap in terms of total energy. After all, the spiritual power contained in cultivators' flesh and blood is obtained through arduous cultivation and has long transcended the ordinary human body. But zombie flesh and blood also have evolutionary potential and contain certain mysterious powers. Since they can be used, the issue of quantity does not need to be considered. In the entire post-apocalyptic world, there is no shortage of zombie flesh and blood. Just by investigating the Luokong area in the Wannan district, Zheng Yi has slaughtered numerous zombies. If the flesh and blood of these zombies is not enough, he can continue to advance towards the city center of Luokong and accumulate enough zombie flesh and blood to cultivate this blood lotus. The premise is that it can really grow. As for whether or not to cultivate the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record, Zheng Yi is actually in a state of hesitation. After all, he already has the 5 elements sword foundation building technique in his hands, and now there is another choice, so he needs to carefully consider and weigh his options. But regardless, first and foremost, Zheng Yi needs to determine whether this shriveled and lifeless ancient lotus seed can still take root and sprout. Just do it. Zheng Yi himself is a decisive person. Since he can improve his strength, there is no need to hesitate. Once the foundation building treasure is in his hands, he just needs to cultivate it quickly. He called Jin Wuxian over and gave him a few instructions before turning back to the gathering place. Now the entire gathering place is thriving. Everyone knows that the future is promising, and the amount of work one does determines their own destiny. Everyone is eager to get ahead and doesn't want to be left behind. The Blood Warrior plan has gradually gained momentum, despite its high casualty rate, but there are still countless people eager to sign up. For them, if they have to live aimlessly in this unlucky world, they might as well take a risk and maybe change their own and their loved ones' fate. However, not everyone can participate in the Blood Warrior training program now. A series of screenings are required. And now, the casualty rate has also greatly decreased. On the other hand, the strength of the ancestor of the zombie blood bat, Cain, is growing stronger day by day, and its aura is gradually stabilizing. This monster has become powerful enough to provide an increasing amount of refined blood. The number of apex-level vampire bats, the first generation of bloodsuckers, is increasing, and the number of parasitic bats cultivated afterwards is also rising. Although the ancestor of the zombie blood bat, Cain, has already reached the foundation building stage and can provide a sufficient amount of refined blood, Zheng Yi will not exhaust his resources. A large consumption of refined blood would damage the potential and foundation of the zombie ancestor blood bat. There are already hundreds of first-generation zombie blood bats, and the next step is to let them breed with each other to form a stable bloodline channel. As for the ancestor vampire bat, Cain, Zheng Yi is not completely relaxed. Although the monster in front of him has been tamed and is as obedient as a big wolf dog, he never forgets that it is a natural demon fetus of a demonic species. It swallowed its siblings while still in the womb and drained its mother before birth. Therefore, although this monster is bound by numerous blood contracts and soul contracts, as long as Zheng Yi does not break through the foundation building stage, he must do his best to suppress it, otherwise it could easily turn the tables. As soon as they arrived at the gathering place, Zheng Yi issued the highest order. He directly commanded the zombie flesh factory to operate at full capacity, leading his guard team to attack and kill zombie groups of a certain size, and then bring the zombie corpses back to the flesh factory for decomposition. With the strengthening of the gathering place's power, especially the cultivation of blood rice and some blood-related drugs, more people in the gathering place have increased their strength. Although some people have not gained supernatural abilities, they have gained great strength and speed. Especially those transformed blood warriors have completely transformed into blood-powered supernatural beings. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are a new race of humans. These blood warriors have greatly increased their strength. They can grow bat wings and their physical strength and speed have increased exponentially. Some have even given up using firearms and directly wield cold weapons to harvest zombies at an even faster pace. Dozens of burly figures emitting a red blood-colored light roared as they charged towards a group of hundreds of zombies. In terms of transformation, these blood warriors have undergone more obvious changes compared to the blood monster cultivators of the Kijia mortal domains Kijia. Their bat wings spread out, leaving only a faint human silhouette. Unfortunately, they have only recently evolved, and their bat wings are still fragile and cannot support long flights. With sharp fangs and twisted faces, these blood warriors, after transforming, look exactly like living bat monsters, with their claws tightly gripping the handles of their knives. Their speed is like a red lightning bolt, freely swinging their cold blades among the zombie horde. The blood warriors have almost all-around improvements in physical strength, speed, and power, completely overpowering the ordinary zombies. Moreover, it seems that they have acquired the bloodline of zombies, so the infectiousness of zombies has completely lost its effect on them. Therefore, these blood warriors rampage fearlessly, completely annihilating the zombie horde. Standing at the top of a distant high-rise building, Zheng Yi did not make a move, silently overlooking the performance of these blood warriors. Zheng Yi was quite satisfied. As for the crowd responsible for logistics below, many people showed envy, wishing they could be in their place. After experiencing the cataclysmic changes in the world and the reign of zombies, people deeply understand that power is eternal. They don't care at all about the appearance of the blood warriors after their transformation. As long as their strength is strong enough, what does it matter if they become monsters? Only those who have experienced death and despair truly understand how wonderful it is to have great power. The trucks responsible for transportation quickly headed towards the gathering place after loading the zombies. Zheng Yi led the newly born blood warriors and continued to search for zombie groups, both as training and to collect resources. After the strength of the gathering place formed and grew, in general, Zheng Yi would not take action anymore. What he wanted was a group of loyal servants who would search for resources for him. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to establish his own power in the post-apocalyptic world. In a huge blood and flesh workshop in the zombie flesh factory, the largest blood and flesh pool in history was built. It was filled with zombie flesh, and more zombie flesh was continuously transported here and gathered. The air in this place was filled with the bloody smell of zombies, and people were unwilling to approach. But now it was a restricted area in the factory, and no idle person was allowed to enter. The surroundings of the warehouse door were filled with supernatural beings and blood warriors, each with a solemn expression, scanning every employee passing by with sharp eyes. This place had already been designated as a forbidden area, and no unrelated personnel were allowed to enter without permission. Anyone who dared to forcibly enter here would be shot on the spot. At this moment, in the huge and filthy flesh workshop, filled with zombie flesh, there was no disgusting bloody smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance floating in the air. If one were to enter, the first thing they would see is that in the center of the huge blood and flesh workshop, the central pool filled with zombie flesh was covered with lush and dripping green lotus leaves. And in the center of countless emerald green leaves, a blood-red flower bud stood quietly, motionless, giving off an indescribable eerie and strange feeling. This was the withered lotus seed that had just been planted. Zheng Yi had originally worried about whether it could survive. But with the abundant supply of zombie flesh, the blood lotus seed was like a peyote, crazily devouring the essence of countless zombies' flesh and blood, growing rapidly at an incredible speed. From rooting and sprouting to growing flower buds, the whole process took only about 10 days. It had to be said that this blood lotus seed, which grew in blood and flesh, was definitely a treasure. It truly embodied the saying, emerging from the mud unsullied, cleansing without being enchanting. Even though it had not yet bloomed, the flower bud was already the size of a basin, and the faint fresh scent it emitted made people feel refreshed. All the stench of zombie flesh seemed to have disappeared completely. Moreover, as the blood lotus seed rapidly absorbed the flesh and blood, it could be seen that several rhizomes had sprouted from the bottom and spread outward, forming different branches. Gradually, more green lotus leaves grew, and clusters of flower buds also grew, albeit slightly lighter in color. They grew into lotus flowers and slowly bloomed. Compared to before, the scale of the zombie flesh factory in the post-apocalyptic world had expanded several times. With the clearance of the surrounding urban areas and the arrival of more equipment, coupled with various formations set up by Zheng Yi, the efficiency of processing zombie flesh in the factory had greatly improved. The number of zombies that could be processed daily had exceeded tens of thousands. All the processed zombie flesh was sent to the workshop for cultivating blood lotus flowers. Under the cultivation of a large amount of zombie flesh, the withered lotus seed that was originally passed down from ancient times had turned into a thriving lotus pond. Large lotus leaves curled or fully spread out, like clusters of green umbrellas growing on the blood and flesh pool, constantly nourished by the essence of flesh and blood, allowing these ancient lotus flowers to grow vigorously. From now on, apart from the bud in the center waiting to bloom, many lotus flower buds had also grown on the surrounding lotus leaves. The scale to which a lotus seed had multiplied was something Zheng Yi had not expected, and the growth path of this lotus seed was also different from that of a normal lotus seed. How much zombie flesh is needed to successfully cultivate it? Only when the central blood lotus flower blooms can it be considered a great success. That blood lotus is the condensation of all the essence of the main root, also known as the ancestral lotus. It can be said that all the lotus leaves in this pool are bred from the main trunk and are considered descendants of the ancestral lotus. And only that ancestral blood lotus is the key to cultivating the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record, and can complete the blood lotus foundation building. Looking at the blooming lotus flowers all over the place, Zheng Yi seemed a bit helpless. Although he had the support of the post-apocalyptic world and had resources to cultivate these blood lotus flowers, the required resources still exceeded Zheng Yi's imagination. In just 1 month, the inventory of the flesh factory had been almost depleted, and all the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of zombies had been used to cultivate the blood lotus flowers in the blood pool. Not being in charge, one does not know the value of firewood and rice. After all, besides this flesh lotus pond, the blood gourd, the blood bat hatching demon nest, and the 5 blood fetus ghost infants are also major consumers of zombie flesh. If it weren't for the previous surplus and the formation of the initial combat power in the gathering place, as well as the continuous supply of zombie corpses being sent back, I'm afraid it would really be a complete emergency. Zheng Yi even dispatched the ancestor demon Batcane. After all, it was a waste to keep a monster with the strength of the foundation building stage idle at home, consuming so many zombie crystal cores and flesh essence. When a pet grows up, it should go out hunting on its own. You can't just eat and drink for free every day. This demon fetus has a deep evil nature and must be occasionally disciplined, otherwise it will eventually turn against its master. Sure enough, with the addition of the ancestor demon Batcane, the efficiency of the entire gathering place's hunting operations has greatly improved, but the harvest of just 1 ancestor demon Batcane is equivalent to the entire combat power of the gathering place. This makes everyone in the gathering place revere this monster, almost treating it as a sacred object. The ancestor demon Batcane also enjoys the worship of the humans here. His intelligence is extremely high, and he has long surpassed the thinking of low-level animals. His behavior habits are more similar to humans. In addition to his deep fear and awe of Zheng Yi, his master, he either sees others as servants or prey. With the continuous supply of so much zombie flesh, the lotus flowers in the pool grow more and more lush. The emerald green lotus leaves almost fill the entire pool, but the flower bud of the ancestral lotus in the center is still closed, showing no signs of blooming. This makes Zheng Yi secretly amazed, as this level of consumption is beyond his imagination. The cultivation of ancient cultivation techniques is indeed very different from the mainstream cultivation methods in the current immortal domain. Although it is extremely powerful, it also requires higher environmental and cultivation resource requirements. If it were in the immortal domain, Zheng Yi would have long given up cultivating blood lotus seeds, unless a certain demonic sect personally intervened, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve with just the power of ordinary forces or demonic cultivators. Not to mention whether it would expose or attract attention. Just in the early stages, Zheng Yi has already invested the flesh of tens of thousands of zombies. Cultivators are not animals. Each of them possesses extraordinary skills. It's not as simple as slaughtering chickens. The sheer number of cultivators like this makes Zheng Yi's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Although his strength has improved rapidly, he is currently at the 8th level of chi refining and at the peak of body refining. Coupled with his bone armor and soul-capturing banner, he is almost equivalent to a foundation-building stage cultivator from a major sect. However, he doesn't believe he can accomplish such a feat. For small sects in general, even if a high-ranking member of the demonic path obtains the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus secret record, and the blood lotus seeds, it is doubtful whether they would dare to cultivate and practice them. As time passes day by day, Zheng Yi completely gives up and focuses on his closed-door cultivation. It is his subordinates who cultivate the subsequent forces. The blood warrior system is gradually improving. Under the leadership of the higher-ups in the gathering place, they gather their forces and expand outward. This is in line with common sense. Otherwise, why would he need to go out and work every day if the purpose of establishing power in the gathering place is not for this? He is not a warm-hearted angel, but a ruthless cultivator of the demonic path who prioritizes his own interests. However, Zheng Yi only partially deviated from the right path and chose to become a demonic cultivator for the sake of benefits. He has his own code of conduct and has not completely abandoned his moral bottom line. Every day, a large number of zombie corpses are sent back to the gathering place. After being sorted out by dedicated personnel, they are uniformly transported to the zombie flesh factory. After undergoing mechanized processes and refinement through demonic formations, all the discarded zombie flesh, except for the blood ghost fetus, flesh gourd, and blood bat's flesh nest, is sent to the blood flesh lotus pond for absorption and growth by the blood lotus flowers. The lotus leaves in the blood flesh lotus pond have become more lush, and the blood lotus flowers cultivated there seem to open like a giant abyss, greedily devouring the zombie's flesh and blood. The color has become deeper red, but there is no significant change. It seems as if beneath the root of that blood lotus stem, there is a bottomless abyss, endlessly demanding flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. The expansion of the blood lotus flowers has stopped. The entire blood flesh lotus pond is packed tightly. Aside from the lotus flowers growing on the main stem, there are dozens of flower buds around them, varying in depth and all vibrant red. According to Zheng Yi's observation, the flower bud on the main stem of the blood lotus flower has only grown one circle larger. It has gone from the size of a basin to the size of a water jar, but there are no other noticeable changes. And the blood lotus flowers that grew on the surrounding branches, one by one, bloomed after absorbing enough flesh and blood nutrients, with pale yellow or pink stamens inside, appearing delicate and beautiful. The blood lotus on the main stem is the ancestor of all the lotus flowers in this flesh and blood lotus pond. It can become a treasure for foundation building. The blood lotus that grows on other branches also absorbs a large amount of zombie flesh and blood essence. It can't be useless, right? Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. Zheng Yi had been closely monitoring the flesh and blood lotus pond these days and had a deep understanding of the growth of the lotus flowers and lotus seeds. He could see clearly that although a large amount of zombie flesh and blood was sent to the gathering place every day, only less than half of it was absorbed by the main root. The remaining flesh and blood essence was not wasted, but was indeed absorbed by other branches, which resulted in the scene of the pond being filled with blooming flesh and blood lotus flowers. Therefore, he was also unsure of what use these lotus pods and lotus roots, which were cultivated at such a high cost, would ultimately have. What would be born inside? Since the ancestral lotus of the blood lotus can be used for foundation building, what is the purpose of the full pond of flesh and blood lotus flowers? If the lotus flowers wither and produce lotus pods, they should have some use, right? And there should also be lotus roots growing below. I wonder if they can be eaten. What kind of effect do they have? These blood lotus seeds themselves were treasures passed down from ancient times. Although their origins were somewhat mysterious, according to the records on the jade slip, they were definitely extremely powerful treasures. Zheng Yi didn't believe that the lotus pods, lotus flowers, and lotus roots that grew on the branches had no use. However, at this moment, the lotus flowers on those branches were just about to bloom, and there was no sign of lotus pods or lotus roots. He needed to wait a little longer and observe carefully to understand the truth. Having waited for such a long time and wasted so many resources, Zheng Yi didn't mind waiting a little longer. In the days that followed, besides arranging for the gathering place's blood warriors to continue going out to besiege zombies and having the follow-up troops transport the zombies back, Zheng Yi basically stayed in the area where the blood lotus seeds were growing, waiting patiently. After half a month, Zheng Yi saw the blooming lotus flowers wither one by one, and green lotus pods stood tall in the flesh and blood lotus pond. Then he saw these lotus pods gradually become plump, and the lotus seeds inside gradually turned red, their color becoming deeper and deeper, until they matured and became vibrant. Finally, under Zheng Yi's gaze, one by one, the lotus pods on the branches matured completely. Suddenly, they released a circle of red light, which dispersed in the air. Then that mysterious and fragrant scent drifted into Zheng Yi's nose. Immediately, Zheng Yi's brows relaxed, his expression brightened, and a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but smile. Blood qi, it's actually extremely pure and abundant blood qi. This is excellent blood medicine. This was the first time Zheng Yi had cultivated these blood lotus seeds. This thing originally came from ancient times, with an unknown origin. Moreover, there was no record of the blood lotus pods produced by the side branches in the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record. But now he knew, and his spirit was invigorated. With his cultivation level, whether it was his sense of smell, taste, or various sensory organs, he was extremely sensitive to various qi in the world. Especially for spirit medicine that was beneficial to the body, just by smelling the medicinal fragrance, he could sense something. Therefore, when these blood lotus pods matured, the mysterious and pure aura immediately made Zheng Yi's mind ripple. He knew that he had made the right bet again. This was not just an ordinary spirit medicine, but a precious and cherished blood medicine. In the great Yi immortal domain, whether it was the righteous or demonic path, the most crucial part of cultivation for cultivators was the so-called triple convergence. These three elements represented the three most important origins of the human body. Only when the three elements converged could the physical body undergo transformation and embark on the path of immortal ascension. So what are these three elements? They are Qi element, essence element, and divine origin. The Qi element represents mana, which is the fundamental source of cultivators' ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and use supernatural powers to unleash devastating spells. Divine origin represents the quality of a cultivator's divine soul, while the essence element represents the potential and storage of a cultivator's physical body. These three elements are indispensable. Only when they advance together can they open the door to cultivation and complete foundation building through the transformation of the divine soul. Among them, the supplementation of the Qi element can be traced, and enhancing mana is not lacking in means in the great Yi immortal domain, whether it is through cultivating with spirit stones, high-grade spiritual veins, or other heavenly treasures. But the loss of divine origin, or the depletion of divine origin, is extremely difficult to replenish, and it is easy to damage the Tao foundation. In folk mythological stories, there are often lonely souls and wild ghosts who seduce scholars in dilapidated temples in the wilderness, absorbing their essence and divine energy, with the purpose of replenishing their own essence and divine origin. And the lotus seeds in this blood lotus pod contain surging essence and divine origin, which happen to be excellent blood medicine for replenishing both divine origin and essence. After the cultivators in the immortal domain of Duya reach the peak of Qi refining, in order to complete foundation building, they must pass three tests, namely the test of magical power, the test of physical body, and the test of divine soul. By taking this kind of blood lotus seeds for a long time, Zheng Yi's physical body can become pure and flawless, his divine soul can become full, and his essence can become abundant. Even his cultivation of magical power can progress rapidly, which is of great benefit to his breakthrough in foundation building. This is something Zheng Yi never expected before obtaining this blood lotus embryo hidden lotus secret record, and cultivating the blood lotus seeds. But now it is purely a case of good intentions leading to no good results. Consuming so much zombie flesh, now in Zheng Yi's eyes, not only is it profitable, but it is a huge profit. Reaching out and grabbing the blood lotus pod that flashed with red light, Zheng Yi found that there were about 20 blood-colored lotus seeds inside. He felt that they seemed to be mature, and the blood energy contained in them was extremely strong. There was no need to wait any longer. If allowed to continue growing, it will definitely produce more lotus seeds, which will consume more resources. Directly picking it off, the whole lotus pod is about the size of a palm, and each lotus seed inside is distinct. It can be clearly perceived that the surging blood energy contained in them can be directly sold in the market in the immortal domain of Duya. And it is definitely valuable. This is completely a great tonic. The surging blood energy inside can quickly replenish the consumed blood energy in the body. If eaten during a battle, the lost combat power will immediately recover. It is definitely a necessary life-saving item for both staying at home and traveling. With the abundant blood energy in these blood lotus seeds, I can make a breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi refining. At this stage, it is also time to plan for foundation building. Whether it is refining the physical body or perfecting the divine soul, it requires time and a large amount of energy. Originally, Zheng Yi estimated that it would take some time for him to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining. After all, during this period, his cultivation has been unstoppable. In less than a year, he has surpassed the levels that others can only achieve in more than 10 or even dozens of years. It is not easy to make a continuous breakthrough to the last realm of the qi refining stage in one go. First, there is the supplementation of Jingyuan and divine origin, followed by the refinement of mana and physical body, which requires a lot of accumulation and practice time. In the immortal domain of Duya, he had already given orders for the Qi family's caravans to search everywhere for breakthrough elixirs or treasures, partly to accelerate cultivation progress, and partly to plan for his own foundation building. However, treasures that can assist in breakthrough cultivation are almost controlled by major sects. In the extremely strict demon realm, it is very difficult to obtain these things. Zheng Yi had to plan ahead and order the caravans to scavenge everywhere. As long as the territory is large enough and there are enough resources, the difficulty of obtaining these things will be greatly reduced. But now, with the branch blood lotus seed, this is a completely self-regenerating blood medicine channel. As long as the gathering place does not collapse and there is a continuous input of resources, there will be more output. For Zheng Yi at the moment, this medicine that contains surging blood qi is just right. He no longer needs to spend a lot of effort to find other elixirs and treasures. Thinking of this, Zheng Yi glanced at the blood lotus flowers still blooming in the huge flesh and blood magic pool around him, as well as the swaying lotus pods. He was even more eager for the medicinal effects of these lotus seeds. Immediately, he found a clean place in the corner, sat cross-legged, took out the blood lotus pod directly, opened it, and took out all the 20-odd lotus seeds inside. He threw one of the lotus seeds into his mouth. With one gulp, the lotus seed was enveloped by mana, and it spun slightly. The flesh instantly turned into surging blood qi and quickly flowed down his throat. Accompanied by the operation of the cultivation technique, the surging blood qi and essence continuously rushed along his meridians throughout his body. Such strong blood qi, even Zheng Yi couldn't help but secretly praise. He didn't expect that the lotus seeds grown in the blood lotus pod cultivated from zombie flesh would have such a great effect. They truly lived up to their reputation as ancient spiritual objects. With just one lotus seed, all the harmful substances were filtered out, leaving behind pure blood qi that was even purer than refined elixirs. This is a naturally side effect-free blood medicine. If it were placed in some alchemy sects in the immortal domain of Duya, this blood lotus pod and lotus seeds could be used as the main medicine for refining some precious Jingyuan elixirs. With one gulp, Zheng Yi's face was flushed with abundant blood qi. Even with his powerful body refining physique, he couldn't resist the impact of the surging energy in the blood lotus pod for a while. Actually, consuming it directly like this is a bit wasteful. Many pure blood and essence cannot be absorbed directly and will be expelled from the body. If given to a master alchemist, they can definitely refine precious blood pills. But on one hand, to avoid trouble, and on the other hand, to keep wealth hidden, as long as this blood flesh demon pool is here, the production of blood lotus seeds will be continuous. At this critical moment, Zheng Yi doesn't want any accidents to happen. Safety is the most important. The surging blood qi circulated along the meridians throughout his body, thoroughly cleansing his body. Zheng Yi opened his mouth and exhaled a breath. After a few breaths, he completely suppressed the turbulent blood qi inside his body and slowly opened his eyes. Just a blood lotus seed has such an effect. There are more blood lotus pods to mature in the future, plus an abundant supply of spirit stones. I will soon break through to the 9th level of qi refining. Furthermore, if the blood flesh lotus pond continues to expand, those blood warriors under my control in the gathering place can also increase their strength using blood lotus seeds as resources. And as for the qi family, looking at the blooming lotus flowers in the huge blood flesh lotus pond, Zheng Yi's eyes became eager. These are the materials for his promotion, which will directly impact his blood qi as he strives to reach the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Time passed, days turned into months, and the number of mature blood lotus pods increased. After absorbing the lotus seeds from the 8th pod, Zheng Yi's cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of qi refining. Zheng Yi discovered a problem. Although all the lotus pods were a bright blood color, the lighter the color, the faster they matured, but the faster they matured, the lower the blood qi they contained. As for the lotus pods that matured later, they were often completely red, with even stronger blood qi. Zheng Yi didn't dare to consume all the lotus seeds from a pod at once. Because the blood qi contained within would directly impact his body, the surging blood qi released at a speed far exceeding the absorption rate of his cultivation technique. He could only absorb it bit by bit to alleviate the pressure on his body from the blood qi. Another 2 months passed. Zheng Yi had been in the apocalypse world for almost a year, and with the support of the abundant blood essence from the blood lotus pods, he finally reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Zheng Yi noticed a problem. Although it was unrealistic for him to guard the area himself, he ordered Jin Wuxian to dispatch several people to guard the area. The selected personnel were all under Zheng Yi's control and loyal blood warriors. Now that this evolutionary line had matured, the blood warriors had become the main force in the gathering place and were Zheng Yi's personal guards. Their bloodline originated from the progenitor zombie, Cain the demon bat, and they were completely influenced and controlled by Zheng Yi, making him feel at ease. They would be the true main force in the future. Zheng Yi had gradually tilted resources towards the cultivation of the blood warriors, and everyone could feel it. Even Jin Wuxian had applied for the next batch of blood warrior plans, but as the deputy leader of the gathering place, he had too many matters to handle and had not been approved by Zheng Yi. Having stayed in the apocalypse world for a long time, Zheng Yi decided to return to the Great Yi Immortal Domain to refine his own mana and cultivate in a place with abundant spiritual energy, which was essential for his own growth. However, he hadn't been in seclusion in the Qi family for long when he was alarmed by astonishing news and had to give up his cultivation and come out of seclusion. In the main hall of the Qi family, Zheng Yi's expression was solemn and his face extremely serious as he asked each word. "Can you repeat what you just said?" Qi Lin's face was filled with anxiety as he repeated the received message once again. "Assimilating Soul Sect is finished. The sect's headquarters has been breached." "What?" Confirming the news once again from Qi Lin's mouth, Zheng Yi couldn't help but feel incredibly shocked. He never expected that after finally becoming a demonic cultivator and before he could make a name for himself, the sect that he thought he could rely on, Assimilating Soul Sect, would actually meet such a fate. After all, Assimilating Soul Sect, even among the demonic Dao sects in the foundation building stage, was not considered weak. It had a total of 3 foundation building stage cultivators, including the sect leader and the elders. Could a sect like this really be destroyed just like that? It was truly unbelievable. It should be noted that Assimilating Soul Sect had a history of several hundred years. Apart from its founding ancestor, it had also flourished during the time of the Withered Soul ancestor 200 years ago. It was a sect with the heritage of the Violet Palace stage and had considerable strength. Furthermore, with the support of the Swallowing Star Demon City as its backing, there were hardly any forces in the vicinity that could destroy Assimilating Soul Sect. Zheng Yi had just returned to the End of Days world and had been cultivating for some time. How could Assimilating Soul Sect be destroyed just like that? Could it be that they had provoked an even more terrifying enemy? However, after the initial shock, Zheng Yi gradually calmed down. To be honest, he didn't have much attachment to Assimilating Soul Sect. He had only used money to pave his way, all for the sake of obtaining the identity of a demonic cultivator and the method to refine the soul-capturing banner. Now that he had obtained everything he wanted, whether Assimilating Soul Sect was destroyed or not had nothing to do with him. After all, after lying low for a while, Zheng Yi now had wings of his own. Without the shackles and restraints of a sect, he had established his own foundation in this chaotic demon realm. It could be considered as reaching for the sky and leaping across the sea. There might be even greater opportunities waiting for him. He understood this very clearly. In the history of the Great Yi Immortal Domain, there were countless sects that disappeared for various reasons and were forgotten by the river of time. This was even more so in the demon realm. Even those major sects that had been passed down for thousands of years had a history of destruction, let alone Assimilating Soul Sect, which had only been passed down for a few hundred years. When a whale falls, all living things thrive. It was the will of heaven, just retribution. Tell me the details of the matter. Calming down, Zheng Yi no longer dwelled on the fact that Assimilating Soul Sect had been destroyed, but instead asked what exactly had happened during this process. "Sir, you are aware of the war between the Dao sect and the 100 Beasts sect over the mineral vein, right?" Qi Lin asked softly. Of course, Zheng Yi was very clear about this sect war. It was precisely to avoid this sect war that he had fled far away and arrived in the area guarded by the Qi family. Now, Hearing Qi Lin's words, it seemed that the destruction of Assimilating Soul sect was related to this dispute over the mineral vein. As Qi Lin recounted the events, Zheng Yi gradually understood the ins and outs of what had happened. The whole situation was actually quite clear, all because of that middle-grade spiritual stone vein. However, after the sect war had dragged on until now, both Assimilating Soul sect and the 100 Beast sect had suffered losses. But as the battle continued into the late stage, it had become a showdown of the sect's foundations. In comparison, Assimilating Soul sect had a longer history and a deeper foundation. The 100 Beast sect had been repeatedly forced to retreat and was already at its wits' end, struggling to keep up. Taking advantage of the situation, the 3 foundation building stage cultivators from Assimilating Soul sect had joined forces and overwhelmed the 100 Beast sect in terms of high-end combat power, even reaching the sect's main gate. The Beast Gate was gradually retreating, barely maintaining their position with the help of their sect formation. However, the Assimilating Soul sect made a ruthless move, directly breaking through the sect formation. Despite paying a certain price, they successfully breached the formation and killed a foundation building stage cultivator from the Beast Gate. It can be said that in this sect war, the Assimilating Soul sect achieved complete victory, occupying the middle-grade Spirit Stone mine in one fell swoop. Although the Assimilating Soul sect suffered some losses in this war, their reputation soared after defeating the Beast Gate. They also gained another middle-grade Spirit Stone mine. With enough time to accumulate, the Assimilating Soul sect's foundation will only grow deeper, becoming even stronger. However, the problem lies in the fact that this middle-grade Spirit Stone mine is actually a structure of interconnected mines. In other words, the so-called middle-grade Spirit Stone mine is just a derivative mine. Deeper underground, there is a higher-grade essence of the spirit mine hidden. A regular middle-grade Spirit Stone mine is already enough to make a sect like the Assimilating Soul sect go crazy. The essence of the spirit is a more refined energy structure formed by spirit stones under a certain pressure. This level of mine has a high possibility of nurturing high-grade spirit stones, or even supreme-grade spirit stones. Whether it is the essence of the spirit or a high-grade spirit stone mine, they are no longer something that a mere foundation building stage sect can covet, especially in the demon realm. In fact, the Beast Gate discovered the deeper situation here earlier than the Assimilating Soul sect. They had been hiding it all along, but now that their sect has been broken, they immediately revealed it. The essence of the spirit and high-grade spirit stone mine can be used by cultivators in the Violet Palace and Gold Core stages. They are also considered strategic level resources. At this point, the Assimilating Soul sect, still unaware of the situation, foolishly took full control of the mine and stationed people to occupy it. Before the Assimilating Soul sect could discover the situation inside, the Beast Gate, who had suffered heavy losses, had already sent the information to the higher sect, the Barbaric Beast sect. They requested the intervention of the Thunderfire Elder of the Barbaric Beast sect and were willing to hand over this essence of the spirit mine, which was occupied by the Assimilating Soul sect, to the Barbaric Beast sect. Due to their slow response, the higher-ups of the Assimilating Soul sect were still immersed in the joy of their complete victory, completely unaware that a great disaster was about to come. That night, the Thunderfire Elder of the Barbaric Beast sect unexpectedly made a move, directly killing the sect master, as well as 3 foundation building stage cultivators, including the Grand Elder. Even the highest combat power of the Assimilating Soul sect was wiped out in an instant. In an instant, the accumulated foundation of hundreds of years was completely destroyed by a single move from a Violet Palace stage perfected being of the Barbaric Beast sect. The Savage Beast sect, after occupying the spirit essence vein, did not concern themselves with anything else. Dealing with the Assimilating Soul sect was just going with the flow. It was just that the Assimilating Soul sect had bad luck. With their high-end combat power gathered together, they were easily defeated. However, the 100 Beast sect naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Led by the remaining foundation building stage cultivator, they launched a surprise attack on the Assimilating Soul sect's mountain gate. Master Lei Huo directly wiped out the main force of the Assimilating Soul sect that night. The 100 Beast sect then launched a night raid. The frontline battle situation had not yet spread, so the Assimilating Soul sect was completely unaware, resulting in a weak defense. Under the leadership of the traitor, the 100 Beast sect directly infiltrated the Assimilating Soul sect's sect gate, immediately occupying the entire mountain gate. A large number of assimilating soul sect disciples were killed, and for a time, the sect was filled with slaughter and heavy casualties. Hoo-hoo. Zheng Yi took a deep breath to calm his slightly shaken heart. Even the mountain gate had been occupied by the 100 Beast sect. This turn of events was truly unexpected. However, fortunately, Zheng Yi had considered this beforehand, which was why he had come to this desolate area of the Qi family without hesitation. It was also fortunate that he had escaped disaster. Of course, even in the face of an attack from a foundation-building stage cultivator, Zheng Yi had no problem protecting himself. If he added the zombie progenitor, Cain, who already possessed foundation-building stage combat power, a counterattack was not impossible. But doing so would directly expose his strength and attract attention. Zheng Yi had no intention of fighting to the death for the assimilating soul sect. For him, if the sect was destroyed, so be it. What mattered more was his own safety. Moreover, he was well aware that although his current strength was not bad, he had not yet completed the foundation-building stage. In the Great Yi Immortal Domain, powerful individuals were numerous, and demonic cultivators had strange methods. If he wasn't careful, he might capsize in the gutter. So the assimilating soul sect has been destroyed like this. In that case, although the 100 Beast sect suffered heavy losses, they gained a 1-for-1 exchange and occupied the assimilating soul sect's mountain gate. Asking again, Zheng Yi felt that the world was absurd. Even the sect had been occupied. It wouldn't be easy for the assimilating soul sect to turn the situation around this time. Basically, the situation had been settled. Of course, it's not over yet. Next, let's talk about the assimilating soul sect's hidden trump card, the founder of the revival 200 years ago, Old Soulless Ancestor. Speaking vividly, Qi Lin had a detached attitude towards the assimilating soul sect. After all, he had no connection to them. He knew very well in his heart that his loyalty was directly to Zheng Yi, not the entire assimilating soul sect. Since Zheng Yi appeared, not only did he become the head of the Qi family, but with his support, the Qi family continued to develop and grow stronger. Moreover, with the birth of blood cultivators, as long as he clung to this powerful figure, the Qi family could also flourish under his leadership. If he were to switch to another backer, he would still be serving someone as a servant, and it might not be better than serving Zheng Yi. Of course, the most crucial point is that the bond between the two parties has become extremely close. They are like fleas on the same boat, sharing both glory and loss. Their interests are inseparable. Qi Lin continued, now everyone knows that the greatest secret of the assimilating soul sect is not the 3 foundation-building stage cultivators, including the sect master, but the ghost king left behind by the withered soul ancestor 200 years ago. It turned out that after the assimilating soul sect was occupied by the beast-taming sect, the beast-taming sect began to massacre the sect's disciples and plunder its wealth. Unexpectedly, this alarmed a law weapon suppressed deep in the main peak canyon. This law weapon was a method left behind by the Violet Palace period cultivator, the withered soul ancestor, who led the revival of the assimilating soul sect 200 years ago. It was the sect's ultimate secret. This matter was extremely confidential, and only the sect master and a few other elders were qualified to know about it. But they were unlucky. The beast-taming sect's Thunderfire, a foundation-building stage cultivator, personally dealt with them and wiped them out in one strike. In addition, the several elders guarding the sect suddenly died in battle, leaving no chance to spread this news. Therefore, no one knows about this. The beast-taming sect was also unlucky. They directly alarmed the restriction, causing the terrifying Ghost King nurtured by the law weapon left behind by the withered soul ancestor to be released. It was said that on that day, the entire mountain range of the assimilating soul sect was filled with eerie ghostly aura, and the surging black mist enveloped the entire sky. The terrifying ghostly aura frightened the foundation-building stage cultivator of the beast-taming sect, who turned and fled. If they had known that such a terrifying ghostly creature was hidden in the assimilating soul sect, they would never have dared to set foot here. He had thought that with the 3 foundation-building stage cultivators of the assimilating soul sect eliminated, and the sect's gate left empty, he could become the king and dominate. He never expected that there was still such a terrifying and ferocious ghost king lurking beneath the assimilating soul sect. In less than 15 minutes of resistance, the foundation-building stage cultivators of the beast-taming sect fell one after another, and even the remaining remnants of the sect's power died on the mountain of the assimilating soul sect. Only a small number of beast-taming sect disciples managed to escape from the assimilating soul sect, and soon after, the Ghost King nurtured by the law weapon disappeared inexplicably. It may have returned to the abyss, or it may have dissipated, but no one dared to investigate. Thus, the battle between the two sects finally came to an end. It can be said that it was a roller coaster ride, with both sides suffering losses and no winners. The only one who benefited was the sudden intervention of the beast-taming sect. Thunderfire had already dispatched his disciples to mine and establish mining sites. However, the backer of the assimilating soul sect, the Swallowing Star Demon City, has issued a statement. The beast-taming sect suddenly targeted the subordinate sect and destroyed the Devil Dao Alliance. This matter is not over. Perhaps, in the future, the conflict over the Ling Marrow veins between the beast-taming sect and the Swallowing Star Demon City will not end so easily. It is likely to escalate. It must be said that this is truly a war with no winners. Both sides fought in vain. Whether it was the beast-taming sect or the assimilating soul sect, both sides were victims. A war over the spiritual stone veins ultimately resulted in the complete downfall of both sides' high-level members, the exposure of all their trump cards, and even the breach of the assimilating soul sect's gate. In the end, they gained nothing. It was truly a situation of mutual destruction that no one could have predicted at the beginning of the war. But Zheng Yi thought of another aspect. Perhaps, whether it was the assimilating soul sect or the beast-taming sect, they were both helpless. Their foundation-building stage sects were just pawns in the hands of others. The real beneficiaries were the forces behind the scenes on the chessboard. It was the Violet Palace period forces, the Swallowing Star Demon City, and the beast-taming sect. Don't be fooled by the intense verbal battles between these two factions now, with their righteous faces claiming to seek justice for their subordinates. In reality, it was just a matter of distributing benefits. An ordinary middle-grade spiritual stone vein may not be worth the two major Violet Palace forces lowering their status, but if it is an extremely rare spiritual marrow vein, it may even give rise to high-grade spiritual stones, which would be completely different. Once both sides establish a good distribution of benefits, it is not impossible to shake hands and make peace. At most, they would just put on a show in other aspects. As for the heavily damaged assimilating soul sect and 100 Beast sect, they have long been swept into the garbage dump of history, and no one really cares. Anyway, in the great immortal domain, countless small forces are born every day, and many people disappear every day. Everything is driven by interests, not to mention the more intense competition in the demon realm. Ultimately, power is supreme. This also gave Zheng Yi a deeper understanding of the competition in the demon realm. But it must be said that the foundation of the assimilating soul sect is still very strong. Zheng Yi did not expect that there would be a trump card left by the withered soul ancestor 200 years ago in the depths of the assimilating soul sect's abyss. No wonder his own life-capturing banner warned him when he entered the sect. From the look on your face, it seems that the matter is not over yet. What has happened in the sect? After telling the whole story, Qilin was still standing there without leaving, so Zheng Yi asked. The things that happened afterwards are not that important. It's just that the sect is now in chaos, with demons running amok. There are no tigers in the mountains, and the monkeys declare themselves kings. Many loyal disciples within the assimilating soul sect are fighting among themselves, not believing that they are the orthodox ones. When these words reached Zheng Yi's ears, he was not too surprised. This is the normal course of action. After all, people only care about themselves. If they don't, heaven and earth will destroy them, let alone demonic cultivators. Although the assimilating soul sect has collapsed, the sect still has some foundation. There are a few elders and true disciples from the remaining branches who used to have no status within the sect, but now that the big shots have been wiped out, they can become the masters of their own homes, right? Who wouldn't be interested in the wealth accumulated by the assimilating soul sect for hundreds of years? Only by becoming the orthodox can they better seize these resources. Now, from the sect master and the major elders to the stewards and true disciples, there are not many left. Without the two mountains pressing down on them, naturally, many people will emerge and compete for interests without restraint. On this point, Zheng Yi has a deep understanding. Let them make a fuss for now. We just need to watch from the sidelines. After thinking for a while, Zheng Yi directly ordered, and the blood cultivators must hurry up and form an army. The situation is not good now, and the Qi family needs a strong enough guard force. Yes, sir. Qi Lin nodded earnestly and left to carry out the order. As Qi Lin left, the hall became empty and quiet. Zheng Yi, sitting at the head, remained motionless, but his mind was filled with thoughts. Who could have imagined that so many major events would happen in just 2 or 3 months? Both foundation building stage sects that occupied the surrounding forces were completely destroyed, and their high-level combat power was wiped out. It was truly beyond imagination. Without the 2 mountains above, the surrounding forces that were itching to move will likely begin to test the waters. Before a new power structure forms, the surrounding area will be in chaos again. At that time, the situation will become even more complicated. For now, Zheng Yi has not considered competing for power and benefits in the territory of the assimilating soul sect. Although he has the strength now, he does not intend to expose his trump cards. After all, he has no name or reputation in this regard. Suddenly rising up would easily attract attention from others. Moreover, he suspects that if the Swallowing Star Demon City does not intervene, the territory of the assimilating soul sect will eventually be swallowed up, and even the name of the assimilating soul sect itself is uncertain. However, things usually have 2 sides. Taking advantage of the chaos may not be a bad thing for Zheng Yi. From another perspective, almost all the sect members who knew about Zheng Yi have died in this war, undoubtedly reducing the danger of him being exposed. Now, Zheng Yi's wings are gradually hardening. Without the scrutiny of others, he can quietly develop. What he needs now is not resources, but time to grow. Once he completes the foundation building stage, he will have a certain foundation in the demon realm and can plan for a higher path. Unlike the people of the Qi family, Zheng Yi has pursued only one goal from beginning to end, which is immortality and obtaining powerful strength. As for the so-called struggle for power and profit, it is nothing more than a scenery along the way, a means rather than an end. His goal is the vast sea of stars. How can he waste his time in this corner, fighting for food with a group of country bumpkins? Now, a major calamity in the sect has unexpectedly solved Zheng Yi's own exposed problems. The assimilating soul sect has come to an end, and there should be no one in the sect who knows Zheng Yi now, which puts his mind at ease. The next step is to plan how to break through the foundation building stage. Just when Zheng Yi finally had a moment of peace, Qi Lin returned with news that made Zheng Yi raise an eyebrow, indicating that there was a new development. You mean, the direct blood relatives of the third elder who failed in the power struggle have come here? Zheng Yi said with some surprise. Because there is only one black iron vein in the entire Ba Dong town mining area, this area is extremely desolate, and few sect disciples come here. Not to mention the direct descendants of the 3 elders of the sect's foundation building stage. Sir, the third elder died in the hands of Lei Huo, and his direct blood descendants used to be arrogant and domineering in the sect, making many enemies. Now that their backer has fallen, the situation is different from before. This person named Li Mingqi was the favorite disciple of the third elder in the past, a true disciple. He failed in the sect's power struggle this time and brought a group of subordinates to come here. It won't be long before they arrive here. Qi Lin reported. Since they are fellow disciples, they should naturally be warmly received. A smile suddenly appeared on Zheng Yi's calm face as he stood up and said to Qi Lin. Understood, I will definitely be enthusiastic. In an instant, Qi Lin understood Zheng Yi's meaning and quickly responded, then went down to make arrangements. This time, Zheng Yi personally took action and led the Qi family members to meet the group of sect disciples halfway. Both sides were very intimate and showed considerable sincerity in making friends. Even Li Mingqi was willing to lower his status and hoped to gain Zheng Yi's support to counterattack the sect. At that time, everyone would share the benefits and get what they needed. In short, Zheng Yi would not be treated unfairly. And Zheng Yi naturally treated them warmly. With Qi Lin's flattery on the side, the banquet proceeded harmoniously. The high-end combat power of the assimilating soul sect was completely wiped out, solely due to irresistible forces, destroying its foundation. But a sinking ship still has 3 pounds of nails. The sect has been passed down for hundreds of years, and there are many legacies within the mountain gate. The sect leader and other elders of the foundation building stage have died, and various factions are now in conflict. Li Mingqi, as the direct descendant of the third elder, suffered heavy losses in this struggle. Due to the failure to seize power and fear of being hunted down, Li Mingqi led his followers to hastily leave the sect. For a while, they had nowhere else to go, so they stayed temporarily in the Qi family. As a true disciple of the sect and the direct descendant of the third elder in the foundation building stage, Li Mingqi considered himself superior to Zheng Yi. As soon as he arrived at the Qi family, he regarded himself as the master here and immediately began to dispatch his subordinates to investigate the Qi family's power. A few days later, Li Mingqi gathered his followers and directly occupied the Qi family's main hall. What have you all discovered during these days? Are there enough benefits in this place? Has the Qi family taken any precautions or have any ulterior motives towards our arrival? Li Mingqi went straight to the point as soon as he spoke. Li Mingqi himself was just a failed contender for the position within the sect. He hurriedly fled the sect and unexpectedly discovered a subsidiary force belonging to the assimilating soul sect in this remote corner of poverty. So he came directly here. Since there was only one unremarkable black iron vein here, Li Mingqi didn't pay much attention to this place. Descendants of the foundation building stage cultivators were highly regarded within the sect. Even though he was now a wandering pauper, he didn't think that a place guarded by a small inner disciple would be suitable for his status. In his understanding, the Qi family, which was affiliated with the assimilating soul sect, was extremely weak. They didn't even have a high-level Qi refining cultivator. He alone could wipe out this family and provide them with little help. However, upon arriving at the Qi family, Li Mingqi was surprised to find that this family had developed quite well. Both the size and strength of the family far exceeded his expectations. Not only were the family buildings magnificent, but the Qi family's strength was also impressive. The high-level members of the Qi family he encountered had a solid foundation and the potential to advance further. It could be said that with proper cultivation, the Qi family could be used by him and become one of his core members. Although Li Mingqi was arrogant, he was not a fool. Because of his relationship with the third elder, he had always been surrounded by a group of people who gave him advice. These disciples were being cultivated to become high-level members of the sect, so they still had some basic discernment. If the Qi family were to be classified as a subsidiary force of the assimilating soul sect, it would definitely not be evaluated as weak as reported within the sect. On the contrary, it was thriving and had formed a huge contrast. The Qi family definitely had secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a family like the Qi family, which was weak in strength and didn't even have a high-level Qi refining cultivator, to undergo such a drastic change in such a short period of time. This was Li Mingqi's ultimate goal for staying here. They now spoke nicely, saying that they were accumulating strength and waiting for a counterattack. But in reality, they were just losers in the internal struggle of the sect, already bloodthirsty. They were like gamblers who had lost everything, willing to kill for any bit of benefit. Moreover, this small Qi family and the inner disciple Zheng Yi were completely insignificant in their eyes. It was like meat placed on a chopping board. If they didn't make a move now, they would be itching to do so. Sir, the Qi family has been obedient these days and allows us to investigate freely. Immediately, one of his subordinates stepped forward and reported the Qi family's attitude. From the beginning, this small Qi refining family had treated their arrival with great hospitality, showing a kind of awe towards the true disciples of the sect. They were afraid of any improper treatment that might offend them. Their investigation was also completely unimpeded. It seems that the news hasn't reached here yet. Li Mingqi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His cultivation level was not weak now. Since childhood, he had been taken care of and personally taught by the third elder. He had already reached the 8th level of Qi refining. However, he had just suffered a major failure and collapsed in the internal struggle of the sect. Now, he was still wary and suspicious after arriving in this small place and planning to take control of the Qi family. If it had been before, when the third elder was still alive and the assimilating soul sect's position was stable, facing these local Qi refining families, Li Mingqi could easily crush them with a single word. But now, Li Mingqi didn't think that way anymore. People mature through setbacks and experiences. It was basic common sense to plan before taking action. Moreover, in the internal struggle within the sect, Li Mingqi and his followers had suffered some injuries and couldn't unleash their full strength. If there were pursuers behind them, they would have to rely on the protection of a local power like the Qi family and be extremely cautious. However, Even though Li Mingqi and his group were being cautious, they were still somewhat biased. They didn't know that all of this was arranged by Zheng Yi for Qi Lin. This small mining area in Badong town had long been managed like an iron plate by Zheng Yi. It was not something they could easily infiltrate upon their arrival. Their actions seemed covert, but in reality, every move was monitored by people arranged by Zheng Yi. They appeared clever, but in reality, they were just embroidered pillows, empty inside. This was Zheng Yi's evaluation of Li Mingqi. Now was a critical period. Zheng Yi had established his stronghold in the end of the world, and it was currently a time for him to grow. Generally speaking, unless it was a matter of vital interest, Zheng Yi didn't want to cause trouble. It would be best if everything could go smoothly and peacefully. He didn't even stop Li Mingqi and his party from taking action. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to inquire about the news, and they would have a hard time moving around the entire Badong town mining area. If Li Mingqi is sensible and heals his injuries, he will obediently leave the Qi family. Zheng Yi will definitely treat him well and give him some resources. You go your sunny path, and I'll go my own way. We won't interfere with each other. Whether it's the Qi family or Zheng Yi, they both need more time to develop. If they can avoid trouble, they should. Looking at Li Mingqi's posture, Zheng Yi is prepared to crush him like a fly, trying to eliminate him completely and leave no future troubles. As long as it doesn't affect the Qi family's overall development. Li Mingqi nodded slightly, indicating for his subordinates to continue speaking. Based on our careful investigation and observation over the past few days, the Qi family is completely different from what we expected. The overall strength of the Qi family members is not low, but it should still be within our capabilities to deal with. In addition, the Qi family seems to have made a fortune in recent years. They have various training facilities, such as cultivation rooms, body tempering rooms, and weapon refining rooms. Although they are not high level, they are definitely a treasure trove. Furthermore, what surprised us the most is that this small Qi family has developed various trading caravans. Although we don't know the specifics of their trade, the fact that the Qi family has grown to this scale indicates that these caravans have gained considerable wealth. The only thing our people haven't been able to investigate is what resources the Qi family is trading. Black iron ore cannot have such value, so the Qi family must have something valuable that we are unaware of. When the followers gathered all the information they had gathered over the past few days and reported it to Li Mingqi, they were shocked. In the main hall, everyone gathered the information and discovered a shocking fact: the Qi family was not like an ordinary Qi refining family at all. They had so many resources and training facilities that couldn't be gathered by an ordinary family. Oh, I remember a few days ago, Sunde accidentally discovered a secret. It seems that there is a hidden force being trained within the Qi family. Have you found out more about it? Li Mingqi remembered that his subordinate, Sunde, had mentioned this when reporting information he had gathered from other sources. There were people secretly training within the Qi family. Because Sunde practiced the earth traveling technique and had exceptional talent, he actually found that hidden valley. After returning to report, he was shocked. He said that in a valley, there were a certain number of cultivators practicing the blood demon Dao technique. Seeing the surging blood energy rising, he felt fear and immediately rushed back to report. But since then, it seemed that the Qi family had also become aware of it, and the defense in that valley became stricter. Even Zhao De, who practiced the earth traveling technique, couldn't easily approach it anymore. After this news came back, Li Mingqi felt surprised. He didn't expect that this small Qi family, which was assessed as a weak force by the sect's inner hall, not only satisfied its own cultivation resources and developed a considerable number of trading caravans, but also had the ability to support a special force practicing the blood demon Dao technique. It completely exceeded his imagination. What does this small Qi family want to do? They are hiding so deeply. But now, Li Mingqi is not concerned about this. He is truly curious about what secret the Qi family has that caused them to rise suddenly. A small local family, what resources do they possess that allowed them to grow so rapidly in just a few years? And can all of this be used by him? That is the most crucial question. If it can be used by him, then he will take over the Qi family, seize the opportunity while they still have power, and develop and grow while taking advantage of the situation. Perhaps in the future, they can rise up and counterattack the sect. If it cannot be used by him, then he will play a big game, directly kill and plunder while the Qi family is still unaware. He believes that it will also satisfy him and his people. No valid Chinese text provided. It's just that it's still difficult for me to understand. Although this demonic technique progresses extremely quickly, it requires a high bloodline aptitude. How did the Qi family manage to find so many qualified blood maniacs? Could it be related to the tightly guarded resources of the Qi family? The cultivator in charge of investigation is Zhao De, who has been following Li Mingqi since childhood. He also comes from a small family called Assimilating Soul Sect and belongs to the faction of the Third Elder. He is also one of the losers in this conflict. Watching as this small Qijia, due to its remote location, not only did not suffer from the impact of the Assimilating Soul Sect's great changes, but even thrived. Jealousy burned in his heart like a demonic fire, wishing to use all his might to burn everything he hated into ashes. This is indeed a good place. I can already imagine the embryonic form of a small power here. How can a small Qijia control such a place? Inadequate positioning will surely lead to disaster. It seems that this is also the heavens helping us, allowing us to rise with the trend and giving us a great gift. Li Ming let out a sigh of relief and solemnly said, but a fiery light suddenly appeared in his eyes, revealing a desire called greed. Something called ambition rose from the depths of his heart. In a training room, Qi Lin also reported to Zheng Yi word by word. Every action and word of Li Ming and his group were monitored and accurately recorded. It seems that this true disciple, the descendant of the Third Elder, is also someone who is not content with mediocrity. In the secret room, Zheng Yi opened his eyes and sighed lightly. Continue monitoring and wait for my command to close the net. Qilin left after receiving the order, fully aware of who the true backer of the Qilin family was, the one who had propelled their rapid development. Without the support of Zheng Yi, he and the Qilin family were nothing, so he executed Zheng Yi's orders meticulously. To be honest, Li Mingqi had also tempted him and made various generous offers. Qilin outwardly showed respect and loyalty, like an obedient dog, but deep down, he sneered at Li Mingqi and his group, as if they were a joke. He was a practical person, seeking tangible benefits. Li Mingqi and his group were all losers within the sect, driven to the remote corners like stray dogs. They dared to tempt him with empty promises, thinking he was as foolish as them. Moreover, even if Li Mingqi offered tangible benefits, Qilin was prepared to strike from behind. He was determined to live and die with the support of Zheng Yi's powerful backing. Everything else was just nonsense. Their interests were tightly bound together, like fleas on a rope. There was no escape. How could they be easily swayed by a few words? People without harming the tiger's intentions, tigers with harmful intentions towards people. I originally wanted to leave you a way out, but since you are so troublesome, don't blame me for being ruthless. A calm voice echoed in Zheng Yi's cultivation chamber, as if discussing an insignificant matter. Zheng Yi slowly closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. In the main hall of the Qilin family, Li Mingqi and his group were deep in thought, and the atmosphere was tense. My lord, since this is the territory of the Assimilating Soul Sect, why don't we settle here? With the foundation of the Qilin family, I believe it won't take long for you to rise again and reclaim the position of the sect leader. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Very well said. A true man does not worry about trivial matters. This place is the territory of the Assimilating Soul Sect itself. As the direct disciple of the sect and the bloodline descendant of the Third Elder, you have the power and qualifications to lead the Qilin family. As long as you give the order, whether it's the Qilin family or those insignificant inner disciples, they will obediently step aside. Do they really think they can resist? The last sentence caused laughter to erupt among the crowd. In their inherent impression, direct disciples belong to the core inheritors of the sect and are the future high-level members of the sect. Even though their current situation is not good, isn't it just a simple matter to deal with a small inner disciple and a small Qi family? They are now a group of people who not only occupy the righteousness of the sect but also have overwhelming power. Stealing the heritage of the Qi family should be a piece of cake. And now it seems that it is necessary for them to reorganize the Qi family if they want to make a comeback. Since that's the case, we can only inconvenience junior brother Zheng Yi. With one word from you and one word from me, it seems that the Qi family has become Li Mingqi's possession. It's as if as long as they make a move, Zheng Yi and the Qi family will obediently offer everything. Li Mingqi has long coveted the Qi family, but there have been constant troubles along the way, which has made him somewhat hesitant. But now that so many fellow disciples have already advised him, he naturally goes along with it. They are a group of fierce dragons crossing the river, and even if the Qi family is a local snake, in the face of this situation, they will probably have to submit. In just a few days, under the warm hospitality of the Qi family, Li Mingqi and his group had a delightful time. But the more so, the more they coveted the heritage of the Qi family. In their eyes, why should a small Qi refining family have such good fortune? These outstanding disciples of the sect have fallen to the point where they have no home and are competing with subordinate small families for food. So the more unwilling, greedy, and jealous they are, the easier it is for them to deviate from the right path. On the surface, everyone is harmonious, but under Li Mingqi's secret manipulation, all the information gathered from the investigation is summarized. Their plan to steal the entire Qi family is also progressing smoothly. On this day, Li Mingqi and the others held a gathering and specifically invited Zheng Yi to attend the banquet. Obviously, Li Mingqi and his side didn't even realize it themselves. Unconsciously, they had already regarded themselves as the masters and were commanding without hesitation. Both sides were enthusiastically exchanging ideas, and the atmosphere of the entire gathering was lively. After a while, the food and wine were removed, and someone slowly spoke up. Junior brother Zheng Yi, you have been stationed in the Qi family for a year, truly working hard. This time, senior brother Li Mingqi understands your situation and specially takes over for you. I wonder what you think. You can directly return to the sect to report, and there will be additional rewards. At the banquet, Li Mingqi gave a signal, and a disciple from the inner sect stood up and spoke. Thank you, senior brother, for your concern, but this small Qi family's mining area in Barong town is just a remote corner. How can we trouble senior brother Li Mingqi, a true inheritor of the sect, to personally manage it? That would be a waste of talent. Thank you, senior brother Li Mingqi, for your concern. Since I have been given this task, I will stay here for 3 years and manage the black iron vein for the sect. Zheng Yi, as expected, behaved calmly and confidently, smiling as he spoke. You, seemingly unexpected, Zheng Yi, an inner disciple with no foundation in the sect, actually didn't yield to pressure and even touched a sore spot. The person was somewhat annoyed and was about to get angry, but Li Mingqi waved his hand to stop him. All right, we are all fellow disciples, there's no need to speak in such a formal manner. Li Mingqi calmed the emotions of his subordinates before continuing. Junior brother Zheng Yi, to be honest, since I just arrived and have nowhere to stay, this Qi family is quite suitable. I want to borrow this place for a while. Junior brother, you shouldn't refuse, right? His words seemed like a discussion, but his tone was more like a command, a tone of commanding obedience, warning Zheng Yi to quickly give up this place. Senior brother is joking. This is the territory of the sect. I am only temporarily managing it. How can I let someone else take it? Zheng Yi looked into his eyes, smiled, and then said lightly. Besides, this Qi family's surname is Qi, not Zheng. Senior brother asked the wrong person. From the tone of your words, it seems like there's something you're not saying. It's as if you know something. Looking at Zheng Yi's expression, Li Mingqi's face gradually darkened. His tone turned cold as he stared at Zheng Yi with icy eyes, speaking word by word. Zheng Yi, have you gone mad? It seems like you've been here for too long and actually think of yourself as the king of this place. Our sect has strict rules. As a mere inner disciple, how dare you defy the command of a senior brother who possesses the true transmission of the sect? Are you planning to rebel? Zheng Yi's followers by Li Mingqi's side were also taken aback by Zheng Yi's attitude. They immediately changed their expressions, standing up and rebuking Zheng Yi. They emphasized the righteousness of the sect and brought up the rules of the assimilating soul sect, making this ignorant youngster understand who the true master here was. Senior brother Li, you're joking. Hasn't the assimilating soul sect already ceased to exist? Everyone is in chaos, claiming to be the legitimate successor. If you want me to report back to the sect, whose orders should I listen to? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Zheng Yi coldly smiled and spoke directly. So you've been playing with us all these days. So you already knew. Li Mingqi's face grew even colder. He stood up directly, feeling insulted. This made him, who always held himself in high regard, look even more unpleasant. His eyes emitted a murderous intent, and a cold light shot out. You bunch of dogs without a home. I, together with the Qi family, treated you kindly out of our friendship as fellow disciples. I didn't expect you senior brothers to have such inappropriate thoughts, wanting to take advantage of the situation. It seems like you don't take me, Zheng Yi, seriously. Since the truth had already been revealed, Zheng Yi said indifferently. What should be done according to the rules when someone challenges authority from below? Although Li Mingqi had already made up his mind to steal from the Qi family, he hadn't planned on letting Zheng Yi live. Regardless of whether Zheng Yi agreed or not today, whether he cooperated with them or not, in the end, Li Mingqi and the others would find an opportunity to directly deal with this troublesome inner disciple. But now that this matter was brought up openly in front of everyone, Li Mingqi's face indeed became even more unpleasant. He stared at Zheng Yi, speaking coldly. A mere inner disciple, until now, can still speak so confidently in front of all of us. Are you so fearless in the face of danger? I must say, I admire you a little. Or do you think you have some trump card, that you can single-handedly oppose so many of us here? Regardless of which one it is, I think you, as an ordinary inner disciple, are truly wasting your talents. Li Mingqi looked at him and suddenly laughed coldly, slowly saying, I'll give you a chance. Why don't you kneel down now and pledge your loyalty to me? Then go out and kill the person in charge of the Qi family. From now on, follow by my side, and I guarantee you wealth and prosperity. Your future path of cultivation will be smooth. His gaze was full of deep meaning, and the people around had already gathered, as if Zheng Yi's refusal would immediately bring forth the 10,000 tons of thunder technique. The terrifying aura approached Zheng Yi. If it were an ordinary inner disciple, they would probably be frightened out of their wits by now. Zheng Yi remained seated, calm and composed. He even took the time to savor a cup of tea before raising his head, smilingly saying, Can't everyone accept the reality? Don't keep indulging in past glory. After all, there's an old saying that goes, a phoenix without feathers is not as good as a chicken. Senior brother Li, do you agree with this? Zheng Yi's voice became lazy, his eyes filled with a mocking expression as he looked at the few people, giving off an indescribable feeling. The assimilating soul sect has long ceased to exist. Everyone should accept reality. What rules? Which rules? Who established these rules? Why am I not aware of them? Daring, you. Zheng Yi's words were like a thunderclap, shocking even Li Mingqi and the others. After their intense exchange just now, they already knew that Zheng Yi was audacious. But they never expected that Zheng Yi would be so audacious as to not even recognize the sect. This sentence immediately left Li Mingqi and the others speechless, unsure of how to refute it. Before Li Mingqi could speak, there was suddenly a commotion outside, and a group of Qi family cultivators burst in, standing directly behind Zheng Yi. Outside the door, a strong smell of blood began to waft in. The people Li Mingqi had arranged to assist outside had been silently eliminated, without any indication of an alarm being raised. The development of the situation was unexpected. Zheng Yi remained calm, sipping his tea. Although he didn't speak, his meaning was clear. Such audacity, such methods. We originally thought we were just taking advantage of the chaos, but it turns out we were the ones being played. It seems that you are the one fishing in troubled waters. Li Mingqi couldn't believe that a mere inner disciple had such means and courage, making it impossible for the Qi family, which had been managed like an iron plate, to make any progress. The Qi family members they had been trying to win over all this time dared to openly resist him, a true disciple of the sect, and instead stood behind a lowly inner disciple. We've already said that if assimilating soul sect is destroyed, it's destroyed. What's most important is to look forward. Although using borrowed power and driving away tigers while swallowing wolves is a good strategy, it still seems a bit petty when used too often. Zheng Yi sneered. If you're short of breath and guilty, then you're even more useless. Overnight, all the high-level combat power of assimilating soul sect had been lost, and after the internal turmoil, only a few disciples remained. The tiger skin and the banner no longer frightened anyone. What sect's true transmission? What descendant of a foundation-building stage elder? Now they were all nothing. Without strength, they couldn't be considered anything. I admit that I underestimated you, but unfortunately, in the end, it's strength that matters in this world, right? Killing you, we will still be the ultimate winners. Li Mingqi's face turned as cold as frost, and he suddenly burst into laughter. His aura surged, reaching the 8th level of Qi refining, and the law weapon flying swords around him all floated in the air. With a single command, his followers would all mobilize. With the elite cultivators cultivated by their sect, they could definitely crush the same level cultivators of those small clans. For the upper sect, the Qi refining cultivators of a mere family were only slightly stronger than ordinary independent cultivators. However, in the instant they activated their techniques, everyone's expressions changed drastically, including Li Mingqi. His pupils suddenly dilated as he stared fixedly at Zheng Yi. A sharp pain rose from within his body, and all the flying swords he controlled fell to the ground. You actually poisoned us. For a moment, the disciples of Assimilating Soul sect felt the presence of toxins in their bodies. They hurriedly fled to the Qi family's territory and received warm hospitality from their fellow disciples. After all, being in a high position naturally bred contempt for small local families, so although they were still cautious, they were one step behind. Naturally, they never expected that the Qi family would have put slow-acting, colorless, and tasteless poison in their food. This poison was not an ordinary poison, but a spiritual poison that targeted cultivators. It was extracted from the blood poison of the zombie progenitor, Cain, and had never appeared in this world before, making it impossible to guard against. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the spiritual poison to erupt. When did you poison us? What kind of poison is this? Our poison detecting spells completely failed to detect it. The situation has developed beyond Li Mingqi's imagination, completely different from what he initially anticipated. Zheng Yi's hidden agenda is one aspect, but on the other hand, the Qijia, a small Qi refining family, unexpectedly refused to be swayed by their true disciple and instead followed closely behind Zheng Yi. This goes against common sense and caught Li Mingqi off guard. Talking more is useless. Let's settle this with our hands. Zheng Yi said, Senior brother Li has impure motives, so I can't act like a gentleman either. Although it may not be honorable, it's a case of tit for tat. Goodbye, everyone. Zheng Yi waved his hand, and the cultivators from the Qijia immediately rushed forward, killing all of Li Mingqi's followers who had fallen to the ground due to poisoning. They mercilessly slashed them with their swords, showing no mercy. Zheng Yi, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Li Mingqi unexpectedly took out an antidote pill and swallowed it, instantly calming his aura. Moreover, because he had the highest cultivation level, he had a certain degree of suppression over toxins, and he quickly regained his combat power. However, he didn't immediately choose to save people or fight Zheng Yi. Instead, he turned around and used his escape technique, decisively fleeing the scene. Now he seems more like a true disciple, acting decisively and leaving when he says he will, Zheng Yi commented. Unfortunately, when cutting grass, one must remove the roots. I don't have the habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Watching the figure crash through the gate and fly out, Zheng Yi moved and chased after him. He didn't let others pursue. After all, Li Mingqi was a true disciple of the sect, and his strength was not weak. He was the descendant favored by the 3 elders of the foundation building stage. He had unknown trump cards. Even if he was poisoned now, the Qijia and others couldn't handle him. As they chased and fled, Li Mingqi's escape technique flowed smoothly like flowing clouds and water, as fast as lightning. However, Zheng Yi's body refining and Qi refining cultivation were both at their peak, and their actual combat power was extremely strong. How could they let him escape? Until they reached a beautiful mountain and water location, Zheng Yi intercepted Li Mingqi. In fact, Zheng Yi had many ways to catch up to him, but the reason he waited until this point was simple. Although they had already torn their faces and were destined to fight to the death, Zheng Yi wouldn't go easy on him. The other party was interested in the resources in his hands and the entire Qijia, and he was interested in the identity of the other party as a true disciple. After all, Li Mingqi was not just an ordinary sect's true disciple, but the most valued descendant of the 3 elders of the foundation building stage. What kind of resources did he have? What secrets did he bring out from the sect? It was hard to say. Zheng Yi wanted to maximize his benefits and didn't want to conduct the fight in a crowded place. The current location was extremely remote, making it easier for him to make a move. This place is beautiful. Senior brother Li has found a good burial ground. HMPH. I really admire your courage. You dare to chase after me alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? As long as I kill you, the Kijia will have no way out. By then, the Kijia will be under my control, right? Li Mingqi sneered, his aura surged, and 2 magic swords rose up, flowing in the air like fish. But facing Zheng Yi's attitude, he always felt that something was off. His eyes kept moving, as if he was really considering something. Who said I wanted to fight you one-on-one? You're thinking too much. It just so happens that I have a pet here. It has a very violent temper and likes to stretch its muscles from time to time. As long as you defeat it, there's no need to say anything else, I'll let you leave. As he spoke, Zheng Yi reached into the pet bag at his waist, a flash of light passed by, and suddenly an enormous shadow enveloped them from above. A terrifying aura of blood and death instantly exploded, blowing away the calmness around them. The surging power stirred up a violent wind, making it almost impossible for Li Mingqi to stabilize his figure. He swallowed hard, struggling to raise his head and look up. He saw a huge bat-like creature, like a small mountain, casting a large shadow with its terrifying wings, its lantern-like eyes staring at him. The intense and overwhelming pressure made Li Mingqi lose focus, as if he was recalling the feeling of facing the ancestor of the sect. That terrifying pressure almost crushed one's soul and made it impossible to breathe. That was the soul-shaking power that only the foundation building stage possessed. Li Mingqi seemed to remember some horrifying scenes. His face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. For a moment, Li Mingqi fell silent, irritating the ancestor of the zombie blood bat, Cain. With a flap of its wings, Li Mingqi was sent flying. The body collided directly with the rock wall, leaving a deep imprint. Blood sprayed from the mouth as the person pointed at the blood bat ancestor Cain, saying, How is this possible? You can actually command a monster at the foundation building stage. Zheng Yi flashed and appeared in front of Li Mingqi, whispering. To be honest, at first, I didn't want to kick a man when he's down. I have too many things to do and it's troublesome. As fellow disciples, considering our shared bond, it would be best if you left peacefully. You, me, and everyone else would benefit. Unfortunately, your greed knows no bounds. You actually set your sights on the foundation I painstakingly built as your junior. I'm sorry, but I can only ask you to die, senior brother. No, you can't kill me. I can give you treasures. The ancestors left me many secret techniques, all of which I can give to you. Spare my life. Oh, by the way, I also have one of the 3 major secret techniques of the sect. Before he could finish speaking, Zheng Yi swung his long sword and stabbed it directly into Li Mingqi's neck, causing blood to spurt out. His words abruptly stopped, his eyes bulging. He never expected that Zheng Yi wouldn't even give him a chance. He struggled like a fish out of water, gasping for breath. If you won't talk, then everything is mine. In an instant, Zheng Yi activated the Black Evil technique, and the flames of Xuanmo surged, directly extracting Li Mingqi's soul, preparing to refine it. Compared to the lies spoken by the living, he preferred to believe the words of the dead. The Xuanmo flames burned Li Mingqi's soul, causing it to contort in midair. His soul scattered, his mouth wide open in agony, but no sound came out. Zheng Yi watched expressionlessly. This was the fate of a loser. When Li Mingqi became greedy, his fate was sealed. The originally unstable soul, under the burning of the Xuanmo-colored flames, turned into a silver substance, soft like fine sand. Zheng Yi carefully put it away. It contained many of Li Mingqi's memories, and he needed to find a safe and quiet place to carefully extract useful information. After searching for useful items, including the most important storage bag, Zheng Yi unexpectedly found a storage ring on Li Mingqi's right big toe. He couldn't help but sigh. This guy was indeed cautious. Li Mingqi's body directly turned into flames and dissipated in the wind. Returning to the Qi family, everything had already been cleaned up. After instructing Qi Lin a few words, Zheng Yi went directly to a secluded place for closed-door cultivation. In the secret room, a gentle light illuminated the enclosed space. Zheng Yi circulated his cultivation technique, calming his inner energy. Then he opened his eyes and took out the silver substance. This wasn't the first time Zheng Yi had performed soul-searching, but now that his strength had greatly improved and he had been studying the soul-seizing banner for a long time, he was already an expert in manipulating souls. In the past, he couldn't collect fragments of a cultivator's soul memories. This soul-searching technique was already familiar to Zheng Yi. He circulated his cultivation technique, and the silver substance followed the guidance of the soul-searching technique, flowing towards his mind and gradually disappearing. Some fragments of memories continuously poured into Zheng Yi's mind, gathering in his heart. Of course, these fragments were incomplete and he could only vaguely discern useful information. It was impossible for Zheng Yi to completely read a person's entire life with his current cultivation level. Fortunately, Zheng Yi wasn't a voyeur. He directly skipped over most of the useless memories and searched for the useful information. Before long, Zheng Yi found the most desired thing from his soul. At this moment, the demonic fire in the palm of his right hand had already refined the storage ring over and over again, completely unlocking its restrictions. Before this, Li Mingqi's storage bag had already been thoroughly searched by Zheng Yi. Besides some spare clothes and a few law weapons, there were only some backup spirit stones. It was clear that the storage bag was just a decoy for outsiders. The storage ring hidden on his right big toe was the real place where various resources were stored. Zheng Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils contracting, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. Truly worthy of being the direct descendant of the elder at the foundation building stage. Li Mingqi's words before his death turned out to be true. He actually brought out the 5 organs temple feeding god technique, one of the 3 major secret techniques of the assimilating soul sect. What an unexpected joy. Even Zheng Yi couldn't help but admire Li Mingqi's audacity. He had directly stolen the 5 organs temple feeding god technique during the chaos of the sect, indicating that he had long planned his escape. Or perhaps, Zheng Yi believed more that this was the arrangement of the third elder. Otherwise, how could a true disciple overcome numerous obstacles and obtain this core inheritance of the sect? Currently, the 3 elders, along with the high-ranking members of the sect, have all been eliminated. Li Mingqi has also lost his backing and can only rely on himself in the future. Therefore, he becomes even more cautious. Although he carries a large amount of cultivation resources with him, he also possesses one of the sect's 3 major secret techniques, the 5 organs temple feeding god technique, but he dares not reveal it to anyone. Even those who follow him, including his trusted subordinates, have no idea what Li Mingqi is capable of. It seems that he is preparing for the future. After 3 days of refining, the restriction on the storage ring finally opens, and Zheng Yi allows it to float quietly in front of him. With a wave of his hand, numerous resources flash from the storage ring and fall in front of him, quickly filling half the room. This makes Zheng Yi sigh. Even in the cultivation sects and demonic paths, the disparity between individuals is astonishing. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. With so many cultivation techniques and manuals, and so much cultivation, Li Mingqi keeps it a secret and even plans to seize the Qijia's industry. Truly, he is insatiable. In addition, Zheng Yi also discovers a treasure location from Li Mingqi's memories. The most important things are hidden there, which is why Li Mingqi doesn't trust those around him and dares not carry them with him. He plans to retrieve the treasure alone after the sect's affairs settle down. That place is also the most precious inheritance left by the 3 elders for their descendants. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Before completely leaving the assimilating soul sect's influence, Li Mingqi dies and his soul is destroyed due to his attempt to seize the Qijia's industry. Without waiting any longer, Zheng Yi quietly leaves the Qijia and quickly retrieves the treasure according to the information left by Li Mingqi, bringing it back with him. Firstly, there are over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is the least valuable thing to Zheng Yi because the Qijia sells a large number of soul stones, so they are not lacking in spirit stones. Of course, gaining a large amount of wealth for free is still a happy thing. Secondly, there are various secret manuals treasured by the assimilating soul sect, mostly spells and techniques, with a few martial arts manuals. These are the accumulated wealth of the assimilating soul sect over 300 years. As the only 3 foundation building stage cultivators in the sect, the 3 elders have a special status, so it is not difficult for them to plan and obtain a portion of the resources. These things, placed anywhere, can support the rise of a cultivation family as long as the descendants are ambitious. Lastly, and most interesting to Zheng Yi, is one of the assimilating soul sect's 3 major secret techniques, the 5 organs temple feeding God technique. This cultivation technique was unexpectedly obtained by the sect's founding ancestor, soul-capturing Taoist. The origin of this cultivation technique is unknown. It is not the most powerful among the sect's 3 major secret techniques, but it is the oldest and most mysterious. Because this cultivation technique involves the cultivation of the soul, it is a cultivation method passed down from the ancient Soul Tao. However, in the past 100 or 200 years, Zheng Yi has not heard of any high-ranking members within the assimilating soul sect who are famous for this technique. There must be some restrictions on cultivation. Carefully flipping through the jade slip of the 5 organs temple feeding God technique, Zheng Yi begins to study it attentively. After a while, Zheng Yi lets out a breath, but the profound technique circulating in his mind makes him marvel at the great creativity of the ancients. This profound and mysterious technique is based on the 5 organs, refining them into 5 temples, and using the temples to feed the gods. Ultimately, the 5 elements merge and breakthrough is achieved. Moreover, this 5 organs temple feeding God technique is of a high level and can reach the gold core stage. This also confirms the rumors about the history of the assimilating soul sect, that the sect's founding ancestor, soul-capturing patriarch, was a gold core level expert from another domain. Lungs correspond to metal, kidneys correspond to water, wood corresponds to the liver, heart corresponds to fire, and spleen corresponds to earth. The 5 organs of the human body correspond to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, 5 different treasures are needed to establish the foundation building temples and enshrine the 5 gods. However, establishing these temples is not just a matter of imagination. It requires the actual construction of temples and the offering of incense and sacrifices. In other words, to cultivate this 5 organs temple feeding God technique, one needs to be in contact with the aura of incense and must be immersed in the atmosphere of incense. In other words, to cultivate this 5 organs temple feeding God technique, one needs to offer incense and prayers. It is necessary to be imbued with the aura of incense. Zheng Yi hesitates for a moment. It is obvious that this is a technique of the incense fire divine path. This kind of cultivation method generally has ancient origins and is not popular in the Great Yi immortal domain. Instead, it originated from the outer domain. It seems that the founder of the assimilating soul sect, soul-capturing ancestor, is indeed a cultivator from the outer domain. Zheng Yi thought to himself. Praying for incense, gathering believers, this is a path that must be taken in the incense fire way, which is very rare in the Great Yi immortal domain. However, it is said that this practice was once prevalent in the outer domain for a period of time, and later spread to the Great Yi immortal domain, but it did not cause much of a stir. Very few predecessors have walked this path. Because this incense fire way has a major drawback. Although the cultivation is rapid and the path of the divine soul is easy to enter, it only requires enough believers and sufficient incense prayers to obtain a large amount of incense fire power. In the initial stages, these incense fire powers can support rapid advancement in cultivation and reach a high level. But as the incense fire power is absorbed, it is not pure energy, but also contains various emotions and prayers of the people. This is a kind of karma, a very terrifying power. Incense fire is poisonous. This is the first taboo of the divine soul path. Everything in the world is balanced, there is gain and there is loss. Cultivators of the incense fire divine path receive the worship of countless incense fires, and cultivate by borrowing the power of wishes. Step by step, their divine souls undergo transformation. However, they are also entangled by karma, and divine cultivators are also influenced by their believers. On one hand, their temperament changes greatly, and on the other hand, the power of belief is their foundation. Once their beliefs are swept away, they become like floating duckweed without roots, eventually dissipating completely. The power of the path of immortality is far from being the only true power. In the Great Yi immortal domain, there are examples of divine cultivators who explored and ended up being trapped as mountain gods, land gods, river gods, and the like. Zheng Yi didn't even need to consult the scriptures for these situations. He had heard of them before, and there were annotations in the jade slip of the 5 organs temple feeding gods technique and the notes of the previous ancestors, indicating that although this cultivation method was extremely mysterious and ancient, it had major flaws. It can be said that the pros and cons are very obvious, so if future generations want to cultivate, they must be extremely cautious and think it through. Zheng Yi himself was an expert in manipulating souls and had the most understanding of the path of the divine soul. Therefore, he understood the importance of these warnings. Everything is interconnected. Although he had never cultivated the incense fire divine path before, he also understood that the power of belief is a double-edged sword. It can help the divine soul transform, but it also binds the cultivator with karma. Both sides create cause and effect. This is where karma lies. So the fact that incense fire is poisonous is not just empty words. For the gods who absorb incense fire power, this is also the biggest flaw. This kind of karma is different from killing karma. It is the power of wishes from numerous believers and can reshape the cultivator's divine soul. The longer one cultivates, the more it sprouts like a seed, ultimately polluting the original self. The cultivator's divine soul is no longer their own, but is reshaped by karma, evolving towards the divine being that the believers expect. The higher the cultivation level, the easier it is for the original intention to fall, and in the end, one is no longer oneself, completely transforming into a different form. It can be said that the power of incense fire has its pros and cons. If one can remove the impure karma and directly absorb pure wishes, it would definitely be a good method for rapid transformation of the divine soul. However, up to now, there hasn't been a good method for this. At least in the Great Yi Immortal Domain, it has not appeared. Otherwise, this ancient path of becoming a god through incense fire would have flourished long ago and would not be almost forgotten, stored away, and on the verge of disappearing. If the mysterious golden light of the golden seed can purify the karma of incense fire, then suddenly, a thought came to Zheng Yi's mind. It seemed that he had figured something out. The golden seed originated from the Doomsday World, and until now, he still hadn't figured out what kind of powerful force it was. It is similar to the power of merit in the legends of the Great Yi Immortal Domain, but it is not entirely the power of merit. But one thing can be proven, it is a powerful purifying force that can cleanse the evil energy and karma in the human body, with very significant effects. This has also been Zheng Yi's trump card for rapid advancement. He is not afraid of the accumulation of evil energy and karma in his body because from the beginning, all the remaining evil energy and karma have been dispersed and disappeared. His body is pure and clear, and his Tao foundation is stable and solid. If we look at it from this perspective, can the golden seed also dispel the poison of incense fire? It should also be able to eliminate the cause and effect karma in belief. After thinking it over, Zheng Yi was obviously tempted. Although he didn't have a definite answer, it was an instinctive feeling. He instinctively believed that the golden seed hidden in his sea of consciousness should be able to eliminate the poison of incense fire. If that's the case, then this 5 organs temple feeding gods technique would be of great help to him. So he decided to give it a try. Of course, this experiment cannot be conducted in the immortal domain of Daya. Cultivators are not easily fooled, and there is a close connection between mortal dynasties and cultivators. Even behind the dynasties, there are cultivator forces supporting them. Zheng Yi plans to conduct this experiment in the end of days world, where everything is already in chaos and can be messed around with. In the end of days world, the heavens and earth have undergone great changes, and the rules have collapsed. The world is in a state of primitive chaos. People have long abandoned the beliefs they held before the end of days and are in desperate need of some spiritual support. Even in the gathering place ruled by Zheng Yi, many residents are working hard to numb themselves because in these hopeless days, they cannot see any hope and lack faith, becoming lost and confused. People only show a positive attitude when they see hope, and faith is undoubtedly a form of hope. This is a fertile soil for Zheng Yi's preaching and experiments. Soon, at the end of a bustling street in the gathering place, a temple was erected, inside of which was enshrined a deity named Taishan Furan, who can ensure safety. Taishan, one of the 5 sacred mountains, is on the blue star, which does not exist in the end of days world. However, Zheng Yi borrowed its name. Zheng Yi remembers that there are festivals dedicated to Taishan Furan in many places on the blue star. When the temple opened, it was very lively. Many high-ranking members of the gathering place came, and even the guards were blood warriors in red armor. As the parasitic bats reproduced faster, more and more people in the gathering place chose to participate in the Integrated Union experiment as blood warriors, all in pursuit of a better future and the opportunity to become an ability user who controls blood. This accelerated the progress of the entire experiment, and more powerful blood warriors emerged, becoming the mainstream force in the gathering place. Although the failure rate was quite high, volunteers still flocked to sign up. With the advancement of experimental technology and the increasing stability of the parasitic bat eggs, the success rate reached about 40%. Out of 10 people, about 4 would succeed. Even so, it couldn't dampen people's enthusiasm. After all, once successful, they would possess abilities. Although it was a unified physical enhancement, speed enhancement, and blood evolution, it was still a leap for ordinary people. After all, only 1 in 100 people who consumed zombie crystals could awaken abilities, but there was a 4 in 10 chance of becoming a blood warrior with the Integrated Union parasitic bat eggs. Moreover, according to some people, even if the success rate was not high, why couldn't they be the successful ones? Because these bloodline ability users often wore red armor, people habitually referred to them as blood guards or blood warriors. 2 rows of elite blood warriors stood on both sides, vigilantly maintaining order. Being watched by so many ability users, the ordinary people who entered the temple to worship also became quite restrained. It was only when they walked into the temple and the gazes behind them disappeared that many people breathed a sigh of relief. Welcome, believers, to the Temple of Taishan Furen. This temple enshrines the great Taishan Furen. Legend has it that in the land of life and death, there are 5 great mountains that suppress the cycle of all things. Among them, Taishan is the leader, and Taishan Furen naturally governs the realms of yin and yang, life and death. The middle-aged man with an excited expression was specially selected by Zheng Yi as the temple priest. He could sell anything with his eloquence, even turning the dead into the living. The power of faith has just begun, and Zheng Yi needs him to plant the seeds of faith in the hearts of everyone in the gathering place. As for what happens next, that will depend on the seeds taking root and sprouting. Seeing the enthusiastic work of the temple priest, persuading everyone he meets, Zheng Yi nodded in satisfaction behind the scenes. Watching the passionate host, he was very pleased. This person used to be a scammer, relying on his smooth talk to make a living. Now that he has been secretly received by Zheng Yi, he immediately knows that an opportunity has come. He can't wait to prostrate himself on the ground and embrace the unprecedented opportunity to work hard. Zheng Yi may promise him that as long as he does well, more people will believe in Taishan Fujun, and prosperity and wealth are inevitable. He may even be able to ascend to the top in one step and gain true transcendent power. After dressing up, this scammer really looks like a so-called expert, perfectly embodying the appearance of a charlatan. In fact, the true body enshrined in the temple bears Zheng Yi's original imprint, and even this appearance is about 70 to 80% similar to him. However, he has always been shrouded in a black robe and has an illusion technique on the outside, so there are not many people who have truly seen his real face. He used himself as a prototype to create a statue named Taishan Fujun. This is also the place where he conducted his first experiment. Alright, as the first group of believers, I can tell you a secret. The scammer completely assumes the role of a temple priest. In order to deceive others, he must first deceive himself. This is the highest realm of deception. Looking at the believers whose emotions have been completely stirred up, as if seeing the scene of countless followers cheering below, the long-lost feeling comes back, and he becomes even more excited. Staring at the eager eyes below, he slowly speaks. That is, as long as you become loyal believers of Taishan Fujun, the great Taishan Fujun will bestow upon you the courage and qualification to survive in the end times, to become superior beings with powerful abilities. As he spoke, the middle-aged host waved his right hand, and a phantom appeared beside him. Everyone fixed their gaze on it, only to find that it was a warrior clad in black armor, exuding a chilling aura from its soul. For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but whisper, looking at the Yin soldier, quietly saying, "That's right." After the crowd digested this information, the middle-aged temple priest spoke softly again, "This guardian deity is bestowed upon me by the great Taishan Fujun. It possesses the ability to control ghosts." Boom! Suddenly, the crowd exploded, but they dared not speak out, they could only discuss quietly in low voices, their faces filled with envy and their eyes filled with anticipation. All right, everyone, follow me in worshipping the great Taishan Fujun. As long as your faith is sufficient, as long as your faith is devout, you can also receive the blessings of the great divine Taishan Fujun. If Taishan Fujun does not respond to your faith, then you must find the reason within yourselves. It must be that your faith is not devout enough. The atmosphere had reached its climax. The middle-aged temple priest had long transformed his identity. He truly felt that he was the most loyal believer of Taishan Fujun, wishing to die for the deity. Therefore, preaching and leading more suffering people to believe in the deity was only natural. In the huge temple, all the believers were bustling, kneeling and bowing before the statue. Leave professional matters to professionals. Zheng Yi, who had been observing from behind the scenes, revealed a slight smile on his face. Using the ability to control ghosts to attract believers is indeed a very good method. In the end times, what can attract people's attention the most is undoubtedly supernatural abilities. This is also why blood warriors have a 60% mortality rate, yet countless people dare to fight desperately and flock to them. In this chaotic era, those who control their own power are the most envied by everyone. Many people are not afraid of death, but they fear endless despair. Zheng Yi carefully studied the human bodies in this post-apocalyptic world and came to a conclusion. The people in this world are born without spiritual roots, which means they are fundamentally unable to cultivate the cultivation methods of the immortal domain. However, their bodies have their own peculiarities and evolutionary attributes. Through strong external stimuli, such as consuming zombie crystals, there is a chance to obtain these unimaginable powerful abilities and become ability users. Although Zheng Yi has not studied what kind of body refining system the ghost controllers belong to, it is highly likely that they are similar to ability users, but their evolutionary paths have deviated. Perhaps this is the disparity of the world, determined by different rules and energy levels. Just like Zheng Yi, who has consumed so many zombie crystals but has not shown any signs of awakening abilities. Because fundamentally, his body structure and evolutionary origin are not completely consistent with the others in this world. So Zheng Yi also pondered, since the flesh and blood of the parasitic bat egg can evolve by relying on blood, controlling blood, and strengthening the physical body, can another type of evolutionary system similar to the ghost controllers be obtained through the transformation of divine soul power through the path of gods? This is only Zheng Yi's speculation, and if he wants to verify it, he still needs time for evidence. But Zheng Yi is not lacking in time. This world is already chaotic, with all kinds of ghosts and zombies running rampant, not much different from the underworld. Having another deity named Taishan Fujun to suppress the underworld doesn't seem like a big deal. With the temple priest's mouth spewing lotus flowers, and with the deliberate instigation of the controllers of the gathering place, many desperate people were shrouded in despair and chose to believe in Taishan Fujun. Although there are still some followers of other deities, under these circumstances, they have no choice but to change their allegiance. After all, within the gathering place, believing in the Taishan god has become a kind of political correctness. The mastermind behind all of this is naturally Zheng Yi, the true controller of the gathering place. The seeds of faith have been planted in the hearts of all the believers, and now they just need to wait for them to take root and sprout. In just 2 or 3 months, a group of devout believers has truly emerged. With the worship of these believers, a faint, smoky aura gathers on the statue of Taishan Fujun. The originally majestic statue, shrouded in smoke, becomes even more mysterious and magnificent. In the deepest part of the gathering place, within the tallest building, Zheng Yi sits cross-legged. An unprecedented mysterious power of faith, invisibly pulling, pours into Zheng Yi's body like streams of springs through the channels of belief in his soul. The faint, colorless power of incense, as the 5 organs temple feeding God great method, operates, pulls that power of incense, ultimately converging within the 5 organs. A comfortable feeling, like soaking in warm water, almost makes Zheng Yi fall asleep, but he keenly senses a tiny black dot appearing deep in his heart, attached to the atrium. If Zheng Yi hadn't been observing the whole process, it would have been difficult to detect its existence, but he can clearly perceive that countless stray thoughts are hidden within this black dot. When these stray thoughts touch the power of the soul, it feels like a cacophony of countless believers chanting and praying, carrying a deep power of temptation, making one's head spin and feel as if they are about to fall into an endless world of desires. Zheng Yi suddenly opens his eyes, his pupils contracting. His strong willpower keeps his mind firm. Now he is certain that this is the karmic force within the power of faith, the cause and effect, the very thing he was concerned about from the beginning. Indeed, the power of incense is poisonous. Now is undoubtedly the most critical moment. If he can eliminate the karmic force within it, it means that in the future, Zheng Yi can absorb the power of incense without any restraint. Swish! A golden light shoots out, and the golden seed's radiance penetrates through most of his body, landing on his heart. Instantly, the black dot, as if with nowhere to hide, is exposed under the golden light and disappears in an instant. Success! Zheng Yi immediately felt a sense of clarity throughout his body, with excitement filling his heart. Since the golden seed could eliminate the karmic forces within the incense power, it meant that he could cultivate the assimilating soul sect's one of the three major techniques, the 5 organs temple feeding god technique. Invisibly, this raised the heights that Zheng Yi could potentially reach in the future. After all, although divine techniques had their drawbacks, they had advantages in transforming the divine soul that other techniques couldn't imagine. Zheng Yi already possessed the blood lotus embryo's hidden lotus flower secret record. If he could cultivate this 5 organs temple feeding god technique, then his physical body, magical power, and divine soul would all smoothly progress without any hindrance. He called over the middle-aged temple attendant and praised him, encouraging him to continue working hard and promote the Tai Shan City God Temple. The middle-aged temple attendant's face was filled with excitement as he expressed his determination. He had developed the ability to observe and understand people's words and expressions in society, and he had long discovered that this seemingly young individual was extraordinary. He had even witnessed the attitude of the influential figure, Jin Wuxian, towards this young man, which further confirmed his speculation. This was an unimaginable opportunity. If he could gain this person's recognition, it wouldn't be impossible for him to rise to the top in the gathering place. The middle-aged temple attendant secretly vowed to seize this opportunity. Work hard, work diligently, and make more people believe in the Tai Shan City God. Since the Tai Shan City God Temple had just been established, although its followers had expanded throughout the gathering place, there had yet to be any true core believers, genuine followers. So there was still a long way to go. Zheng Yi was only making a shallow attempt and conducting experiments for now. Next, it was time for vigorous development, recruiting followers, and obtaining a continuous supply of incense power offerings. Should the blood flesh gourd be ripe by now? After planting the blood flesh gourd, Zheng Yi had assigned others to take care of a bunch of other matters. Now, the 5 organs refining temple feeding god technique happened to require this law weapon, so Zheng Yi decided to personally go and see how it was growing and if it could be used. The gathering place had already expanded tenfold compared to before, so even though the crowd had increased, the core area seemed even more empty. Apart from the blood warriors responsible for patrolling and guarding, there were no other idle people. Zheng Yi was familiar with the terrain. He took a few steps and entered the area where the blood flesh gourd was planted. It was an open area, with the soil still covered in the remnants of zombie flesh and blood. The space that was originally filled with a large number of zombie flesh and blood had long been covered in massive, sky-obscuring gourd vines. Various sizes of blood flesh gourds hung from the vines, each with a different color, ranging from deep red to pink, with varying shades. They all had skin similar to human flesh, with a touch of elasticity that gave people a creepy feeling. They should be ripe. Zheng Yi stood in front of the largest blood flesh gourd, which was as big as a watermelon. It was entirely red, with a lantern-like skin that emitted a bright red luster. Zheng Yi reached out to touch it and found that it released sharp rays of light, like sword qi, piercing his hand and causing him to retract it. But Zheng Yi wasn't surprised. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. After planting the original seed of the blood flesh gourd in the demon realm, Zheng Yi had paid a considerable price to obtain it. He then invested a large amount of zombie flesh and blood for cultivation in this post-apocalyptic world. It seemed that after such a long time, it had succeeded. As a mutated existence that nurtured sword gourds, this blood flesh gourd had been infused with a considerable amount of sword cultivation resources by Zheng Yi. Calculating the time, it seemed to have given birth to a pretty good flying sword. Back then, it had taken a lot of effort to nurture it to this point, and now it was finally time to reap the rewards. Thinking this, Zheng Yi reached out his hand again and walked towards the largest cultivated gourd, intending to pick it. Suddenly, a red light burst out from the gourd, targeting him and shooting towards him at an incredibly fast speed, catching him off guard. Clang, clang, but Zheng Yi saw that his eyes were shining brightly, and a soul-capturing banner appeared in his hand. The handle of the soul-capturing banner was like a long spear in his hand, constantly pointing towards the void. It collided with the blood-colored flying sword again and again, and crisp sounds echoed in the space. The blood-colored flying sword had just matured and its will to control was not very strong. It was quickly suppressed by Zheng Yi. At the same time, he waved the soul-capturing banner, and the blood-clothed female ghost led many ghost generals to fiercely attack the flesh gourd. Sharp claws tore at the skin of the flesh gourd, and ghostly energy tore through the external defense and surged inward. In an instant, the aura of slaughter surged in this space. Looking at the besieged flesh gourd, the blood-colored flying sword that was being nurtured was also retracted. It seemed to have consumed a lot of blood energy, and the entire gourd drooped down, no longer having any means of counterattack, unable to be used again. A strange expression appeared on Zheng Yi's face. I didn't expect this flesh gourd to be infected by the zombie bloodline and actually come alive. This is definitely an extremely rare occurrence. Even in the long history of the Great Yi Immortal Domain, Zheng Yi had never heard of a sword-nurturing gourd or a mutated flesh gourd coming alive. It was simply unheard of. But in this apocalyptic world, the blood bat hatched and was infected by the zombie bloodline, becoming the ancestor of the zombie blood bat. And the planted gourd also came alive because of this zombie bloodline, truly miraculous. It can only be said that this zombie bloodline has a very powerful ability to infect and mutate. Of course, this mutation is not 100% guaranteed. Just like gambling, there are good and bad outcomes, completely based on probability. Obviously, this flesh gourd, which had come alive, couldn't withstand the siege of these terrifying ghosts inside the soul-capturing banner. It instantly drooped down, looking like it was about to collapse. Naturally, Zheng Yi didn't really want to kill this flesh gourd, otherwise he wouldn't have carefully nurtured it. It's just that this flesh gourd unexpectedly came alive and launched an attack on him, which made him think more. This world has mysterious properties, whether it's the blood moon in the sky, the endless zombies, or various ghosts, it's definitely not as simple as the spread of the zombie virus. After seeing the flesh gourd finally showing signs of decline, Zheng Yi just put away the soul-capturing banner, but saw a scene that surprised him greatly. I saw that the huge flesh gourd, which had already drooped down, actually extended 7 or 8 blood-colored tentacles from below, just like an octopus, directly tearing off a small blood gourd that was in its early growth stage next to it. The tentacles inserted into it and crazily devoured its nutrients. Soon, the small blood gourd became withered and completely lost its color, while the surface of the huge blood gourd, which had a dim luster, instantly recovered, appearing as shiny as before. It actually has the ability to devour each other. The zombie bloodline in this world is even more mysterious than I imagined. This scene surprised Zheng Yi greatly. Unexpectedly, this flesh gourd had undergone so many changes without him realizing it. Not only did it come alive, but it also mutated, gaining the ability to extend tentacles and devour other similar beings. This kind of situation would not be a big deal if it happened to other creatures, such as animals, but it appeared on a gourd, which was very strange. When a plant exhibits such strong aggressiveness like an animal, it is truly surprising. Beyond Zheng Yi's expectations, he pondered quietly for a while, considering whether this thing could still be used. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Zheng Yi pointed his finger and, regardless of the struggles of the flesh gourd, directly cut off its stem, suppressing it with the profound demon flame, and then took it in his hand. It seems that I can only refine its will and see if I can try to refine a sinister weapon. Zheng Yi said solemnly. He felt the deepest malice of the apocalyptic world. This place was not a place for innocent rabbits, but a big gray wolf, or even a devouring beast. These things born in the Great Yi Immortal Domain, after being transferred to the apocalyptic world, have all undergone strange mutations. This kind of mutation seems to have an unimaginable twisted power, affecting the things that are born after being contaminated. Whether it's the blood bat or the blood gourd, they have undergone tremendous changes, completely altering their original state. Returning to the designated forbidden area in the gathering place, Zheng Yi plans to cultivate the 5 organs temple feeding god technique. Originally, Zheng Yi cultivated these flesh and blood gourds in order to nurture the 5 poison slashing spirit sword, and then use the 5 spirit swords to refine the blood fetus ghost infant as the spirit of the little 5 elements sword foundation building technique, thereby advancing to the foundation building stage. However, things are ever changing, and Zheng Yi did not expect that he would actually obtain a blood lotus scripture more suitable for himself later on, which is the so-called ancient technique, the blood lotus embryo hidden lotus flower secret record. And now, Zheng Yi is even more surprised to find that in this apocalyptic world, these flesh and blood gourds have also undergone strange changes. They have actually given birth to a kind of vague consciousness, coming alive, and can directly activate flying swords to attack the creatures around them, which is extremely rare. However, since he is preparing to cultivate the 5 organs temple feeding god technique, Zheng Yi has a better idea. If his plan can succeed, not only can he continue to cultivate the blood lotus scripture, but the previous little 5 elements sword foundation building technique will not be abandoned either, it will only add a stronger foundation to it. And now the most crucial thing is how Zheng Yi can make good use of the flesh and blood gourd that has been cultivated at great expense. Using the profound demon flame, he directly extinguished the newly born will of the flesh and blood gourd, but retained the gourd's own vitality, that is, its ability to devour the same kind. Now, this refined flesh and blood gourd has become even larger, with a more radiant surface, like warm jade, but it contains an extreme sharpness within. That is the sword embryo about to be refined within the gourd. It gives people a feeling of revealing sharpness, hiding the sword in the box, breaking free from constraints. Now Zheng Yi's horizons have broadened, and he is no longer an ordinary independent cultivator. Whether it is the Qijia's secret collection, or the various wonderful techniques found by the later search teams, and more importantly, the secret records of the assimilating soul sect's main mountain carried by Li Mingqi, they have all increased his horizons and the foundation of various cultivation methods. Among them, he found a secret method of live refining, and Zheng Yi began to refine this gourd. In fact, in the demon realm, some people, in order to pursue more powerful strength, dare to directly refine zombies or ghosts, using themselves as vessels to inherit some of the abilities of zombies or ghosts, thus possessing more powerful combat power. In the demonic cultivation world, in order to pursue an increase in combat power, one could say that they would stop at nothing. The process of live refining went very smoothly. These methods and techniques have been explored for many years in the demon realm before finally finding the most suitable method, so there were no unexpected incidents during the refining process. At this moment, in the secret room, Zheng Yi opened his eyes, his face twisted, and beads of sweat the size of beans slowly trickled down his temples. It can be seen that at this moment, both mentally and physically, Zheng Yi is suffering greatly. And even more strangely, the huge flesh and blood gourd quietly floated in front of him, as if defying gravity. Zheng Yi's hands kept changing, his fingers changing various hand seals, chanting incantations in his mouth, and a continuous stream of spiritual power poured in, producing mysterious runes that penetrated into the flesh and blood gourd in front of him. And that huge flesh and blood gourd, upright and straight, formed a vertical line between the upper and lower abdomen, with a smooth and uniform connection. With Zheng Yi's breathing and exhalation, it gradually floated up and down, emitting a deep blood-colored light. Just as the last peculiar rune was injected into the flesh and blood gourd, the huge gourd began to twist and deform. And it was at this moment that Zheng Yi discovered the truth that was causing him unbearable pain. It turned out that 8 thin tentacles extended from the bottom of the gourd, deeply inserted into his chest, and as he breathed in and out, the light from within the gourd continuously permeated into Zheng Yi's flesh and blood along the tentacles. With each penetration, the gourd shrank by an inch, and instead, Zheng Yi's belly began to swell. The feeling was as if he was gradually devouring the entire flesh and blood gourd. Finally, when the blood-colored light erupted to the extreme, faintly visible within the silhouette of the gourd, there stood a delicate and small flying sword, surrounded by a chilling aura of refined iron, gradually merging into Zheng Yi's chest along with the flesh and blood gourd. At this moment, Zheng Yi was already sweating profusely, but he still suppressed his emotions and his expression became even more relaxed. The external gourd completely permeated his body. With his eyes slightly closed, through his inner vision, he could already see that at some unknown time, a fleshy gourd directly enveloped his heart, forming the shape of a gourd-shaped temple. The Five Organs Temple Feeding Deity Great Method, also known as the Five Organs Temple Worship Deity Great Method, requires the 5 organs to refine the 5 temples to be used for deity worship. But is what I have now a gourd temple? At the same time, outside the temple of Taishan Fujun, which had expanded into a large complex, a huge mound grew on its own, quickly transforming into the shape of an upright gourd ladle. In the blink of an eye, the gourd ladle grew to a height of 4 or 5 jong, becoming the size of a small house. It was solemn and dignified, surrounded by the fragrance of incense and blue smoke. It turned out to be a gourd temple that no one had ever seen before. The strange thing was that there were no deities or spirits worshipped in the gourd temple. It was empty, but there was a sword standing on the high altar. The surface of the sword was blurry, but it exuded an extreme sharpness, a terrifying aura like the opening heaven sword, making people shudder at the sight of it. It felt as if with just one more glance, the next moment the sword would fly down and cleave oneself in half. The gourd sword in the gourd temple, the gourd sword slays the gourd immortal. At this moment, as the instigator, Zheng Yi naturally could clearly sense what was happening outside the gathering place. The moment the huge gourd temple rose in front of the temple of Taishan Fujun, he sensed it. Because all of this was originally part of his plan. As for the other people in the gathering place, the humans of the Doomsday world, where had they ever seen such a mysterious scene? They were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. During these days, after various brainwashing by the temple priest and the continuous instigation by the upper echelons of the gathering place, the majority of the tens of thousands of people in the gathering place had already begun to believe in Taishan Fujun and become followers of the temple of Taishan Fujun. Although the environment in the gathering place was not very good, the temple of Taishan Fujun was flourishing with incense. From morning till night, there were devout believers serving incense and offering prayers. Because there were too many people, many couldn't squeeze into the temple and could only form a crowded crowd outside the temple of Taishan Fujun. Many people knelt on the ground, murmuring words in their mouths. And now, they watched as a huge gourd temple rose from the ground in front of the temple of Taishan Fujun, growing like a tree in the blink of an eye, becoming a huge temple. Inside the gourd temple, such a mysterious scene appeared, immediately terrifying everyone, and everyone fell to the ground in fear. Those who were originally kneeling on the ground lowered their heads into the soil, while those who were standing were so frightened that they all knelt down in a panic. In an instant, the crowded crowd all knelt down, not a single person dared to stand. At this moment, the fraudulent temple priest also ran out of the temple because he was in such a hurry that he lost one of his shoes on the ground. But there was no time to pick it up, so he ran barefoot, limping to the front of the temple of Taishan Fujun, just in time to witness this almost miraculous scene. Although the fraudulent temple priest was shocked in his heart, his instinct as a fraudster played its greatest role. He shouted out loud and immediately knelt down in front, shouting loudly. Taishan Fujun has manifested, Taishan Fujun has manifested, everyone, let's pray together. Immediately, he muttered words in his mouth. These were the prayers of Taishan Fujun deliberately composed earlier. They seemed simple, but they contained profound mysteries. More precisely, this was actually a ritual of sacrifice and belief, transforming the spiritual imprint left by Zheng Yi inside the statue of Taishan Fujun into the 5 organs temple feeding deity great method controlled by Zheng Yi. Now everyone was frightened and followed the fraudulent temple priest in prayer. Many of those who were originally skeptical and wavering were immediately intimidated. Feeling that they do not truly believe in Taishan Fujun, will they be punished by the gods? So their heads hang lower, prostrating on the ground, afraid to move. The older people who have already completely converted to believers are even more tearful, with tears streaming down their faces, following the temple's fake priest and bowing on the ground, as if they have seen a glimmer of light in the darkness. Their faith becomes more devout, and the continuous power of belief, through the transformation of incense, extends towards an unknown place in the beyond. In the gathering place, Zheng Yi's perception cannot be deceived. The believers seem to be worshipping the Taishan Fujun temple and Taishan Fujun, but the true beneficiary is Zheng Yi, the guardian of the Taishan Fujun statue. Feeling the sudden strengthening of the power of incense, Zheng Yi can even directly absorb this power of belief if he wishes, using it to complete his foundation building on the path of the gods. However, at that time, he himself would have to embark on the path of the gods, which Zheng Yi would never want. Nevertheless, Zheng Yi extends his divine sense, clearly investigating the changes in the Taishan Fujun temple in the gathering place. The Taishan Fujun statue has not been impacted, but more and more power of incense is gathering. On the contrary, it is the giant stone sword standing in the gourd temple that undergoes slight changes after being impacted by the heavy power of belief. Zheng Yi senses a trace of sharpness gradually gestating within the giant stone sword in the gourd temple, causing a slight tremor in his heart. This is the reflection of incense on reality. The flesh and blood gourd has been refined by Zheng Yi using the secret technique of the five organs temple, incorporating the heart as the core, forming a gourd shrine. Similarly, under the effect of Zheng Yi's spell, it has concretely formed a gourd temple with real stones and sand outside. Originally, the flesh and blood gourd had already gestated the embryonic form of a flying sword under Zheng Yi's nurturing. It is one of the 5 poison-slashing spirit swords. Even though the flesh and blood gourd has been re-refined by Zheng Yi, transformed into a heart shrine, the sword chi of that flying sword has not dissipated. On the contrary, it has become more solid and undergone some strange changes. The technique of worshipping the gods in the 5 organs temple of the assimilating soul sect requires refining 5 shrines with the 5 organs, establishing the 5 gods, and using them to drive away spirits. It is a superior method compared to the technique of binding ghosts. However, given Zheng Yi's character, he naturally prioritizes himself, with the 5 great ghost gods as secondary. Therefore, the 5 gods of the 5 organs temple can only serve as auxiliary gods, standing solemnly within the Taishan Fujun temple. They also receive the worship of incense, but as a result, they are suppressed and governed by the true Taishan Fujun, which is Zheng Yi. With a single thought, he can establish or revoke their divine positions, depriving them of their divine power and bringing them under his control. Now it seems that Zheng Yi's plan has succeeded. But the most crucial factor in all of this is the existence of the golden seed in his mind. It is precisely because it can resolve the negative energy of karma that Zheng Yi can arrange his thoughts in this way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve. Now that Zheng Yi has made up his mind, after he emerges from seclusion, he will definitely find another temple priest for the gourd temple. He can find another marketing expert who can promote this gourd temple, following the example of the Taishan Fujun temple. After all, he needs to establish the 5 ghosts, transform them into 5 gods, with the 5 great shrines as auxiliary, and the main temple being the Taishan Fujun temple. It is always better to have more talented individuals who can quickly spread the faith. Glancing over the various bustling scenes and postures of the believers in the previous Taishan Fujun temple in the outside world, Zheng Yi withdraws his divine sense. He refocuses his gaze on himself, lightly sensing that the location of his heart, within his 5 organs, has completely changed. Now, his entire heart has transformed into a foundation, and outside the heart, a gourd-shaped shrine emits a faint flame. The flesh and blood gourd that has been refined has long since become a fire attribute law weapon. Among the 5 organs, the heart belongs to fire, representing the fire element in the 5 elements. After this gourd shrine was refined into the heart, it naturally became a fire attribute incense law weapon. The external gourd temple continuously receives the offerings and incense beliefs of numerous believers, ultimately transforming and arriving at the location of Zheng Yi's heart, becoming nourishment for him to cultivate and raise fire attribute spiritual gods. Those who consume qi become divine and live long. The so-called divine spirits have no roots or origins, no parents or ancestors. They consume qi to sustain their lives. For ordinary mortals, this is difficult to imagine, but for cultivators in the immortal domain, it is not that extraordinary. The study of the power of incense and worship has been passed down through the generations. The divine spirits born from incense are no different from powerful ghosts in the eyes of cultivators, they are all a type of spirit body. However, the divine spirits born from incense consume the qi of incense and are rooted in faith. This is completely different from the ghosts that need to devour the souls of the living. They become even more elusive and ethereal. The foundation of the assimilating soul sect's worshipping technique is built upon this. Originally, Zheng Yi planned to use the 5 elements sword embryo for foundation building. However, now that he has obtained the ancient cultivation technique, the blood lotus scripture, he has a better choice. He plans to use the Blood Lotus scripture for foundation building. The 5 flesh gourds that nurture the 5 poison beheading spirit sword have consumed a lot of resources and cannot be wasted. At this moment, he obtained the temple feeding technique, one of the 3 fundamental secret techniques of the assimilating soul sect, which gave him another option. By transforming the 5 blood embryo ghost infants into 5 gods, and the 5 elements sword embryo into the law weapon of the 5 elements incense, using the 5 organs as the foundation, they can receive the worship of incense and condense the power of incense, thus giving birth to a unique divine ability for exorcism. Of course, this process takes a considerable amount of time. After all, the temple has just been established, and the number of believers is very limited. The power of incense from worship is still quite weak and needs time to accumulate. Next, it's time for the blood embryo ghost infants. After obtaining these 5 blood embryo ghost infants from the Qi family, Zheng Yi brought them to the Doomsday World. It was because of this that he established the initial power base. Among all the resources cultivated by Zheng Yi, they have been nurtured for the longest time. Originally, according to the Qi family's preparations, it would take at least 3 years for these 5 blood embryo ghost infants to mature. However, in the Doomsday World, there is an abundance of zombie flesh, which greatly accelerates the growth of the blood embryo ghost infants. Moreover, these blood embryo ghost infants have absorbed too much zombie flesh, infecting them with the bloodline of zombies, making them even more eerie and terrifying. Each one is chubby and seems to possess higher intelligence. Perhaps they are approaching maturity, showing great activity. Not only can they influence others with their spirits, but they can also lure humans with their voices, making listeners unconsciously want to release these blood embryo ghost infants. This situation has occurred several times, so this place has been designated as a forbidden zone. Even the transportation of zombie flesh is done through automated tracks, with the carriers keeping their distance. It can be said that in the past half year, besides Zheng Yi, no one else has dared to set foot here. Crack. The gate opened, and in the silent underground space, a burst of baby crying suddenly resounded. The sound contained the innocence of a baby and was extremely heartbreaking, making listeners feel sad and unconsciously walk towards it. This is the soul-captivating demon sound, a natural ability of these ghosts. However, this temptation had no effect on Zheng Yi's ears. His cultivation has become more advanced, and he is invincible in the Qi refining stage. He is also not far from reaching the foundation building stage. Both his spiritual energy and his own Tao heart and cultivation are as stable as Mount Tai. He is much stronger than before, so the crying of the blood embryo ghost infants has no effect on his expression. He calmly walked forward without any change in his face. Dealing with the assimilating soul sect and ghosts, Zheng Yi is an expert. Even though the blood embryo ghost infants are forbidden creatures with extraordinary potential, Zheng Yi can handle them. These small blood embryo ghost infants cannot shake his determination. This space was carefully constructed by Zheng Yi, and the array formation has been reinforced multiple times. It is powered by zombie crystal cores and is still functioning. The pile of zombie flesh on the core of the formation is transformed into streams of red energy under the operation of the array, flowing continuously towards the 5 blood embryo ghost infants, like 5 flowing rivers of blood. Compared to before, the blood embryo ghost infants have already undergone significant changes. Previously, they were thin and shriveled, with wrinkles covering their skin, and a small tail behind their buttocks. But now, one by one, they are chubby and fat, with round faces and big ears, looking like delicate jade carvings. This is the transformation of zombie flesh and blood. However, their eyes reveal a strange black light, without any white, their mouths wide open, crying incessantly. Although they are crying, the expressions on these babies' faces suddenly become twisted and ferocious when they see Zheng Yi. Sharp teeth grow along their mouths, exposed to the outside, immediately appearing extremely fierce. No one can see them as ordinary human babies. These are living ghost creatures, fierce ghost demon babies, not cute human babies. When Zheng Yi approaches them, several demon babies turn their heads at the same time, staring at him. Their crying suddenly stops. In the depths of their hollow eye sockets, a greedy and ferocious gaze is released. Although they have not fully been born, they already possess considerable intelligence. They know that the person in front of them has brought them here and is controlling their freedom, so they harbor great resentment towards Zheng Yi. Their sharp teeth are exposed. These 5 ghost babies undergo a drastic transformation, their skin turning iron blue, muscles protruding, and they suddenly roar at Zheng Yi. The sharp sound carries the power to stir souls, like a storm attacking. A calm underground space trembles. The expressions on the faces of the 5 blood fetus ghost babies are extremely twisted, struggling desperately, each one wanting to break out of the blood eggshell that envelops them. Roar. A deep roar causes the space to tremble. Ghostly energy surges, as if turning this underground space into a vibrating ghostly realm. Zheng Yi stands calmly nearby, looking at these enraged blood fetus ghost babies. His gaze from beginning to end is like that of someone looking at lifeless objects, without any change in expression. He knows in his heart that these blood fetus ghost babies are actually the descendants of the Qi family. Initially, the main branch of the Qi family had the unrealistic idea of using the power of their bloodline to control these ghost babies. Once successfully refined, the main branch of the Qi family would have gained 5 terrifying foundation-building stage combat powers. After Zheng Yi dealt with the main branch of the Qi family, although he obtained these 5 blood fetus ghost babies, it was actually a big problem to truly control them. He is completely an outsider, with no relationship to the Qi family. Naturally there is no such thing as bloodline influence and suppression. So Zheng Yi's original idea was to first cultivate these 5 ghost babies with zombie flesh and blood, and then refine them into the 5 poison-slashing spirit sword, turning them into 5 sword embryos. And these 5 ghost babies naturally became the spirits within the 5 sword embryos. From beginning to end, Zheng Yi never intended to let these 5 blood fetus ghost babies live. Using them as sword refining materials was the best choice. Although doing so would damage the potential of the 5 blood fetus ghost babies and feel a bit wasteful, without the influence of the Qi family bloodline, it would be extremely difficult to freely manipulate and suppress these blood fetus ghost babies. And Zheng Yi would not waste his energy to benefit others, so he maximized his short-term benefits. He acts decisively, without dragging things out. Swiftly obtaining the power in front of him is the most realistic approach, focusing on securing a victory. After all, these blood fetus ghost babies are all extremely fierce ghost creatures. Even the main branch of the Qi family, relying solely on the power of their bloodline, can suppress them temporarily. But once the ghost babies become powerful, releasing their resentment, they will still suffer backlash. I'm conducting an experiment today, I only need one. Since you're so eager to come out, then it's you. Come out. Zheng Yi has already made up his mind. These blood fetus ghost babies have extraordinary potential, and he now has a better choice, so he naturally won't exhaust all his resources and choose to refine them into spiritual weapons. Instead, using the 5 organs temple sacrificial refinement technique, he will precisely refine these 5 ghost creatures into 5 divine demon babies, residing in the gourd temple, filling the 5 organs, and transforming into 5 spirit ascensions, subject to his control, becoming a technique to drive away spirits. Rip. The void trembles, instantly tearing a hole in the shell of the largest and most ferocious blood fetus ghost baby. The underground space suddenly fell silent, and the wailing and howling of ghosts and gods abruptly stopped. 5 pairs of pitch-black eye sockets all stared at the cracked fissure, seemingly causing these enraged blood fetus ghost infants to feel somewhat at a loss, unsure of what had happened. But then, the first blood fetus ghost infant extended its sharp claws and grabbed onto the crack, forcefully pulling outward. With a tearing sound, the shell enveloping it was torn in half. Roar. Shedding its shell and emerging into the outside world, the first struggling blood fetus ghost infant suddenly roared angrily towards the sky, as if wanting to vent all the violence within its body. This sight excited the other 4 blood fetus ghost infants, who continuously used their claws to tear at their shells. However, these shells not only protected the hatching process but also isolated them from the outside world, effectively restraining the ghost infants and preventing them from coming out. Moreover, Zheng Yi had specifically added a spell prohibition on the outside, making this membrane even more sturdy, making it difficult for the blood fetus ghost infants to struggle out on their own. This was also why Zheng Yi wasn't afraid of the 5 blood fetus ghost infants running out and turning the entire gathering place into a ghost domain. Roar. The first ghost infant to come out had a gust of yin wind swirling around its body. It was already highly intelligent, and with its chubby little hand, it tore apart the 2 blood fetus shells, which then wrapped around its body, forming a blood-red loincloth that covered its exposed parts. Its pitch-black eye sockets surveyed the surroundings, looking at the other siblings, and finally, its fierce gaze fell upon Zheng Yi. Inheriting the ferocity of ghost creatures, it instinctively harbored disgust towards all living beings. Especially since these 5 blood fetus ghost infants were born through forbidden and mysterious means, going against the natural order. They were inherently violent and dangerous. If Zheng Yi were to release them, he would be the first to suffer. Even forming a contract with the internal ghost infants or subduing them in advance was impossible because these 5 ghosts were too ferocious, and they were separated by the blood fetus, making it impossible to do anything to them. As for what the Qi family could think of, giving birth to a blood fetus ghost infant through their own family's bloodline, and then using the influence between bloodlines to control the 5 ghost infants, it has to be said that they are skilled in calculations and have taken a different approach. However, their methods are too immoral and disregard human ethics. Therefore, when this most ferocious and largest blood fetus ghost infant was born, it immediately displayed a fierce and angry aura. Come. Watching the blood fetus ghost infant rushing over like a red lightning bolt, Zheng Yi remained calm. With a wave of his right hand, the soul-capturing banner appeared in his hand. Then, he swung it, and the blood-clothed ghost with 48 yin soldiers directly counterattacked. Both sides were ferocious ghosts, and as soon as they met, they erupted with all their combat power. But the blood fetus ghost infant let out a silent roar, transforming into a red lightning bolt and revealing its ferocious demonic form. With one strike, it sent the blood-clothed ghost flying and directly charged into the tightly formed yin soldier formation. Its sharp claws turned into a storm of blood, tearing and ripping apart the yin soldiers one by one. It has to be said that the mature blood fetus ghost infant is truly one of the most ferocious beings among ghosts. The power it unleashes almost completely overwhelms the yin soldiers and ghost generals in the soul-capturing banner. As a blood fetus ghost infant cultivated through cruel methods, it has absorbed a large amount of resentment and zombie flesh. Its nature is extremely ferocious, to the point where it tears apart the yin soldiers and takes a few bites. Usually, these yin soldiers are controlled by the soul-capturing banner and do not have physical bodies. Even if they are killed in the outside world, they can rely on their spiritual imprints to revive within the banner. However, it is terrifying that the yin soldiers swallowed by the blood fetus ghost infant have their spiritual imprints destroyed, dissipating into nothingness. They cannot even revive within the soul-capturing banner. And those yin soldiers torn apart by it also suffer heavy injuries and cannot reform their yin bodies. The third advancement of the soul-capturing banner, it seems I can't wait any longer. With Zheng Yi's strength reaching this level, it can be said that he is no different from a cultivator in the early foundation building stage. The soul-capturing banner, which has always been extremely dominant, is becoming less and less effective for Zheng Yi, and it can no longer match his own cultivation level. Even though the blood-clothed ghost and the yin soldiers condensed from it have reached the high-level qi refining stage, they are still facing a blood fetus ghost infant that gradually touches the threshold of the foundation building stage upon birth and whose strength is steadily increasing. The performance of the entire soul-capturing banner is unsatisfactory. Breaking through the formation composed of yin soldiers, the blood fetus ghost infant relentlessly charges straight towards Zheng Yi. Go back. With his left hand extended, palm facing outward, Zheng Yi pushed out his palm, and the flames of Zan Mo transformed into a giant palm, directly slapping down towards the blood fetus ghost infant. Mo Ling Sha was truly a demonic fire, with a strong damaging and restraining effect on spirit body souls. The blood fetus ghost infant in midair was directly slapped back by Zheng Yi's palm. At the same time, Zheng Yi waved the soul-capturing banner in his right hand. The yin soldier formation that had been shattered earlier reappeared and rushed towards the blood fetus ghost infant. The soul-capturing banner that had always followed Zheng Yi had already absorbed a large amount of ghost energy, reaching the level of advancing to a foundation-building law weapon. Unfortunately, Zheng Yi had always been very busy, his own strength was improving rapidly, and he had also tamed the foundation-building stage pet zombie ancestor, Cain. In many battles, he didn't even need to personally intervene, so the refinement of the soul-capturing banner was delayed. Up until now, the soul-capturing banner had only been refined twice, and the materials had not yet reached the level of advancement. There was still room for further upgrading the ghosts inside, so it had been delayed all this time. Zheng Yi had already decided that after dealing with this blood fetus ghost infant, the first thing he would do was to promote the soul-capturing banner. After all, For Zheng Yi, the soul-capturing banner was not only a weapon he frequently used, but also his law weapon during the qi refining stage. It complemented his own cultivation. If it couldn't keep up with his own progress, it would be somewhat inadequate. The blood fetus ghost infant was still as ferocious as ever, constantly tearing and destroying the Yin soldiers. Even the blood-clothed female ghost was repeatedly knocked away, with a significant loss of her aura. However, when Zheng Yi sensed that the blood fetus ghost infant completely restrained the Yin soldiers, he naturally became more cautious when activating the soul-capturing banner, not giving the ghost infant any chance to devour him. With the replenishment of sufficient ghost energy in the soul-capturing banner, those Yin soldiers were completely indestructible, constantly replenishing themselves. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. The ferocious blood fetus ghost infant had just been born and had not yet replenished its strength to its full potential. It was surrounded and beaten by Zheng Yi's ghost entourage, like a tiger falling into a plain, a dragon swimming in shallow water. In the end, after losing a large amount of blood energy and being beaten by the Yin soldiers, the barely alive blood fetus ghost infant was brought in front of Zheng Yi. Holding the blood fetus ghost infant in his hand, Zheng Yi's palm radiated endless black light. The Mo Ling Sha flames corroded the spirit body soul. The ghost infant, squealing and screaming, was completely suppressed by him, and after a moment, it became motionless, as if dead. Zheng Yi's gaze swept around, his sharp eyes instantly quieting the other 4 irritable blood fetus ghost infants. A trace of fear and awe appeared in their pitch-black eye sockets. Ignoring the remaining blood fetus ghost infants, Zheng Yi carried the one by its neck and returned to the ground, entering a training room. At this moment, the ghost infant had long ceased its battle state and transformed back into a chubby baby with a fat head and big ears. It hung lifelessly from Zheng Yi's grip, swinging back and forth. Zheng Yi did not dare to let his guard down with this thing. The flame of the ink spirit death fire in his hand did not cease, forming a huge light shield to restrain it within. Zheng Yi arrived in a secret room and drew a restrictive formation on the ground. The purpose was to prevent the blood fetus ghost infant from struggling too much and becoming uncontrollable. He threw it inside, infused spiritual power, activated the formation, and instantly bright threads extended from the formation, binding the blood fetus ghost infant. Let's begin. Zheng Yi's hands formed seals, and an invisible force descended upon the blood fetus ghost infant. The flames of the mysterious ink burned more intensely on the surface of the chubby baby wearing a red bellyband, gradually covering its entire body. Creak. Suddenly, the blood fetus ghost infant, who had been knocked unconscious, opened its eyes due to the pain of its soul burning. It struggled fiercely, its strength so great that even the restrictive formation set up couldn't fully withstand it. Suppress. Zheng Yi flipped his right hand, and a surging force pressed down from above, a terrifying force like a mountain directly suppressing the blood fetus ghost infant's head. The overwhelming power rendered it immobile, despite its desperate struggles. The flames of the mysterious ink burned larger and larger, and the surging force rushed inward, burning the soul of the blood fetus ghost infant. It must be said that as a terrifying creature born from absorbing a large amount of resentment, the blood fetus ghost infant truly lived up to its ferocious reputation. Therefore, if Zheng Yi wanted to truly make it his own, the first step he had to take was to completely destroy its will, annihilating its demonic soul and evil thoughts. Otherwise, he might be backlashed in the future. The 5 organs temple feeding god technique was meant to refine it into the 5 organs of the abdomen. That was the vulnerable part of the body, and Zheng Yi would absolutely not leave such a huge hidden danger for himself. Boom! Zheng Yi suddenly felt a change in the world, his mind shook, and before him appeared an endless sea of blood, with countless corpses floating on it. A gigantic shadow was rising from the end of the sea of blood. Suddenly arriving in this extremely unfamiliar world of blood, Zheng Yi was not panicked. He knew that this was the dying struggle of the blood fetus ghost infant, the concrete manifestation of its demonic soul and evil thoughts. This ghost infant, in its desperate fight between life and death, pulled its consciousness into its inner world. The endless sea of blood, the countless corpses, and the floating islands on top, all composed of white bones, formed a complete hellish scene. The sky darkened, and Zheng Yi looked up in shock, only to see a gigantic figure like a mountain, towering above the heavens and stepping on the earth, with a pair of enormous eyes looking down at him. Needless to say, this was the manifestation of the blood fetus ghost infant. In the spiritual world of the blood fetus ghost infant, it was a colossal existence. Die. A voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, and an boundless blood-colored giant hand descended from the sky, reaching towards Zheng Yi. At this moment, Zheng Yi appeared incredibly small. Compared to the hand that covered the sky, he was too insignificant. You are truly stubborn. Zheng Yi shook his head slightly, raised his right hand, and a faint golden light bloomed from his palm, shining towards the sky. Although the golden light was not strong, it was incredibly dazzling. Wherever it shone, the blood river dried up and the corpses dissipated. Even the descending giant hand turned into blood mist floating in the air. Ah! The blood fetus ghost infant let out a painful wail. Its colossal figure rapidly shrank, as if enduring immense pain. In just a moment, it returned to its original size and appeared in front of Zheng Yi. The blood-colored world completely turned into nothingness. The previously furious and angry blood fetus ghost infant became extremely listless. Its entire body dispersed its aura, its black eye sockets became hollow, as if its will had been completely destroyed. The power within the golden seed can purify all grievances and karma. Only by completely resolving all the resentment and evil thoughts on the blood fetus ghost infant, erasing its demonic soul, can I feel more at ease in refining it. Zheng Yi thought to himself. Moreover, he didn't expect the blood fetus ghost infant to be so cooperative, directly pulling it into his spiritual world. Although the golden seed was mysterious in the outside world, it couldn't directly cause physical harm or have a direct purifying effect on him. But in the spiritual world, it was equivalent to exposing his fatal weakness. So Zheng Yi directly used the golden seed, using that mysterious golden light to completely cleanse the resentment and ghostly aura on the blood fetus ghost infant. The blood fetus ghost infant became even more transparent, without any impurities. Its demonic soul and evil thoughts were completely wiped out, leaving only an empty shell. It was like a chubby, rosy-cheeked, fat baby, even its black tail disappeared. Its fair skin and clear pupils made its aura much calmer. It begins. At this moment, Zheng Yi became even more serious. This, ritual of the gods, was one of the secret techniques in the 5 organs temple feeding the gods grand technique. Refining the profound and powerful ghost or spirit body, merging it into the 5 organ shrines, and offering it worship in the shrines, becoming the so-called 5 gods. Zheng Yi calculated it well. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, so he turned the 5 flesh and blood gourds into 5 divine shrines, placed on top of the 5 organs. With these 5 blood fetus ghost infants, he could transform them into 5 divine spirits, merge them into the 5 major divine fetuses, and receive the worship of mortal incense, ultimately transforming into complete gods of the 5 organs temple. And the 5 poison-severing spirit sword that was previously refined could also become a carrier for incense law weapon, using it to refine the spirit sword fetus. The blood fetus ghost infant, whose demonic soul and evil thoughts had been erased, had no resistance left. It was just a spirit body shell, easily refined by Zheng Yi, and he casually took it into his body. After a round of refining, Zheng Yi closed his eyes slightly in the secret chamber. The spiritual luck within his body circulated, entering a mysterious state of inner vision. At this moment, his consciousness immersed in his body, and within his 5 organs, a mysterious glow emanated, especially the heart, where a blazing red firelight burned, almost merging into one. And the original outline of the heart is no longer visible, completely surrounded by a gourd-shaped shrine. Inside the gourd-shaped shrine, a baby with closed eyes, as delicate as powdered makeup and jade, cradles a sword on its knees, just like the sculptures of divine children worshipped in ancient temples and Taoist temples. The endless power of incense flows into Zheng Yi's body through an indescribable channel, entering the gourd shrine, and ultimately, after transformation, merging into the chubby and big-eared spirit child. In a daze, Zheng Yi's mind sinks, as if the endless power of incense envelops the gourd shrine and the baby on the shrine, swirling around. He can hear endless prayers and various grand pronunciations, divine sounds echoing in his ears, swirling around, appearing more and more magical and unfathomable. Zheng Yi opens his eyes, and at this moment, his eyes seem to be enveloped in flames, faintly emitting a touch of crimson. He extends his right hand, and in the palm of his hand, a ray of light flashes, suspending a delicate and small flying sword the size of a toothpick. The surface of the flying sword is branded with countless unique red patterns resembling flames, making the entire sword appear as if it is burning with red flames. 5 Poison Slashing Spirit, Crimson Soul Sword, go. He points his finger, and the toothpick-like flying sword suddenly extends in the wind, instantly growing to 3 feet and 3 inches long. With a flick of Zheng Yi's finger, it quickly speeds forward and disappears into the air. When it returns, the edge of the sword carries a dried leaf, which is a leaf that fell from a withered tree 3 kilometers away, blown by the wind. Zheng Yi lightly wipes the sword with his right hand, and the flames flicker, making the sword shine brightly again. Transforming into a red light, it re-enters the gourd shrine in Zheng Yi's heart, once again cradled in the arms of the baby. The heart belongs to fire, and this 5 Poison Slashing Spirit sword is naturally also of the fire attribute. As the spirit child sits in the gourd shrine, the constitution will gradually change and become a pure fire attribute spirit infant. Just like a gourd baby, except it is a fire-spewing baby. With the spirit infant sitting in the gourd shrine, directly merging into the heart, the already strong beating heart seems to have gained an additional pressure pump. The blood flows more smoothly, surging and spouting. The surging original power surges out from the heart, carrying the rushing blood, flowing along the blood vessels, making the body stronger. As for other improvements, they will need to be gradually understood in the future. But the successful entry of the first divine path spirit infant into the heart finally allows Zheng Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the 5 organs temple feeding God great method has been neglected even within the assimilating soul sect for the past 200 years. The sect's high-level members have other choices and no one chooses to cultivate it. Zheng Yi has no previous experience, and he has never practiced divine path techniques, so naturally he feels a certain uneasiness. In addition, due to the blood gourd and the 5-headed blood fetus ghost baby, certain modifications have been made to this technique. Only after succeeding, does Zheng Yi have a slight sense of certainty. At the same time, in the gathering place, the Tai Mountain City God Temple once again caused a great sensation. All the believers kept kowtowing, witnessing a miracle. Because in this short period of time, in the originally empty gourd temple, on the shrine, a statue of a divine child suddenly appeared, with a stone sword placed on the child's knees. Just like the gourd temple itself, the child on the shrine seemed to have appeared out of thin air, formed by the self-condensation of soil and sand. And underneath the statue, there are corresponding words of this world. Fire. Obviously, with the successful settlement of the divine path spirit infant in the gourd shrine in the heart, the external gourd temple in the gathering place is also complete. However, Zheng Yi completely shields himself from the bustling outside world and immerses himself in cultivation. The spiritual energy in his body circulates, constantly intersecting with the gourd temple in his heart, and the continuously flowing fire attribute spiritual energy stimulates his body. The Zhan Sha body tempering technique, which had already reached the white jade bone chapter, shows signs of further progress. I still haven't accumulated enough. With my cultivation level, I can only temporarily refine the first gourd temple. The shrine is located in the heart, and the deity worshipped is the 5 ghost spirit ascension spirit infant sword embryo, a fire attribute spirit infant of the heart. This is already the limit of the chi refining stage. For the other 4 god positions, unless I can cross the foundation building stage, forcibly refining them will only cause my body to explode. It's like trying to fit too much water into a small container. I can only temporarily stop for now. Fortunately, it's only one of the Heartfire Spirit infant sword embryos, which already possesses the combat power of the foundation building stage. It's already enough for the time being. According to the sacrificial technique recorded in the 5 organs temple's god-feeding grand method, Zheng Yi has already established a shrine for the gods in his heart, hosting parasitic spirits. After offering the Heartfire Spirit infant sword embryo, Zheng Yi can clearly feel that the pressure on his body has reached a certain level. If he continues to host the spirits, his body won't be able to withstand such great pressure. His most crucial task now is to wait for the Blood Lotus Ancestor Lotus in the Flesh and Blood Lotus Pond to mature. Although ancient cultivation techniques are extremely powerful and mysterious, they have a significant drawback, which is their heavy reliance on external objects. Just like this Blood Lotus scripture, even though Zheng Yi has already reached the strength threshold to break through the foundation building stage, he can only continue to wait because the Blood Lotus Ancestor Lotus has yet to mature. He can't forcefully break through. This is also the biggest flaw of this cultivation technique. However, At the same time, the conditions for the foundation building stage provided by the Blood Lotus Ancestor Lotus will make Zheng Yi's foundation as solid as that of ancient cultivators, far surpassing the imagination of his peers at the same level. This has great benefits for his future breakthroughs. At least from the foundation building stage to the Violet Palace stage, the path will be smooth. Therefore, after much consideration, Zheng Yi believes that this waiting is still very worthwhile. Good things are worth waiting for. What he wants is the Tao, what he wants is longevity, and he doesn't mind the length of time. Moreover, from being a mere qi refining third-layer independent cultivator to now on the verge of breaking through the foundation building stage, it has taken him less than a year, faster than even consuming immortal pills. For a long time, Zheng Yi was afraid that his cultivation progress was too fast, fearing that it would damage his foundation. But later, he discovered that there was no instability in his foundation. On the contrary, because of abundant resources and the presence of the golden light seed, his body was purified, accumulating an incomparably solid foundation, and the probability of breakthrough was 3 times higher than others. So, it's better to take this opportunity to polish himself more. With the supplement of the Blood Lotus seed, Zheng Yi can refine his qi refining and body refining to the peak, making his essence, qi, and divine origin round and smooth, leaving no room for improvement, and laying the most solid foundation for advancing to the foundation building stage. Once Zheng Yi cultivates the Blood Lotus scripture to the foundation building stage and refines the remaining 4-5 Ghost Spirit Ascension Sword embryos, he will immediately soar. Even in the foundation building stage, he won't be considered weak, becoming a formidable character capable of killing across realms. First, upgrade the soul-capturing banner, my law weapon. As for the matter of the Blood Lotus Ancestor Lotus, I can only wait for now. In the quiet and silent secret room, Zheng Yi suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils flickered with a faint divine light, countless peculiar lines appeared on the surface of his pupils, densely packed like chip patterns. Endless information flickered, recomputed, and he became like a cold and emotionless calculating machine, instantly separating all distractions. After an unknown amount of time, the divine light in Zheng Yi's eyes receded, and his face slowly regained the expression of a human being. Zheng Yi turned and left the secret room, heading to the zombie flesh factory. During this period, the power of the gathering place continued to expand, and more supernatural beings were gathered, forming independent combat teams. At the same time, with the continuous incubation of parasitic bats, more blood warriors appeared. The phenomenon was right in front of them. More and more people applied to join the Blood Warrior program. However, the number of parasitic bat eggs was far from enough compared to the large number of people. They could only select the best among the best based on merits and contributions, slowly queuing up. Unlike ordinary people, Blood Warriors are responsible for the main attack. On the one hand, they are training, and on the other hand, only through battles can they fully stimulate the evolutionary potential of their blood, evolving into higher forms. They were incorporated into hunting teams and cooperated with supernatural beings to continuously expand their range and hunt zombies. In a ruined town 50 miles away, it has already separated from the main city area of Luo City. Several figures stood on the second floor of a dilapidated building, leaning against the wall for cover, observing a group of wandering zombies below. This team belongs to the 83rd Hunting Squad of the Gathering Place, consisting of 2 mutants and 6 blood warriors. They were carefully observing the group of zombies below. In fact, not only ordinary people, but even mutants have become blood warriors through the Integrated Union parasitic bats. Due to the success rate of the Integrated Union parasitic bats for mutants reaching over 90%, and now over 95%, more mutants are willing to accept the Integrated Union. What's more important is that after the Integrated Union parasitic bats, the mutants not only do not weaken their abilities but instead amplify them. They can also greatly enhance their physical qualities, such as strength, speed, and recovery ability, giving them stronger survival and combat capabilities. Even more importantly, they can continue to improve and evolve by absorbing the essence of blood and devouring zombie crystals. Therefore, almost all mutants are willing to accept the Integrated Union parasitic bats and become mutant blood warriors. Release the Blood Bat reconnaissance message. As the captain of the mutant blood warriors, the blood bat pattern on his chest suddenly lit up, and the blood-colored runes surged. A small blood-colored bat flew out directly from his chest, turning into a red lightning and flying straight into the sky. As a special ability of the Blood Warriors, by consuming a portion of their flesh and blood, they can differentiate a small bat. Since this bat shares the same vision as the host, it is very convenient for reconnaissance. The blood-colored bat silently flew across the sky, passing over the group of zombies below without attracting their attention. With its dark red eyes, it scanned every corner, exploring the full strength of this group of zombies. Constantly fighting against zombies, the gathering place now has piles of information about the characteristics of zombies. Each type of zombie, including weaknesses, evolutionary potential, and attack methods, is categorized and organized by dedicated personnel. It can be said that they know their enemies well and are invincible in battle. The first thing to do when joining the extermination team is to memorize various information about zombies. It can be a lifesaver on the battlefield. Some mutated zombies, such as those that continuously evolve from red-eyed zombies, have various strange abilities. If you don't know their basic information, it's easy to suffer a big loss or even lose your life. In addition to the immensely powerful giant zombies and lightning-fast speed zombies, there are other zombies with peculiar abilities, such as venomous zombies that can launch highly toxic zombie venom, which can dissolve flesh and blood upon contact. There are also flame zombies that can emit high-temperature flames like fire-based mutants. There are steel-boned zombies with hardened bodies that are difficult to kill even with heavy trucks, as well as phantom zombies that look no different from ordinary zombies but can burst out terrifying speed during attacks, forming phantom-like afterimages. As the gathering place rapidly expands and continuously besieges various areas of Luo City, the more zombie groups they encounter, the higher the probability of encountering special zombies, which has become quite frequent now. After all, not only have the people in the gathering place become stronger, but the zombies outside are also evolving frantically. The probability of encountering special zombies with unique forms is increasing. There have been numerous incidents of Blood Warriors falling in battle. This has also led to the establishment of a team system, where each mission must have no fewer than 4 Blood Warriors, with at least 1 or 2 mutant Blood Warriors leading the team. The blood bat circled in the sky for a week and flew back into the body. The leader's face darkened, and he spoke. After reconnaissance, there are about 500 zombies in this group, 3 giant zombies with immense strength, 4 speed zombies, and the rest are all ordinary zombies. As for the special zombies, none have been found yet. The vice captain and I will launch an aerial assault on the most difficult to deal with 7 mutated zombies. The rest of you will handle the ordinary zombies. The gathering place has established a complete merit system based on dealing with zombies. 1 ordinary zombie represents 1 point, while ordinary giant and speed zombies are equivalent to entry-level rank 1 Blood Warriors, representing 10 points. Other special mutated zombies have greater research value and are, of course, more difficult to deal with and more dangerous. The gathering place assigns them a value of 100 points. These points can be exchanged for any items and cultivation resources in the gathering place, including parasitic bats, but the points required are higher, at 5,000 points. Many Blood Warriors or mutant Blood Warriors have family and friends. Who wouldn't want their loved ones to have the strength to protect themselves in this apocalypse? Yes, the 6 Blood Warriors drew their sharp long swords. In the depths of their blood-red eyes, a flash of blood light appeared. The blood chi surged within them, their bodies swelled up, and their aura skyrocketed as they jumped down from the rooftop. Roar! Suddenly encountering living humans, the zombies let out astonishing roars and rushed towards the 6 Blood Warriors. Facing such a scene, the Blood Warriors had seen too much. With a swing of their long swords and a powerful stomp of their right foot, they shot out like bullets. Whoosh! The Blood Warriors were extremely fast and powerful. The long swords in their hands cut through the air, leaving behind trails of cold light. Wherever they went, they struck the vital points of the zombies, aiming straight for their heads. The sturdy skulls and necks were no match for the sharp blood-infused swords. It was as if cutting through butter with a small knife. The remaining 2 Blood Warriors spread their wings behind them, turning into red lightning as they soared into the sky, overlooking the battle on the ground. They saw that in the crowded horde of zombies, the 6 Blood Warriors were like bulldozers, sweeping through in a straight line, causing a rain of blood. In an instant, 1/10 of the zombies fell. Well done, brothers. It's our turn next. I'll clear the way for you. As the deputy captain spoke, He pushed his right palm forward, and a tan-colored energy formed in his hand. He slammed his palm down towards the area where the powerful and fast zombies were gathering. Spiked assault. Thud, thud. Suddenly, spikes over 1 meter tall shot up from the ground. The top of each spike was as sharp as a sword, sending shivers down one's spine. A space was cleared instantly, and the captain's figure expanded, blood energy filling the air. With a loud crash, he smashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the shadows, a muscular man standing at 2.5 meters tall, wielding a giant hammer, ran straight towards the powerful zombie. Boom! The hammer rose and fell, directly shattering the powerful zombie's head. The headless body fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! The few fast zombies pounced on the 2.5-meter tall blood giant, but they were directly sent flying by the powerful winds generated by the giant hammer. A graze meant injury, a hit meant death. The giant hammer flew through the air, quickly dealing with the powerful and fast zombies. Meanwhile, the deputy captain and the other blood warriors had also dealt with the rest of the zombie horde. Soon, only a pile of zombie corpses remained on the ground. They immediately called for a heavy-duty truck and loaded all the zombie corpses into it. Once it was full, they drove directly towards the direction of the gathering point. The zombie flesh factory had been operating for several months, consuming a massive amount of flesh and accumulating a large number of human skins and bones. And these things were exactly what Zheng Yi needed for the third transformation of the soul-capturing banner. Inside the bone-stacking warehouse, the white bones were neatly classified and piled up, forming small mountains of bones. In terms of color, these bones had significant differences. The largest quantity was the pale white bones, which came from ordinary zombies and were the most abundant. There are also some snow white bones, which are possessed by zombies that have evolved once, as well as a small number of bones with special forms. There are bone-like jade, or dark black bones that produce a metallic tremor when struck, or bones with a pale yellow surface and astonishing weight. Because zombies can also evolve when they have sufficient energy, the bones stripped from zombies with various different abilities also exhibit completely different colors. Zheng Yi's body was enveloped in a thick black mist as he activated the black shot technique. Against the backdrop of the numerous white bone mountains, he truly resembled a formidable demonic cultivator, fierce and eerie. The continuously surging dense ink chi transformed into raging flames, directly enveloping the entire soul-capturing banner, causing the entire space where Zheng Yi was located to darken. The surging ink flames quickly spread, as if transforming into a giant flaming hand, carrying the surrounding white bones and forming a massive bone sphere, suspended in midair. In a way that defied gravity, it wrapped around the soul-capturing banner. Under the burning of the ink flames, the piled white bones gradually withered, decayed, and turned into ashes. The faint bone essence or mysterious supernatural power contained within all transformed into a trickle, flowing into the banner pole of the soul-capturing banner without leaving a trace. Zheng Yi's current strength has basically reached a bottleneck in the chi refining stage. The soul-capturing banner, his law weapon, which had undergone 2 refinements, was already somewhat lacking. The creatures inside were becoming stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the suppression of the golden seed, it would never be as obedient as it is now. The banner pole had already corroded due to the long-term erosion of ghostly chi, but under the replenishment of the endless essence of white bones, the cracks were quickly filled and underwent some kind of mysterious transformation. Don't be fooled by the numerous bones piled up in the warehouse, resembling a small mountain. They are insignificant under the effect of the demonic bone refining technique. Even though the bones piled up like a small mountain can only produce a small amount of bone essence when refined, this small amount is an extremely rare spiritual substance that greatly benefits the improvement of the soul-capturing banner's banner pole. After the bone essence is refined, the remaining substances are burned and directly turned into ashes, scattered on the ground. The smelting process continues, as more and more piles of white bones are devoured, refined, and decayed. Soon, more bone essence enters the banner pole of the soul-capturing banner, causing the originally cracked pole to become full and solid. Moreover, the surface color of the flagpole gradually transformed into a pure white and jade-like luster. The translucent luster penetrated through the dark ink-colored flames, revealing a jade-like texture. It had a unique texture, resembling bones and sheep fat jade. The entire factory was completely melted down, but only about 20% of the flagpole was transformed. The clean white jade color was mixed with impurities, appearing extremely discordant. However, when the zombie flesh factory was originally built, all the materials that were removed had unique functions and were cultivation resources. Bones accounted for the majority. Now, refining the soul-capturing banner and extracting a large amount of zombie bone essence, although the quantity was enormous, it wouldn't be depleted all at once. The reason Zheng Yi chose the soul-capturing banner as his chi refining stage law weapon was also due to this consideration. The higher the level of the law weapon, the more precious materials it required, or it needed a large amount of other materials to rely on its characteristics for upgrading. This was also why alchemists were highly sought after in the immortal cultivation world. Many cultivators in the early stage of the foundation building stage might still be using high-grade law weapons as their main battle law weapon, and only a few possessed supreme-grade law weapons, which were considered treasures. This showed the preciousness of high-end law weapons, which were built with money. In the Great Yi immortal domain, countless facts and bloody lessons had already proven that cultivators with law weapons were not on the same level as those empty-handed cultivators in terms of combat power. Human cultivators were not like monsters and demons, naturally strong in physical bodies and possessing strange attacks. They relied on pure mana, profound spells, and one or two attack law weapons in their hands. These were the foundation of their combat power. Depriving them of this foundation would naturally greatly reduce their fighting strength. Therefore, Zheng Yi attached great importance to this. After 2 upgrades of the soul-capturing banner, there were 2 rare channels of evolution. One was through rare refining materials. For example, the Thousand Souls banner that made the withered soul ancestor famous 200 years ago was refined using an extremely precious god-slaying purple essence stone, which was why it had such great power and could briefly fight against gold core stage sword cultivators. The other channel of evolution was to forcefully transform the characteristics after the second refining, turning the flagpole into a bone flag, and then continuously replenishing the cultivator's bones to refine another law weapon called the bone-capturing soul banner. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.